I think everybody knows that the Amazon is under attack at the moment, that large parts of the Amazon are being cut down and turned into soya bean farms and cattle ranches. And the soya beans are primarily to feed everybody the knows cattle. That the Amazon is under attack. As a result of these clearances, uh, strange things have begun to emerge into plain sight. And these include gigantic, perfectly geometrical earthworks. Now, if we talk about the earthworks in the UK, I mean, everybody's heard of Stonehenge or Avebury. A henge actually is an earthwork. It's the ditch that surrounds the stone circle. It's not particularly prominent in the case of Stonehenge, but it's massively prominent in the case of Avebury, a big deep ditch with an embankment on either side. These earthworks in the Amazon, they don't have the standing stones in the middle of them because there is no stone in that part of the Amazon, but they do have these huge earthworks which can take very intriguing geometrical forms. For example, a perfect square with a perfect circle inside it, but on a scale of hundreds of meters. Rectangles, square enclosures with sort of scallops cut out of one corner of them. The whole thing, and lots of circles. Many of these structures appear to be aligned to the cardinal directions. And
What's the cardinal direction?
north, south, east, and west. No, and it's very important to be clear on that. North, south, east, and west on a compass are not the same as true north, south, east, and west. There's an error of 10 or 11 degrees in compass, which is a magnetic reading. True north is defined by astronomy.
And which one does this follow?
This follows true north, yeah. True north, south, east, and west, the true cardinal directions. So anyway, as a result of the clearances, we've started to see these puzzling earthworks appearing, and that has led a team who we cooperated with in Ancient Apocalypse. The lead archaeologist is Martti Paasinen from the University of Helsinki, and his partner in the project is Alceo Ranzi, who's a very distinguished geographer from Brazil. And it was actually Alceo who was the first to spot these geoglyphs. That's what he called them, because it struck him that there was a similarity to the Nazca lines. These things are so big that you can only really see what they are when you're up in the air. And he was on a flight over and suddenly saw this, and he thought, what the hell is that? And that led him to begin to investigate and find there wasn't just one. There were dozens of them that had already been produced by the clearances. And now what Alceo and Marty are doing is a detailed LiDAR study in the areas touching on those parts that have already been cleared. They're going deeper into the jungle. And while we were there, they found half a dozen new structures under the canopy rainforest. You see, LiDAR will allow you to see through the rainforest canopy and to see relief features underneath it without destroying anything. And then you can go in very, very low tech. You can just go in, not destroy anything, and begin to investigate what the LiDAR has picked up. And what the LiDAR has picked up is these just extraordinary geometrical structures extending into the jungle as far as the range of the drone on that day. And both Marty and Alceu are of the opinion that there are thousands of these things still waiting to be discovered. And indigenous people, I spent time with an elder of the Apurina people for whom these geoglyphs are sacred. They say that there are thousands of them throughout the jungle, and they still venerate them and value them today, and that they are places that shamans use to work healing medicine on the people.
How old are they?
The ones that have been found up till now go back about 2,000 to 3,000 years. And that's based on dating of organic material found in the earthworks. It's a rough guess. However, what they've found, that those precise areas on which the earthworks now stand, once you excavate down deeper than about 2 or 3 meters, you find that they have been intensely used by human beings, and there's an enormous amount of charcoal and carbon down there. And those dates. So what they're saying is that these sites actually appear to have been selected and appear to have been sacred to people for at least 10,000 years. And we see the latest incarnation of them in the earthworks that have survived to this day. So there's a big project now going on in the Amazon to open it up and to find out. I don't mean to open it up by destroying the rainforest. I mean to use LiDAR to find out what's going on there. And other results of this have included absolute confirmation that there were huge cities in the Amazon, that the Amazon did have a population before the Spanish conquest of tens of millions. This was a completely different place from the place that we imagine, this kind of pristine rainforest inhabited by a few tribes of hunter foragers. No, there were large-scale permanent settlements in the Amazon, and they were joined by perfectly straight roadways that ran in some cases for hundreds of kilometers. We are seeing the traces, literally, of a lost civilization in the Amazon, and the work is just beginning to get to grips with the dates on these. And this is just tiny bits of the Amazon that have been looked at thus far. So I'm of the opinion that the Amazon has a great deal more to tell us, and I've done my best to bring the case for that to the viewers in Ancient Apocalypse. And besides, what a privilege to spend time in the Amazon. My first visit to the Amazon was in 2003. I was working on a book that I published in 2005 called Supernatural: Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind. It's recently been retitled as Visionary. It's still out there, but I was interested in the notion, for which credit must be given to the late great Terence McKenna, that sampling psychedelics played a key role in the evolution of human consciousness, and that we can see the evidence for the use of psychedelics. And here I want to pay tribute to the work of Professor David Lewis Williams of the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. We can see evidence for the use of psychedelics in cave art all around the world, and in rock art all around the world. And we can see that evidence in the Amazon very, very strongly. And furthermore, shamans in the Amazon who are drinking ayahuasca, drinking the powerful visionary brew ayahuasca, after their visionary experiences, if they have painting skills, and quite a number of them do, they paint their visions. And those paintings of those visions are astonishingly similar to the paintings that you see on ancient rock faces, such as in Colombia, in the Amazon, going back more than 12,000 years, and paintings that you see even in Europe, in caves like Lascaux, where the same geometric patterns and the same strange beings that are mixture of part animal, part human, appear. It's as though the visionary realm is being manifested in art. And I wanted to investigate that. And I had not experienced ayahuasca before, but I didn't feel I could write about it authentically without drinking ayahuasca. So I went to the Amazon, first of all, in 2003 to drink ayahuasca with an indigenous shaman, and whose name is Francisco Montes Shuna. And I had my first 11 sessions with
11 sessions?
Yes.
First 11.
First 11, yeah. I've subsequently had about another 70. But that was, the first 11 were for research purposes. The other 70 is because ayahuasca has helped me to get to grips with issues in my life that I didn't even know I needed to get to grips with. But it's helped me to do that. So I still feel, I think they're right in the Amazon to refer to ayahuasca as a teacher. And I have learned many useful and important lessons to it. So the last time I had an ayahuasca session was actually while we were filming in Peru, in the Peruvian Amazon, for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. And it was
peeled off from a day of shooting to go
and it was the same shaman, Francisco Montes Shuna, who I had drunk with 20 years before. So it was fascinating to be back there and to be in the midst of that majesty and surrounded by that wildness. This, of course, you can drink ayahuasca pretty well anywhere in the world today, but it's better to do so in the hands of a shaman who really knows what he or she is doing. I'm not saying that there can't be Western shamans. There can, and there are some, but they need to sit down at the feet of shamans in the Amazon and learn techniques from them, because people can get into a very bad place on an ayahuasca trip, and that needs to be handled. Shamans see it as keeping dark forces at bay. That's what their role is primarily in this. So it was very, very interesting to have another session there, and I was joined by my good friend Luis Eduardo Luna, who's a Colombian anthropologist who is now based in Brazil. He's one of the world experts on ayahuasca, and we had some very interesting discussions about the mysteries of this brew. And the mysteries of the ayahuasca brew also touch upon the question of civilization in the Amazon.
How so?
Well, because ayahuasca is a very complicated thing to make. It is a mixture of two ingredients. The best known form, which is actually called ayahuasca, and that's not even an Amazonian word, that's a Quechua word, it's an Inca word. The Incas were also using ayahuasca, and they named it, and that name, there are many local names for it, but the Inca name stuck, and everybody calls it ayahuasca now, which means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead. The vine itself has almost no visionary properties. If you were to drink a tea made of the brewing up smashed up portions of the vine, and you could drink gallons of it and you wouldn't have any visions whatsoever. The other ingredient is a leaf from a bush, and that bush is botanically Psychotria viridis. In the Amazon they call it chacruna, and those leaves contain substantial quantities of arguably the world's most powerful psychedelic, which is dimethyltryptamine, DMT, the type of DMT that's called NN-DMT. And this is where it gets complicated, because DMT is not normally accessible orally to the brain. In other words, you could munch several kilos of those leaves or cook them up in a tea and drink them, and it wouldn't have any effect on you. And this is because of an enzyme called monoamine oxidase that we have in our gut. It destroys DMT on contact. That's why people who want to have the straight DMT experience today have to smoke it or vape it, smoke it in a pipe or vape it, and then it gets right through the blood-brain barrier and into the brain. But through the gut, you can't absorb it orally. So how do you conquer that problem? What you need, in scientific terms, is a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. You need something that will shut down that enzyme in the gut. And that's precisely what the ayahuasca vine provides. It provides a monoamine oxidase inhibitor that shuts down the enzyme in the gut and allows the DMT in the leaves that are part of the brew to be active. And then, instead of having the usual 10 or 12 minute or even less trip to the other side of reality, which is what happens with smoked or vaped DMT, you have a 4-hour journey to the other side of reality. And it's much slower paced, and you have time to get to grips with what is happening and to investigate the visions that you're experiencing and the teachings that you're receiving. Sometimes you receive nothing. Sometimes all you do is just vomit and have diarrhea. That is one of the physical consequences of ayahuasca. I can say, as a result, I've been working with ayahuasca for more than 20 years now. I can say that as a result of long-term exposure to ayahuasca, the vomiting and diarrhea side of it have got less and less as time has gone on. But the visionary experiences continue to be extremely powerful. However, sometimes you don't get anything, and they call it a nada in Peru, where you have a nothing. But the view of shamans in Peru is that nothing is the really most important one, that you're downloading stuff subconsciously that you're not getting consciously. It's really, they celebrate these nadas. They're good things to have.
What's the implication of having the similar cave paintings from potential psychedelic cave paintings in the Amazon, in Europe, elsewhere in the world? What are you sort of, the story you're drawing from that?
The implication is that psychedelics were involved in every case, different psychedelics, but they were involved in every case. Just to finish on the case of ayahuasca, the other form of ayahuasca is called yahe, which is spelled Y-A-J-E with an accent over the E, yahe. And a lot of people think that is ayahuasca, and indeed it does include the ayahuasca vine. That is the common element to these two versions of the brew. However, the dimethyltryptamine element is provided actually from another vine, from the leaves that grow off that vine. And they contribute not only NN-DMT, but also 5-MeO-DMT. Both of them are in the brew with the monoamine.
Have you tried this yahe?
Yes, I have.
Okay, can you compare the two?
I would say it's significantly more powerful than ayahuasca on its own, and really intense, overwhelming visions and the sense of contact with an intelligence. And I know that skeptical nuts and bolts scientists will say, of course you're not having contact with any intelligence. It's just your fantasies. It's just a hallucination. But I suggest they go and have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca first and see if that is still their view. There's something very mysterious about it. And this is a result of literally Amazonian technology. Go figure how they choose out of more than 100,000 different species of plants and trees. They find the bush with the leaves that contain DMT, and they find the vine which contains the monoamine oxidase inhibitor, and they put them together.
What do you suggest?
To do that by trial and error is no easy task.
It's no easy task, but also given enough time and not much else to do.
It could be done. It could be done. And when I observe shamans in the Amazon today, what I notice is that they are constantly sampling plants. That they're constantly sampling admixtures of plants. Francisco on this latest journey that I had was dropping little bits of different flowers into the plant as well.
God knows what that's going to do.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is that I did have an extraordinary night, and it was very, very interesting. And nobody in their right mind is going to drink ayahuasca for kicks. It's not some kind of light-hearted harm.
Recreation.
I would say it's definitely not recreational, especially with the physical effects that it has. But it's also a powerful emotional journey, which will reveal to you things that you may have suppressed from yourself. And the point I often make on this is, it's very easy to be harsh and cruel with words to another human being, especially when you're pretty good at words, which I am. And that's my only skill, actually. I have no other skills. I can't even, put a screwdriver into a screw thread without it breaking off. But I have words, and I've realized that I've said things in moments of anger that were very harsh and very cruel and really hurt other people. And ayahuasca's shown me that side of myself.
It's interesting on that point. I often think about how people that are physically strong, there's a meme, there is a culture around physically strong people protect physically weaker people, or at the very least, a big hulking MMA fighter doesn't try and fight a granddad, for instance, because there's an imbalance. But we don't have the same sense, because outwardly it's not as obvious. We don't have the same sense for somebody lexically who is linguistically very capable.
No.
And you can use... Ben Shapiro talked to me about this, about how he's a professional debater, very quick with his words, so on and so forth. And he can use that to win when arguing with his wife. Yep. But he says, do you want to be right or do you want to be loved?
Yeah.
And
exactly.
He has to temper. It's like being the real strong guy up against the granddad.
Absolutely. I would say the most important lessons I've had from my ayahuasca journeys has been that I do have a problem with anger, and I need to deal with it, and I have been dealing with it. It's one thing to get the revelation; it's another thing to actually integrate it into your life.
I mean,
that's where the hard work begins. But I'm working on this, and I hope that I'm a kinder and more nurturing person than I was.
I want to get it. I want to talk about that, because I'm particularly fascinated about the psychology of somebody that's had to deal with such consistent criticism for a long period of time, disposition for anger, but then also evidently this sort of transcendent desire to include and transcend, as Ken Wilber would say. But
it's partly to do with being 74 years old. We're all mortal, and the thing is that when we're in our 30s and 40s, we don't really take that into account. But believe me, when you get to my age, the clock is ticking, and you know that whatever happens, it's not going to be that long before your time is up. And I'm completely resigned and accepting to the notion of death, and it can come at any time. But when it comes, I would like to be able to look back on my life and say that it was a worthwhile life, and that I did more good than I did harm, at the very least.
Anger's a young man's game in that regard.
Yeah.
What's this rumor meme that I've heard about the Amazon being a man-made jungle?
Oh, it is. It is a man-made jungle.
What does that mean?
Well, what it means is that when you analyze the millions of trees in the Amazon, and you find that they boil down to about 16,000 different species, that species like the Brazil nut tree, which are incredibly helpful to human beings, which are food-producing trees, are hyper-dominant in the Amazon. And they shouldn't be if it were just the result of natural selection in the Amazon. It's clear that human beings have been involved in turning the Amazon to their purpose and making it an environment that is useful to them, that can feed them, that can nurture them. And for that reason, just as clearly a brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of ayahuasca, an equally brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of curare, which involves 11 different plants. You know what curare is? No. Curare is a nerve poison, which is used to tip arrows. If you're hunting a monkey, and that monkey is 100 foot up a tree, and you want it for dinner, what you don't want to do is for it to, as you shoot an arrow into it, its natural instinct will be to wrap its tail around the tree. And suddenly the monkey that you want for dinner is hanging by its tail 100 feet above you in the tree. You don't want that. So you want something that paralyzes its muscles. And that's what curare is. That's why, curare was later used in anesthesia as well. They shoot the monkey with a curare-tipped arrow. Its muscles go limp and it falls from the tree, and dinner is ready. But to create curare, you need 11 different ingredients all put together, and if you don't have even one of them, it won't work anymore. So that's a scientific project, again, from a people who have lived in their environment for thousands, I believe tens of thousands of years, and are so familiar with it and so comfortable with it, they know what to do with it. But I would add to that one other Amazonian science, which again we go into in season 2, which is called terra preta, which is patches of astonishingly fertile soil that are found dotted throughout the Amazon and which are still sought out by modern settlers today, because the rest of the rainforest isn't particularly fertile. That's why it's also such a tragic waste to cut the rainforest down. It's doing much better things for the world by being left as a rainforest than it is being turned into a cattle ranch. But terra preta has allowed bits of the Amazon to be incredibly fertile, and that also is an Amazonian invention. People in the Amazon are still making terra preta today, but the oldest examples so far found go back more than 8,000 years, and it's almost a miracle soil. It regenerates its own fertility. It's full of bacteria. It's full of biochar. It's been deliberately created by human beings. They put a lot of refuse in it as well, and it just works and multiplies, and it keeps on rejuvenating its own fertility. So patches that are 8,000 years old are still fertile today.
The thing that I keep coming back to is I understand that there is the technology or the trial and error that's happened in order to make the Amazon very useful to humans in a way that other areas on the planet wouldn't have been. Also understand that you can curate the jungle. Brazil nut trees are becoming more prevalent, etc. It's still, to me, thinking about what were sort of anthropologically modern humans built for. Persistence hunting, open plains. It just seems so inhospitable. I wonder why would you decide to... I don't know what America was like.
Well, that's where you have to ask yourself, what was the Amazon that we're now looking at? What was it like during the Ice Age? What was it like 12, 13, 14,000 years ago? And what it was like was more like the savannas of East Africa than it looks today. It became a rainforest later, after human beings were in it. And I suspect human beings were, of course, climate change was involved as well, but I suspect that human beings were involved in the creation of the Amazon right from the beginning, transforming a savanna extending over millions of square kilometers into a giant rainforest. The rainforest itself is probably not much older than 14,000 years.
Because how would you have been able to make thousands and thousands of circles inside of squares if every 2 feet there's another tree?
Exactly. That's right. And certainly, at the very least, you'd have to clear the area that you wanted to build your earthwork in. And so it's just one of those great unexamined areas where the human story has not been followed through enough. And when we do follow it through, we find intriguing hints of great sophistication in the past, and of finding a way of life. We shouldn't imagine that everything that we would call a quote-unquote advanced civilization has to look like us, with iPhones and cars and rocket ships and things like that. It doesn't have to look like that. There's lots of other ways to be being advanced. And I would say an advanced civilization actually should not be defined by its possessions, by its material wealth. It should be defined by its spiritual wealth and its ability to live in harmony with the environment in which it is surrounded. And our civilization, despite all its tech achievements, is not living in harmony with the environment at all. Whereas Amazonian civilization for thousands of years was and still is.
I get what you mean there. I'm hesitant sometimes of sort of laying at the feet of modern humans this disregard for the world around us. I think it would be difficult if you were to give people of 13,000, 14,000 years ago the convenience and the opportunity and the availability of all of the things that everybody has in the modern world. I'm not convinced by the idea that humans are being callous in their usage of most things in the modern world.
Oh, no, I don't think so either.
Had they have had the opportunity to, it would have been difficult in the past to have not become fat because of the beautiful cheesecake and all of the chips.
No, I don't think individual humans are being callous at all. We operate at the scale of a hive mind, a very large-scale organism. That's what humanity is in the world. And the plain fact is we aren't looking after the world well enough. This is our home.
We're very detached from it.
And yes, they're very, very detached from it, and there's no sense of spiritual value in it. This is one of the problems with modern science, and in its desperate desire to separate itself off from superstition. It's become totally focused on weighing and measuring and counting, on a so-called rational approach to reality, whereas reality itself is not really very rational. I think that this is what's missing in our society today is the spiritual element, a sense of connection to this beautiful garden of a planet that the universe has gifted us with, and a connection to the wider universe, and that's why things happen in the way they do. But it can change. I don't think any of the mainstream religions in the world today are helpful in this respect. I realize that some people do get profound spiritual experiences within the mainstream religions, but I think what's happening today is people are beginning to seek spiritual directions in other ways, and perhaps that's one of the reasons why ayahuasca has become so well known and so popular in the West, because it does seem to open a doorway to other dimensions and other realms.
It's probably a more reliable route to a transcendent experience than going to the Vatican, for instance.
I would say so. Yeah, far.
Well, the Vatican is pretty.
And also the key difference is that it's direct experience. It's what you're experiencing, and what you're experiencing is not this world.
It's undeniable in that.
Whatever it is, it's not this. You're experiencing it. If our brains are concocting it all as some sort of elaborate novel, then it's astonishing in itself. That itself is a mystery. But many of us who've worked with ayahuasca and DMT can't rid ourselves of this sense that we're getting brief, temporary access to some other level of reality. And fortunately, a number of scientists are now looking into this in a serious, organized, experimental way. And that is being done at Imperial College in London, and it's being done at the University of California in San Diego.
Where's that place that's found the way to do IV DMT?
That's Imperial College.
Yeah. So they can keep you at the state that you would have smoked, but perpetual.
Yeah, the state, the peak state that you would be in 5 minutes after you've had the third puff on the pipe, the peak state that you would be in there, they can keep you there for an hour or longer.
Which presumably feels like 3.5 million years.
Well,
subjectively.
I've tried to volunteer for this.
How's that?
But they won't let me because I have epilepsy. But one of the projects that's taking place in America may allow me to volunteer. I don't believe it would have any.
You're a brave man in that regard.
I don't believe it would have any negative interaction with my epilepsy, because I've had quite a lot of experience of DMT, and I've had no problems. On the contrary, I find it helpful. But I would like to try that extended thing, because.
Have you done the pipe?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I've smoked DMT and I vaped DMT. Both are.
And drank it through the.
And then drunk it through the ayahuasca brew. The nice thing about going straight to the DMT is you don't have the negative physical consequences. And that, you can be in the middle of an extraordinary vision where revelations are just piling in on you, and suddenly your stomach says, "No, get me,
Got
get
something
me,
else to do.
get me out of here immediately."
Something else.
And that often involves in the jungle squatting behind a tree and confronting whatever creatures are living in that tree.
What did you learn about the Mayans?
Well, this is another extraordinary civilization of the ancient world, which I think has much more ancient origins than are given to it. We have to trace the origins of Mayan civilization back through the people who were called the Olmecs. And then we have to look at the incredible sophistication and complication of Mayan mathematics and Mayan astronomy, and the enormous numbers that they used, and how they were recording dates on stelae that go back 30 million years into the past.
Where are they? On a modern map, where do you point to where the Mayans were?
The Yucatan Peninsula, primarily, but then going on into Guatemala as well. That's the Mayan area, and for season 2 of Agent Apocalypse, we filmed specifically in Palenque, which is down at the bottom of the Yucatan. The nearest large town is Villahermosa. Palenque is a magnificent Mayan site dating back to the 8th or 9th century AD. And it's got a series of pyramids built around a beautiful plaza with what appears to be an astronomical observation tower in the middle of a structure that is probably wrongly referred to as the palace. I was able to discuss the site at length with an archaeologist. Not all archaeologists hate me. Quite a number of archaeologists are interested in what I do and are willing to work with me. Don't necessarily agree with me, but are willing at least to have a civil conversation with me. And I was so lucky to have Ed Barnhart as a guest when we were in Palenque.
He seems cool. I watched him on Lex's show.
He's a brilliant guy, and he's fun, and he's just so enjoyable to be around, and just a mine of information about the Mayan calendar and about Mayan astronomy and about Mayan mathematics.
So you can read Mayan.
He can, yes, he can read the Mayan glyphs, and he did a bit of that for us. He's just really good at it, but also, interpreting what Mayan culture was all about, and one of the things we touched on was the fact that there's a very specific idea about what happens to the soul after death, and that idea is found all around the world. It's found very powerfully in the Americas, South America, Mexico, Central America, and North America, but it's also found in Egypt, and it's found in Mesopotamia, and it's found in ancient India. And the idea is that upon death, the soul makes a leap to the heavens, and where it specifically leaps to is the Milky Way. And this is referred to in many cultures as the path of souls. And it's the deceased individual then, or the soul of the deceased individual, then makes a journey along the path of souls. And there will be confronted with all the errors and mistakes, and also all the good that person
like
has
a
done.
judgment day.
It's like a judgment scene. And that judgment is represented by monstrous beings and locked gates that you have to be able to confront. And this idea is just found all around the world. And it's one of the reasons that I find very persuasive to the notion that we've lost an episode of the human story. I don't think this is a coincidence. I think we're looking at the remnant of a very ancient spiritual system which was passed down in many different parts of the globe and subsequently reinterpreted and developed by the people it was passed.
You're saying that because it sounds like there's echoes of that in some modern religions, that you don't think they've independently arisen separately, you think that it's a single lineage?
I think it's a single lineage, yeah. I think when we come to specific ideas like that, plus the availability and the focus upon and the sacred nature of specific numbers in many different cultures around the world.
What like?
Well, there's a phenomenon which has been very important in my work over the last 30 years called the precession of the equinoxes. It's not a phenomenon that everybody knows about, so I'll try to explain it. It's actually an observable effect, but it's hardly observable within a human lifetime. The best way to observe it, if you could extend your life by a few hundred years and just be at the same spot every spring equinox when the sun rises perfectly due east, and you'd be there before dawn, a good hour before dawn, a constellation of the zodiac is going to be lying on the horizon in the place where the sun rises. And that constellation was seen by ancient cultures as housing the sun on the equinox, and it defined the character of an age. But if you could be there for several hundred years, you would notice that it's gradually shifting along the horizon, and eventually another constellation will slip into place behind the sun on that same key day.
And what's happening there from an astronomical
Well,
perspective?
what's happening is the Earth is our viewing platform from which we observe the stars, and not only is it rotating on its own axis, as we know, but it's also wobbling, and that wobble. One of the most noticeable effects over long periods of time is it changes the pole star. So, because what is the pole star except the star that the extended north pole of the Earth points most directly at? And at the moment, it's Polaris, but it's been Thuban, it's been Draco, it's been many other stars Thuban is in the constellation of Draco in the past.
What's the cycle? How long does it take for you to get back?
25,920 years.
I'm glad that you know it.
25,920 years. And the process unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. So that
It's going to be tough to track in the space of a 72-year lifetime.
It is. So you need long-term observation, you need record keeping, and you need the information being passed on from generation to generation. But sooner or later, you're going to notice. If you're an avid watcher of the heavens, and if these things matter to you as they did to ancient cultures, you're going to notice that this is shifting along the horizon. Whether you're going to figure out exactly why that observable is happening, that's another matter which I can't give you a definite answer on. But that the observable was observed going back a very long way into the past is clear. And I can't touch on this subject without paying tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschend. Giorgio was the professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology back in the 1960s. At a time when I think people were more open-minded than they are today. And Hertha was a professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they published this astonishing, groundbreaking book called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill is about the ancient recognition of precession. They completely these are leading academic figures. They completely dismiss the notion that the Greeks discovered precession just 2,000 or 2,300 years ago. They're confident that it goes back thousands of years before that, and they trace it back to what they call some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. The fact that this is found all around the world in many, many different cultures. Classic example, the bridge over the moat leading to Angkor Thom in the Angkor complex has 54 statues on either side, and each of those is pulling on the body of a serpent. And if you add 54 to 54, you get 108. 108 is 72 plus 36, half of 72. 72 is the heartbeat of the precessional cycle. And then there's precessional imagery. What they're doing by pulling on that serpent is they're churning the Milky Ocean. There's also reliefs in Angkor Wat which show the same scene, but on Angkor Thom it's actually in 3 dimensions. They're churning the Milky Ocean, and as a result, they're producing the Amrita, the elixir of immortality. But that churning motion, that's why the book is called Hamlet's Mill, Amlodi's Mill. That same idea of something whirling and turning and changing is locked symbolically into this number system all around the world.
What are some of the other numbers? You mentioned 108.
They're all multiples of 72 or additions to 72 which are related to the number 72, like 72 plus 36 being 108 is a precessional number. It's a very widely respected number found in sacred traditions all around the world. 43,200 is another precessional number. That's 72 times 600. That is a number that's found everywhere. There are 432,000 syllables in the Rig Veda. It's the same number again and again, based on the same system of ideas that keeps on coming up.
What were the numbers that the Mayans were obsessed by?
The Mayans were very much involved in the equinoxes and in precessional numbers, but they were also going far beyond that. They were plumbing the depths of time. I can't think of any other ancient culture which had a focus on periods that were millions of years.
5 million year.
It's a really quite remarkable thing, and they could tell you they could tell you, they could tell you what the phase of the moon was on a particular day 5 or 10 million years ago.
Why do you think they were so preoccupied with deep history, long numbers, numerology? Not numerology.
Well, and numerology is a fair word for it, in the sense that numbers are thought to have a sacred or a magical quality.
Why do you think that the Mayans? What is it that's?
Well, I've always seen this as a, and again, of course, I'm going to be criticized by archaeologists for this, as though I'm taking something away from the Mayans. But I see the Mayan calendar and the mathematics associated with it as an out-of-place artifact. I see it as something which is, the need for it is hard to explain within the general circumstances of Mayan culture, to have that precise mathematical calculation and this ability to think back millions of years into the past and into the future. It's hard to see the need for it. It feels like something that would have been needed in a much bigger culture, a much bigger civilization, which had, were able to put huge numbers of specialists to work. And I do regard it as an inheritance. I think the Maya inherited this system from an earlier lost civilization. That's my view. And then they did their own work on it and developed it. And it's a very extraordinary thing.
If that was the case, if the Mayans inherited it, it was passed down somehow from a previous, more advanced civilization, why would they have needed it?
I think that, look at our so-called civilization today. I mean, we have no problem with big numbers. They're quite useful to us. We have no problem with complex, sophisticated mathematics. We are quite capable of peering back millions of years in the past. I mean, our present creation story is that the Earth formed 4,500 million years ago, 4.5 billion years ago. And well, the evidence seems to suggest that it did. But that can also be viewed as a creation myth, in a way, a scientific creation myth. The Big Bang. That's another. It's a theory. It's a speculation. But did it happen? Was it that way? There's evidence suggesting that it was. But the point I'm making is that creation myths, foundation myths, myths about the nature of the universe are not limited to hunter-forager peoples in the ancient world. They're also found in the scientific world today.
How much do you think of this focus on astronomy and numbers is from a functional perspective, something logistically, operationally useful? And how much do you think is symbolic and sort of sacred?
I don't think it's primarily functional. Most archaeologists will tell you that. They say, of course, the ancients wanted to know when spring began,
how to navigate.
Yeah, but not only that, for planting crops, for agriculture, you want to know the season to plant, the season to reap. So you want to be aware of the spring equinox. You want to know the longest day of the year, the shortest day of the year, the solstices. These are useful in an agricultural calendar. And that's the argument that's given by archaeologists. But in my opinion, any self-respecting farmer anywhere in the world is really well aware of when he should plant or she should plant and when they should sow. They don't need devices that tell them when the equinox is there. There is such a device, really magical one, at Chichen Itza in the Yucatan. And this is on the pyramid of Kukulkan, which is another name for Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. This pyramid at Chichen Itza, its northern stairway, the bottom of the stairway, in fact, the bottom of all its stairways, is on each side, there's the head of an enormous serpent. But the balustrade up the side of the stairway is just completely plain. But on the spring equinox, towards sunset, between about 5 o'clock in the evening and 5:45 in the evening, this magical effect occurs. And the shadows of the corner of the pyramid are cast on the balustrade of that stairway, and they create the shadow form of a serpent, of an undulating serpent, which joins with that serpent head. And that only happens on the equinox and not at any other time. So they pinpointed it precisely. They oriented their pyramid precisely so that one part could cast a shadow on another on that special day. I think that's going over the top if your interest is only agriculture. I think that's paying homage to, remembering, giving credit to this memory of the feathered serpent, of Kukulkan, of
I'm
Quetzalcoatl.
going to say, so let's just linger on that for a second, because, I've heard you on Joe's show talking about this for a long time. And I always think about, that's magical. Like, it sounds to me like it's so cool. Like, that's so beautiful. It's evidently something sacred. It's taken this sort of lovely blend of art and astronomy and archaeology and architecture and all of this together. But can you just think for a second about what the psychology of those humans was like? Like, what's their relationship to this
As
thing?
above, so below. It's as simple as that. There was an ancient system in the old world, developed out of ancient Egypt, called the Hermetic tradition. The Greek figure Hermes is a Greek version of the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom, Thoth. And in the Hermetica texts attributed to Hermes, Thoth, there is this phrase, as above, so below. And what that phrase is saying is that it is our burden and our responsibility to replicate upon the earth the perfection and beauty and magnificence of the heavens. That if we fall out of harmony with the heavens, if we disconnect from the heavens, we fall to pieces. And we must constantly maintain and reinforce and honor and respect our connection to the wider universe. That's what As Above, So Below is about. That's why I and the brilliant genius discoverer of the Orion correlation theory, Robert Bauval, reject completely the skeptical attitude of Egyptologists. What Robert Bauval discovered was that the three great pyramids on the ground at Giza replicate the three stars of the belt of the constellation of Orion in the sky, but that they don't do so precisely in 2500 BC when the pyramids are supposed to have been built. The perfect match is in 10,500.
Because of wobble.
Because of the precessional wobble, exactly. That's right. They're building precession, and they're using precession. They're using the language of astronomy and massive architecture to memorialize a particular date. Does that mean that the whole Giza complex was built 12,500 years ago? No, but it does mean that it's memorializing a date that's 12,500. Just like any Western cathedral may be memorializing events that took place in the time of Abraham. It doesn't mean that they were built in the time of Abraham. But I do think the Great Sphinx does date back 12,500 years. I think we're looking at a complex that's been developed and increasingly refined over a very, very long period of time.
Why that site in Egypt?
There are multiple sites around the world that are referred to as navels of the earth, and Giza is one of them. I would suggest that it was the ancient prime meridian, just as the prime meridian in our time, for just reasons of the British Empire, passes through Greenwich. I think in ancient times it passed through Giza. Now, other benefits of the Giza Plateau, it is situated at 30 degrees north latitude, give or take a tiny fraction. And 30 degrees north latitude is 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. So it's not a random location. And furthermore, if you go into the broad expanse of Giza in its place on the Earth as a whole, you find that it's dead center of the largest area of exposed land on Earth. So it's interesting for that respect. And then you build upon it an enormous pyramid weighing 6 million tons, with precise orientation to true astronomical north, true astronomical south, true astronomical east, and true astronomical west. That is saying, whatever this thing is, it is speaking to the Earth. The Earth's its focus. It is locked in to the cardinal directions of our planet. And then we find, and again, of course, my opponents in archaeology scoff at this, they accept that it's the case. Even Flint Dibble, who I debated with on the Joe Rogan Experience in April 2024, even he accepted this, but he mocked it and thought that it was just a coincidence. But it is a fact that if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by, guess what, 43,200. It's one of those precessional numbers. It's not a random number. If it was, 1 to 64,000, I wouldn't think much of it, but it's 1 to 43,200. If you take the height of the Great Pyramid, the original height, it's lost about 30 feet from its top. If you take the height and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So here we have a monument that is speaking to the Earth, that is locked into the Earth's astronomical cardinal directions, and then models the Earth on a scale defined by a motion of the Earth itself. That is as above, so below. That and that is what I think governs these arrangements all around the world. A wish and a desire to lock humanity into the cosmos and to make us realize that we're part of something much larger than ourselves.
I was in South Florida about a month ago recording some episodes, and there was this spectacular lightning storm going on. Pitch black at night. We were driving back from dinner or whatever. South Florida obviously recently had some pretty intense weather, but being British, it's just grey. I'm used to fierce grey. A very mild, sort of damp climate. And just driving back, it's one of those storms where the moon is full and is rising, and these lightning storms, and it's off over on the coast, on the ocean. And I remember thinking, imagine that you were a prehistoric human tribe, individual, whatever, looking out. You would be so certain that the gods were mad at you, that you had done something. You're like, I knew I shouldn't have touched myself last night when I went to bed. I knew that I shouldn't have told that lie. I knew that I shouldn't have stolen that fig, whatever it is that or maybe something awful is going to happen, whatever it might be. And you begin to personify, and you create the stories and narratives, because that's the way that, without stats and books, that's the way that you pass down information. I just remember thinking, like, all of your relationship as a human, prehistoric human, to everything is done through that kind of a story, that is a god or goddess having a war. It looked like a battle. It looked like, two gods off in the distance throwing lightning at each other. And then most recently, with the hurricanes that have come through Florida, that's, I think, about a 1 in 1,000-year event in terms of the rainfall and some of the speed of the winds. So it's rare but not unheard of, and maybe 10 times since perhaps the Americas were settled, something like that would have happened. Can you imagine what a tribe that saw that occur would think?
But supposing they saw something even much bigger than that, supposing they saw something that affected the whole world, their whole world, however far they could go. It was devastated, it was destroyed. They themselves might have been destroyed by it. Can you imagine how that would be recorded? And could that be why we have 200 myths of a global flood that destroyed a prehistoric civilization found all around the world? A global cataclysm. These myths mix up a number of different effects. They mix up bolts of fire from the sky. They mix up volcanoes suddenly erupting. They include earthquakes, and they include flood, global flood, a flood that floods everything, that is capable of submerging lands. And this is why I'm very interested in the epoch called the Younger Dryas, which unfolded between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. It's why we call our series Ancient Apocalypse.
I was going to say, what's the apocalypse bit?
Well, the apocalypse bit is that the Younger Dryas, that's a name given by climatologists to an episode of really weird climate that took place at the end of the last ice age. They call it the Younger Dryas after a species of alpine flower that flourishes in extremely cold weather. What happened, to cut a long story short, is that down to about 12,800 years ago, give or take a century, because you can't be that precise with these definitions, the Earth was definitely emerging from the Ice Age. It was getting warm, and things were looking good. It felt like that 100,000 years of frozen world was coming to an end. And then suddenly it flipped completely. And you have sudden sea level rise. You have a plunge in global temperature, so that suddenly, almost overnight, it is as cold as it was as the absolute peak of the last ice age. This happens suddenly, and it happens right around the world. Worse, of course, in northern and deep southern latitudes, and much less vicious in its effects in tropical and equatorial zones. But a massive, massive event. This is the time, precisely that window, when all the big megafauna of the ice age go extinct. Saber-toothed tigers, mastodons, mammoths. When we were at White Sands, by the way, it was just amazing to see these mammoth footprints still in the sand there.
Are they big?
They're very big. These things have got a huge stride.
Have you been following the work of Ben Lamb at Colossal? Have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so they are bringing back woolly mammoths.
I've seen that, yes, I have.
So Ben was on the show. I may be talking about actually being involved with the project a little bit. Just to tangent off before you tell us more about Younger Dryas. The reason, one of the reasons that they're looking at bringing them back, that they think that by putting them in the higher latitudes, these animals will be able to compact down the snow and reflect back more sun.
Interesting.
So they'll be able to use a extinct species to help combat modern global warming.
That's a very fancy idea.
It's amazing. I mean, they're farmers, they're farm animals in a way that they will eat seeds from here and poop them over there, which will help to spread things around. So the other two, I asked him, what else are you working on? So he's got this, the way they're doing it's the Asian elephant. So they've taken all of these frozen samples of genetic material. They're then using AI to splice in the gaps. So there will be, at some point, there will be an Asian elephant that gives birth to a woolly mammoth. When they're ready, because it's the closest genetic relative that they can get. But the other one, and this is so cool, I really love this idea from Ben. He said that, I was like, what else do you want to bring back? Like, saber-toothed tiger, that's pretty cool. And he said, dodo bird. I'm like, I mean, it's a meme. Why would you bring back it's useless?
The dodo,
Precisely. Why would you do that? And he said, well, it was because the reason that it was dead was because of environmental destruction. So he's using all of the effort, being very public about the effort that they have to go to in order to bring this bird back, to say, see how much we had to do, see the labor that we had to jump through in order to be able to bring back this thing that we could have just avoided destroying its habitat in the first place. So it's like a PR bird. So it may end up being actually way more useful than you ever thought, but kind of only as a public relations tool. But I thought that was really cool.
It is very cool.
Yeah, Colossal's awesome. People should go and check them out.
It would be nice to see how it all ends up. It's a real thing. It's going to happen.
It's happening. I mean, the Asian elephant thing, they're ready to pull the pin on it. I think it'll happen within the next few years.
Fascinating.
It's awesome. So Younger Dryas.
Yeah. So the Younger Dryas, within almost the living memory of the human species, we know that there have been huge cataclysms on the Earth before. The best known example is the Chicxulub crater in deeply buried off the Gulf of Mexico, the so-called KT
dinosaur killer.
Dinosaurs extinct 65 or 66 million years ago. There have been a number of events like that caused by cosmic impacts by objects from
I'm sure that you've looked at this as well, but I really loved learning about the fact that asteroid, had it have hit in a slightly different area of the Earth, it wasn't to do with even the impact, it was to do with the toxic dust that was kicked up from some particular type of rock that's very deep down underneath that. And you're talking about seconds later that the entire future of the Earth, maybe 10 seconds later.
Because these things are traveling at tens of thousands of miles an hour.
We're spinning pretty quick as well.
Yeah.
And it would have been it was about as bad of a place for the dinosaurs, pretty good for us, that it could have hit. And I always think about that when you think about contingency and convergence and thin chance.
Interesting. Maybe the dinosaurs annoyed the universe.
Perhaps they weren't. They weren't tracking their precession sufficiently well. They didn't know their wobble. Anyway, sorry, Younger Dryas. I keep distracting.
Yeah, it's not a distraction. It's relevant. The point is that there have been a number of extinction level events on our planet, And what is not being properly taken into account is that although it was very recent in geological terms, just 12,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas was also an extinction level event. And it led to the extinction, as I said, of all the great megafauna of the Ice Age. And it ushered in the Holocene, the modern age that we live in today. The team who are working on what is called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis deserve to be taken seriously. Their opponents in science try to paint them as some sort of lunatic fringe. But actually, we're dealing with a number, more than 60, highly credentialed scientists who are just following the evidence where it leads them. And what the evidence leads them to, and I've given all the data on this in my books, particularly in Magicians of the Gods, that was published in 2015, what the evidence leads to is the conclusion that the Earth, 12,800 years ago, passed through the debris stream of a disintegrating comet. All comets disintegrate sooner or later. For those who would wish to see an example of this, it's Jupiter. It's the Shoemaker-Levy 9 hitting Jupiter and breaking up into 21 fragments before it did so. Comets break up into multiple fragments. Every single meteor shower that we see, and we pass through dozens of them every year, every single one of those is the debris stream of a disintegrated comet. That's what they all are. Every single shooting star is a bit of a comet that we're looking at.
Little golf ball,
sometimes
bigger.
Yeah, sometimes those bits are really large. Sometimes they can be kilometers in diameter. And what is called the Taurid meteor stream, because it appears to emanate in our time from the constellation of Taurus. Of course, it's not coming from the constellation of Taurus. It's a visual effect, that bit of the sky that the constellation of Taurus is in. The Taurid meteor stream is full of large and dangerous objects. And it's also full of smaller objects. When I say smaller, they might be 100 or 200 meters in diameter instead of 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter. The view of the Comet Research Group, who are behind the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a swarm of cometary debris. That swarm did include some large objects. They reckon that's why the North American ice cap went into a sudden meltdown 12,800 years ago, unleashing floods on an enormous scale and raising sea levels, very oddly at a time when global temperatures were sinking. Normally, you get sea level rise when global temperatures are rising, but they plunged during the Younger Dryas, and yet you have sea level rise. They think that some large objects hit the North American ice cap and some hit the Northern European.
Multiple, not single large impact.
No. But they do think that there were some large objects that hit the ice caps. But they think primarily what it was airbursts of objects that were about 100 to 200 meters in diameter. Airbursts like the Tunguska event in 1908, June the 30th, 1908. Nobody disputes that was a bit of a comet. It almost certainly was a comet that fell out of the Taurid meteor stream, because that is the peak of what's called the Beta Taurids in precisely 30th of June. It didn't leave any crater because it blew up in the sky. The Earth's atmosphere destroyed it in the sky, but that airburst flattened. The rough calculation is 2,000 square miles of Siberian forest. And when investigators went into the area a few years later, they just found the whole forest flattened over an enormous area by this airburst. It was a cataclysmic airburst. Now, if you take that, fortunately, it was an uninhabited area of Siberia. But if you take that over population areas and you multiply it by 100, it's not just one airburst, it's 100 airbursts. And as you say, the Earth is spinning pretty fast. It's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So you can see how the trajectory of these bits coming in would actually spatter the Earth across a huge range of the Earth's circumference. And the evidence for the Younger Dryas impact is that these airbursts were taking place from as far west as the west coast of North America and as far east as Syria, as far south as Antarctica and southern Chile, as far north as Belgium. So this was a very large event, and the fact that no massive craters have been found yet is partly explained by the sense that the larger objects hit the North American ice cap, and partly explained by the fact that airbursts don't leave craters, but they do decimate communities, like Abu Huraira in Syria, which is within 150 miles of the extraordinary site of Göbekli Tepe, and which was wiped out 12,800 years ago. Abu Huraira was. It was completely flattened by something.
I mean, by flattened.
I mean that everybody there was killed and that the whole place was destroyed. It was rapidly reoccupied. Within 2 or 3 years, it was reoccupied and repopulated, but something really bad happened there. And the traces on the ground, the iridium, the nanodiamonds, the shocked quartz, the melt glass like trinitite, all of these things speak to precisely what the Comet Research Group thinks went happened, that this was an airburst of an object of roughly Tunguska size that happened to happen over an ancient settlement.
If you throw a couple of 200-meter sized airburst comets at the Earth, what happens? Is it lots of water, lots of fire, lots of what?
Well, what happens, first of all, and this is a key part of why did the temperature fall? And the answer to that is that's why the view is that some large objects hit the North American ice cap and the European ice cap. See, the North American ice cap at that time was more than a mile deep. So when you
where did that go from and to?
Well, you can start out right up in northern Canada, and you can come down into Montana, and you still have ice cap, and it's a mile deep at that time. So even a kilometer-wide object hitting that is not going to leave a crater under the ground. The crater is going to be in the ice, and then meltwater is going to be released from the ice into the world ocean. It's going to flood off the land and into the ocean, both the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. And that's what appears to have been what brought the climate down, is a huge flood of icy meltwater pouring into the world ocean and stopping the Gulf Stream in its tracks. If we were to stop the Gulf Stream in its tracks today, global warming would not be a problem any longer. We'd be in global cooling very, very, very rapidly. And that appears to be what happened. And that, up till now, is the explanation that is given for the sudden plunge in climates at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. The explanation is that there was a flood of meltwater, icy meltwater into the world ocean, cut the globe, what's called the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is a part, and led to this sudden cooling. But they don't ask themselves, why did that icy water get into the world ocean in the first place? And that is what the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis explains.
What's the alternative hypothesis for how the Gulf Stream got switched off? The established?
Well, there is no real hypothesis for it. It's just said, there is a hypothesis. I just don't think it's a very good one. They say that what happened was that glacial lakes formed in North America. Glacial Lake Missoula and Glacial Lake Agassiz. And these lakes were bounded by ice dams, and that from time to time the pressure of water on the dam would break it and the water in the lake would flood out. And they tried to account for this with sort of 80 flooding events over a period of a couple of thousand years or more, whereas what the evidence on the ground speaks to one major flooding event, and that sudden drop in climate is very definitely keyed in to the date of around 12,800 years ago.
Talk to me about Easter Island.
What a place. I love Easter Island. It's so beautiful and mysterious and remote. 2,000 miles from the coast of Peru, 2,000 miles from Tahiti, literally in the middle of nowhere. There sits Easter Island. And we know that it has been inhabited by human beings, but the general view of archaeology is not for very long. The general view sees Easter Island as being settled perhaps as recently as 1,000 years ago. Maybe you could go back to 700 AD, 1,300, 1,400 years ago. There's some dispute about this, but the notion that Easter Island might have been settled earlier than that is not widely accepted. And so it's the settlement of Easter Island is seen as something that happened towards the end of what is referred to as the Polynesian expansion. And let us recognize the incredible achievements of the Polynesians, who were the world's ultimate seafarers. I mean, they explored the whole Pacific Ocean and they found Easter Island, that tiny, tiny dot in the middle of nowhere. And there's no doubt that the indigenous inhabitants of Easter Island today are descended from Polynesians. They are Polynesian people, no doubt about that whatsoever. But the question is there a prehistory to Easter Island that is being missed? And I feel very strongly there is. And there are signs already that possibility of a much older prehistory to Easter Island is beginning to be explored. One of our indigenous guests on the show happens to be an archaeologist from Easter Island, and her name is Sonia Hoa. And she and her team have found remnants of what are called banana phytoliths, these tiny little bits, microscopic bits of banana, in an excavation that they did in a place called the Rano Kau crater. And they're datable, and they date back not to the Ice Age, but they date back 3,000 years, which is at least twice as old as human beings were ever supposed to have been on Easter Island. And why I say human beings is because you can't transfer bananas from place to place any other way than human beings bringing them there. Those bananas could not have been
They've been blown by the wind.
No, they are a result of human activity. So the presence of it's quite a dynamite finding. It doesn't take Easter Island back to the Ice Age, but it does suggest that there's a lot more that we need to find in Easter Island. And I'm just intrigued by the traditions of the Easter Islanders, by the fact that they have a memory of a flooded homeland which was destroyed in a global cataclysm. That homeland was called Hiva, and it was somewhere in the Pacific, and it was flooded in an enormous flood, and some of the survivors found their way to Easter Island. That's how the story is told, but during the period of the Polynesian expansion, there was no flooded island of large size in the Pacific Ocean. Sea levels had already stopped rising by that point. You have to go back to the end of the Ice Age to get that kind of sea level rise that would actually submerge a whole island-sized landmass. And these memories are very clear, still preserved by the Easter Islanders, they don't put a date on it, but it doesn't fit in with the conventional archaeological notion of how or when Easter Island was first settled. There's this suggestion that there's a mysterious lost history in Easter Island, and I'm of the view, and I present evidence for this in the series, that the iconic objects for which Easter Island is best known, the moai, these huge sculptured figures, are definitely not from the last 700 or 800 years. They're much, much older than that.
Is there a way to date them?
Well, largely because of the sedimentation that covers many of them up. They're covered. It was first realized when Thor Heyerdahl did an excavation there back in the 1980s. What you see when you go up onto Ranararaku, there's a number of craters on Easter Island. Rano Kau was where they found the banana phytoliths. Ranararaku was one of the main quarries out of which the moai were cut. And what you see when you go up there today is basically head and shoulders sticking out of the ground. But if you excavate those objects, those huge statues, you find they really are huge, and that they go down, and Thor Heyerdahl did this, they go down 30 feet under the ground. And they weren't deliberately buried there. They were covered by sedimentation. And so it becomes a calculation of how
much sediment per year gets
would you get
accumulated?
30 feet of sedimentation in a tiny island like Easter Island with no other landmass within 2,000 miles to contribute to the windblown dust and so on and so forth? It all has to come from Easter Island itself. So that's a suggestion that they may be much older. And again, Professor Robert Schoch at Boston University, who's done the absolute breakthrough, courageous work on the Great Sphinx and arguing that the Great Sphinx of Giza shows geological evidence of being more than 12,000 years old. Schoch is also of the view that the moai of Easter Island are vastly older than we've been told by archaeologists, and he bases that largely on the sedimentation.
Why did they make all of those statues?
Well, the explanation that we were given by an elder on Easter Island, Leo Pakarati, is that they contain magic, they contain mana, they contain a force, they contain a power which can affect crops, and which can make all right between humanity and the universe. And that they remember them today as images of ancestors who were of particular importance.
There's different sized ears and stuff that didn't.
Yeah, there's the long ears and the short ears. That's true.
The two original races.
Yeah.
The long ears and the short
The
ears.
long ears and the short ears, yeah. There's a notion that they're imbued with the power of powerful deceased individuals, and that they act as protectors for Easter Island. And there's one particular array in particular of moai, where you have 7 of the moai in a row, and that is thought to memorialize the 7 wise men who fled to Easter Island from the destruction by flood of the land of Hiva.
That seems like a big leap. Why are they the 7 men? Why is there 7? Why did the flood?
Well, that's a big leap all around the world, because there were 7 sages that brought civilization to Mesopotamia as well. According to their myths and traditions, there were 7 sages who brought civilization to Egypt in Zep-Tepi the first time, according to the Edfu texts. This notion of 7 survivors of a cataclysm is pretty widespread.
What about the similarities with other statues around the world?
Yeah, I've been quite struck by that, and I think I was lucky enough to know Thor Heyerdahl. He was an incredible, brilliant, open-minded guy, and I think if Thor he passed away in 2002, but I think if he'd had the opportunity to see Göbekli Tepe and to see the upright T-shaped megaliths there, and to see the fact that they have carved into them arms and hands, and that the hands cross across the belly like this. It's exactly the same posture as the Easter Island statues, except in the case of Göbekli Tepe, particularly in Enclosure D, where the largest megaliths are, we know that they're close to 12,000 years old. They're 11,600 years old, at least. And that precise dating cannot be put on the Easter Island statues, at least not yet, partly because nobody has looked. But there are extraordinary similarities.
Has no one done it? I don't know what you do. Carbon dating? Can you do that with this type of volcanic rock that these...
Well, you can't carbon date any kind of rock.
Right.
And has the rock... There's a thing called luminescence dating, where if a rocky object has been kept away from the light, if you can be sure that it's not seen light for thousands and thousands of years, then you can say when it was last exposed to the light.
No way.
Yeah, you can. There's some kind of radiation comes off it and allows you to say when it was last exposed to light. It doesn't necessarily tell you when it was made, but it tells you when it was last exposed to light.
When it was brought into the cave or whatever it might be.
Yeah,
that's wild.
It's a great technology. And then the other one is carbon dating, but carbon dating only works on organic materials. So
unless something's got lodged in it, and the likelihood of that not being degraded over time.
That's by and large how most dating is done by archaeologists. When archaeologists are confronted by a megalithic site, they will look for bits of datable material.
Please give us something organic.
Yeah, which ideally should be trapped underneath a megalith. In order to say
the gold standard, this was here before the thing was here.
Yeah, or to come to the conclusion that the megalith and that object have something in common in terms of their age. That's the closest you.
It's a bit of something that's trapped underneath.
Yes, it's an assumption rather than necessarily an exact dating, but it does give you a guideline, and it's pretty good.
Talking about the Americas, I noticed we haven't touched.
I just want to say one thing about Malta, which was in season 1.
Okay.
Because it's in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse, and it concerns this because there's been very tiny amount of carbon dating on Malta, hardly any. You know that Malta is a massive, extraordinary megalithic culture with gigantic megalithic temples. And until the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, the temple called Gigantia on the island of Gozo, which is one of the 2 Maltese islands, was thought to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And it was thought to be about 6,000 years old, maybe a little bit under. And this is based on largely what they call contextual dating, not on carbon dating. But they like to say there is some carbon dating that proves that Gigantea is close to 6,000 years old, because carbon dating was done 2 or 3 years ago in a project called Fraxus. But when you look at actually what they carbon dated, they didn't carbon date anything under the temple, which is a protected site. They carbon dated something that was underneath a former toilet block, 40 meters away from the temple, and therefore the conclusion that that dates the temple, even if it were under a megalith, you have to take it carefully as to how and when it got there. But if it's 40 meters away from the temple, I'm sorry, it's no use for dating the temple itself. I think it's possible that the Maltese temples may be, in some cases, as old as Göbekli Tepe. They have comparisons in common, and this dating problem is at the heart of the matter, because there's been very little reliable dating on Malta.
Getting back over to America.
Yeah.
Why haven't you talked about Northern America yet? Why we've been talking about
Yes.
Brazil, we've been talking about Mayan culture.
Two reasons, because we have filmed in North America. We had an extraordinary period of filming in Chaco Canyon. Chaco Canyon is the most incredible. They call it the Anasazi people, the old ones, the ancestral people, of the Pueblo people of that part of America today. Chaco Canyon is a massive, beautifully astronomically aligned complex of buildings and semi-subterranean circular structures, which again are astonishingly similar to the structures at Göbekli Tepe, and which even have that T-shaped motif that is very common in Göbekli Tepe. But the thing about Chaco Canyon, the biggest great house there, has got more than 400 rooms in it. And many of those rooms are completely sealed off. And archaeologists have found there's no evidence that any large population ever lived there. This place was clearly built for some sort of sacred purpose, and there is evidence that people made pilgrimages to Chaco Canyon. That's how they got there, that the place was used as a site of pilgrimage. And as above, so below. It's locked into the summer solstice sunset and sunrise, the winter solstice sunset and sunrise, different buildings, the equinoxes. They're all tied up. There are alignments that extend over distances of tens of kilometers to other structures which are perfectly in line with a solstitial alignment. This was the work of an amazing astronomical culture. No, I'm not claiming that astronomical culture was 12,000 years old. But what I'm suggesting is that ideas that it expresses may be much older than the structures themselves. So we filmed at Chaco Canyon, and we filmed at White Sands in New Mexico, where an indigenous expert, Kim Charlie, who was actually one of the people who found the footprints in the first place, was my principal informant. And it was wonderful to see the emotion that she felt about the connection of her people with these 23,000-year-old footprints. Would we have filmed elsewhere in America? Yes, but unfortunately, archaeologists prevented us from doing so.
Tell me more about that.
Well, just as they denied us access to film at Serpent Mound in Ohio in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse, we'd made an episode about Serpent Mound anyway. We were able to do some filming from neighboring land, but we were specifically denied access in a written document that I have put online, which said that the reason that they were denying us access was because I was presenting the series. And basically, they don't agree with my ideas. Therefore, the best way to censor me is not to allow me to go to Serpent Mound at all, or at least to make it as difficult as possible for me to tell a story about Serpent Mound, a story that would have honored Serpent Mound and does honor Serpent Mound. Anybody who looks at that episode in season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse will realize that. Where are we heretical? We're suggesting that the Serpent Mound's alignment to the summer solstice sunset is just slightly off. And the reason that it's slightly off isn't precession, it's another motion of the Earth, which is called the obliquity of the ecliptic. The Earth has a tilt on its axis, and that tilt shifts around 23.5 degrees, and that affects the rising position of the sun on the solstices and the setting position. And what it's targeted at is the setting position of the sun, not today, not 1,000 years ago, but 11,500 years ago. Anyway, we were stopped filming there, and that repeated in season 2. We wanted to film at Cahokia, an amazing, massive pyramid site, We wanted to film.
Where's that?
It's in Illinois. We wanted to. Let me double check that. I'm forgetting which state it's in. I do believe it's Illinois. We wanted to film it. I've been to Cahokia. It's an incredible place, but we were not allowed to film there. Filming permission was denied, again, because I'm the presenter of the series. I wanted to film at Monk's Mound in Alabama, Moundville in Alabama. We sought permission to film there. Same reason, it was denied. So if other majestic, wonderful mound sites in North America don't show up in our series, it's because archaeology didn't want us to film there.
Well, the SAA asked Netflix to recategorize your last series, so I imagine they must be thrilled that you've released another one.
Well, the SAA made a desperate, frantic, hysterical effort to have me cancelled. That's basically what it was about. They tried to, I think it's an abuse of power. They tried to use their power as a body representing 5,000 archaeologists to mount a smear campaign against Ancient Apocalypse, to say all sorts of things about it that were simply untrue, to present that in an open letter to Netflix, and to ask that Netflix reframe the series as science fiction instead of documentary. And of course, what a clever way to get someone cancelled. I mean, who's going to watch it if it's science fiction? You know, rightly and properly, it is a documentary series, and it is full of expert opinion from many, many different people. It's not a work of fiction. It's not some kind of novel. This is a documentary, but they wanted it to be called science fiction because they knew that way the viewership would be reduced.
Well, there's no...
And Netflix, fortunately, ignored it.
There's no real tension or stakes if it's just a whimsical story. The only reason that it actually drives people and is compelling, one of the reasons that it is more so is that this is being proposed as a potential real world story, not as something that's just been fabricated.
No, absolutely.
What's your...
And to the annoyance of archaeology, I think actually there are a number of archaeologists in the SAA, one called John Hoops, who's professor at the University of Kansas, was actually directly involved in the writing of that SAA open letter. And another, of course, is Flint Dibble, who I debated with on the Joe. I think they have media aspirations themselves. When I look at the reaction of a lot of these individuals, what I see fundamentally is jealousy and envy. They see that I'm getting exposure in front of a mass public, and they think it should be theirs. So, in fact, I'll say something about John Hoops and Flint Dibble in this context, which is that if individuals who define themselves as archaeologists find themselves spending more and more of their lives just attacking the work of other people, well, what archaeology are they doing? What uses? What have they contributed to human knowledge? When I look at Flint Dibble and I look at John Hoops, the answer I come to is virtually zero. They've contributed nothing to human knowledge. They're not going to make a mark on history. Nothing in the work that they've done is going to have any effect or any significance a generation or two from now. But they can make themselves significant by attacking the ideas of other people, especially if they frame those ideas as assaults upon archaeology.
What's your reflection on the debate that you had with Flint?
Well, I've finally got round to analysing that debate. I've been very busy, as you can imagine, with making season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, which went on, finalisation of that series went on long after the debate in April, and I've not had time. But I did finally sit down to fact-check Flint Dibble, and I've just put that video online quite recently, as we're talking, just a couple of days ago. What I've done is I've just compared the statements that Flint makes in the debate with the facts. I'm hardly injecting my own words into it at all. It's just important, I think, for people to understand the tactics that were used in that debate. I do think that Flint is a better debater than me, and I say that in the video. I do think he was better prepared than me. But some of the tactics that he used, I'm not going to define them here. I would prefer that people look at the video. So the video can be found on my YouTube channel. And I'm going to follow that up ultimately with the only talk that I'm going to give in North America next year. Because next year is looking to be very busy, but I'm going to give a talk on the 19th and 20th of April in Sedona, 2 days of talks. I'm going to present a whole series of arguments called The Fight for the Past. And the link for that is up on the events page of my website. And I hope people will join me there. And I hope people who are critical of my ideas will join me there, because I want to open up to audience discussion in this. But I think my feeling was I felt quite beaten down after the debate. I felt that I'd done badly. I felt that I'd let my side down, my side being the alternative approach to archaeology. But as time has gone by, and as I've looked at the tactics that Flint used in that debate, and as more and more people have become aware of those tactics, I've realized that in a way it was a good thing that I wasn't the outright winner of that debate, because what it did was it showed to a wide general public the true face of archaeology, which is the skull behind the smile of archaeology, which is an archaeology that seeks to crush and destroy other people, to ridicule and diminish their life's work, to insult them, to humiliate them. That's what comes across in the debate that I had with Flint Dibble. And unfortunately, his kind of archaeologist is most vocal in the issue of attacking alternative views of the past. I think it's very good that the public got to see an archaeologist doing that over a period of several hours in a debate. And I'm actually quite glad that I didn't do better than I did. But I'm also glad now that I've had time to put the record straight with this video.
How has it been personally to spend such a long time being criticized so heavily from so many people?
Yeah, it goes back a fairly long way. My first book about a historical mystery was called The Sign and the Seal, A Quest for the Lost Ark of the Covenant. It's based on my years of experience in Ethiopia and looks at Ethiopia's claim to possess the Ark of the Covenant. I'd written many books before that, but they were entirely on current affairs issues. The Sign and the Seal was the first book I wrote about a historical mystery. None of my books about current affairs issues received much criticism. The Sign and the Seal didn't either. It was quite welcomed as an interesting story. Good Lord, could the Ark of the Covenant actually be in Ethiopia?
What is the Ark of the Covenant?
As the Ethiopians claim. Well, you've obviously not seen Raiders of the Lost Ark then. It's the Indiana Jones movie. It's the object that's described in the Book of Exodus, carried on carrying poles, made of gold, wood and gold, with the tablets of the Ten Commandments supposedly inside it. I won't go into the long details of why it might be in Ethiopia, but my point is that book only got to number 6 in the bestseller list. And that seemed to be just a little bit below the horizon where archaeologists needed to attack it. But the next book, Fingerprints of the Gods, got to number 1 on the bestseller list, not only in the UK, but also in 6 other countries, including Italy and Japan. It became a worldwide phenomenon. And that attracted the eye of Sauron from archaeologists who, even then in 1995, were very annoyed that the public were listening to me. And that's when I started to be directly targeted and attacked by archaeologists and by non-archaeologists who support the archaeological mainstream position. And those attacks grew increasingly furious and unpleasant during the 1990s. And I naturally began to feel quite annoyed about them myself, and I began to feel that I needed to defend myself against these kind of things. I couldn't just let it happen. So I can say that really I've been locked in a kind of argument with archaeology since the mid-1990s. And from time to time they've got a big TV program to attack me, like BBC Horizon did a big so-called expose on my work in around the year 2000. There were some serious errors in the Horizon presentation, and it's the first time ever that BBC Horizon has been forced to re-edit and reissue a program. But those errors were there because the archaeologists behind it wanted me and my colleagues like Robert Boval destroyed, stopped in our tracks. Don't let these people speak, because goodness knows they might mislead the public. And this is a problem that I have with this attitude within archaeology, which is an attitude fundamentally of disrespect towards the intelligence of the general public. I think sovereign adults should have the right to make up their own minds. They should have the right to explore alternative points of view. those who are presenting alternative points of view should not be stopped from filming at sites where those alternative points of view can express. It should be an open market in ideas, and the general public is quite intelligent enough to make up its own mind about which idea it supports and which it doesn't. I strongly reject the tendency within a small faction of archaeologists who nevertheless present themselves as speaking for the rest, and who the rest circle the wagons around whenever necessary. I strongly resent their notion that they somehow need to tell the public what to think.
Has it been frustrating for you as somebody who wants to focus on work, not perverse incentives, but the temptation to play defense for yourself, given that lots of accusations are coming at you, which then means that if you don't respond, the vacuum of response sometimes sucks in speculation or seems like complicity or, a lie through omission or whatever it might be. So this, do you ever sort of feel wistful for how much of your life has been spent this back and forth? I've heard you have this conversation a number of times with Joe. I've heard you do it directly to Flint. It's evident that this has been something that's got under your skin for a long time, and it's been poke continuously. But I think about how much time of both archaeologists doing the debunking and then I think what's now technically referred to as dedunking, which is the reverse of the debunking.
Debunking the mainstream, that's Dan Richards.
Yes.
His channel is called Dedunking. He's done some great work, and I'd like to give a shout out to another YouTube channel run by a guy called Independent Scholar. That's his handle. He's done some excellent. It's a very small channel right now, but it deserves to be bigger.
I like that dedunking word. But my point being that so much time of both established mainstream archaeology, yourself, and then from what I can tell, even parts of your psychology, maybe this anger predisposition has played into it a little bit, has been captured by criticism. Criticism captured in many ways.
It's made me defensive. Just take a look at a book that I published in 2002 called Underworld. It's about 1,000 pages long. It's got 2,000 footnotes. I wrote that book defensively. That book describes the 7 years of scuba diving that I and my wife Samantha did to look at structures that were submerged by rising sea level at the end of the last ice age. But I made it a very heavy read because I was trying to bulletproof it against the attacks that I knew were going to come. And as a result, it's a much heavier read than most of my books. I don't feel I need to write so defensively now, but I do feel that I need to document and provide the source for every single statement that I make. So that I can't be accused of misrepresenting information. I'm aware that I'm surrounded by a group of hostile people who want to find any error or mistake in my work and magnify it into some kind of conspiracy that Hancock is involved in. Look, when the SAA wrote that open letter to Netflix, it took me a month to research and document my rebuttal to the SAA's open letter. And that rebuttal, part of it, I actually read out during this video I've told you about, but it's on my website. It's in my blog. A detailed rebuttal to the points that I make. So that was a month of my life that I could have been doing something much more constructive with. That I was spent immersed in each and every one of their criticisms to show that those criticisms are not based on anything solid. Yes, it's most unfortunate. Why can't archaeology be a bit kinder and a bit more generous at this? Well, why is it necessary for people who define themselves as scientists? I don't think archaeologists are scientists. I think they're like the lady who protests too much. I think that's a Shakespearean line. They desperately want to be scientists. But why should they have this power? Why should they have this ability to just use their authority to try to shut people down?
I saw a interesting video about pseudo-archaeology and how it's a dangerous gateway. Basically, accusing you of being the beginning of a radicalization pipeline, because questioning the status quo and established theories in archaeology gets you very quickly into Rothschild and Blizzard people things soon enough.
Well, I think I was amused by my first season of Ancient Apocalypse being called the most dangerous show on Netflix in newspapers and by archaeologists. And I've never seen why that should be the case, and my rebuttal to the SAA's open letter makes that clear. Just remind, how did we get onto that point? I'm getting tired.
No, I was saying that what's it been like psychologically dealing with all of the criticism, and then there was this pseudo-archaeology pipeline into danger.
Oh yes, the idea that thinking for oneself about the past might dangerously lead to thinking for oneself about other things too. This has often been connected to the climate change issue. People said, my goodness, if people believe, Hancock, that we're wrong about the past, then they'll believe experts are wrong about climate change as well. And that's one of the reasons why it's seen as dangerous. But behind that is a notion that the public should not be provided with information that can enable them to make choices between different points of view. And I think that's the heart of a democracy. It's the heart of a democratic system, that we should have an open forum for alternative points of view. And rather than despising the public and think that they need to be told what to think by so-called experts who are archaeologists, we should trust the public to make up their own mind on information, and we should provide that information to them. And I don't think that's dangerous. I think what's dangerous is shutting that down.
Can we talk a little bit about Stonehenge? Because there was some recent revelations that came out about the distance that the central rocks had travelled.
Well, one from Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, that's for the people who aren't in the UK. UK is not as big as America, all right? But that's a good distance.
You're looking at hundreds of miles.
With a pretty big rock.
With a pretty hefty multi-ton rock. Yeah.
And that's 4,000 years old?
4,000 or more years old. There's parts of Stonehenge that are much older. There was a Woodhenge at Stonehenge, which may go back as much as 10,000 years into the past. This is a site that was developed over a long period of time. We're looking at the latest incarnation of it at around 4,000 years ago. Another mystery is that the blue stones, the smaller stones at Stonehenge, also don't come from the Marlborough Downs, where Stonehenge stands. They come from Wales. They were brought a distance of more than 100 miles. And in fact, you can see almost see a template of Stonehenge in the Preseli Mountains in Wales, where these stones were cut out of and brought to, you could actually put them back into the gaps that have been left for them. So the ancients were doing something on a very large scale across hundreds of miles to create that site. And of course we have no documents that have survived from that period, so we don't know why. But what we do know is that Stonehenge, like Serpent Mound, like the Great Sphinx, is oriented at a key moment in the solar year. In the case of Stonehenge, it's sunrise on the summer solstice. In the case of Serpent Mound, it's sunset on the summer solstice. But you can see the connection, that as above, so below, that we're seeing in the Americas, we're also seeing in ancient Britain. And I'm not saying that that's because it came from ancient Britain to ancient America, or from ancient America to ancient Britain. I'm saying that the best explanation for that is that both received a legacy from an older and lost civilization.
Up next, would you ever consider doing any work in Antarctica?
I don't see the point. I don't see the point. I'd love to go to Antarctica and see that magnificence, but what work could I usefully do? I'd have to have a billionaire backer and lots of amazing kit. To start investigating under the ice properly in Antarctica.
Where would you like to go next then, if it's not Antarctica?
I intend to spend the next year refocusing on ancient Egypt. I've been out of ancient Egypt for quite a while, but I've recently mended my fences and established a new friendship with Zahi Hawass, who is the leading Egyptian Egyptologist. And I hope to work with Zahi rather than... We've buried our old conflict, and there was a conflict between us. We've decided that is not fruitful for either of us. He has his point of view, I respect it, and it's based on his lifetime exposure to the mysteries of ancient Egypt, and he comes at it from a mainstream archaeological point of view. I've been exposed to ancient Egypt for 30 years, and I'm coming at it from an alternative point of view, and how interesting to work together to... it's the first time I might have a really constructive long-term working relationship with him. So, and it's odd, because Zahi and I were once at daggers drawn. But, we're both getting old, and we both feel that there's no point in having bitterness in life. So I want to get back to ancient Egypt, and I want to spend a lot more time there. I think Egypt is the heart of the mystery. That's where, ultimately, all the stories will come out.
I originally had this plan that obviously you're not aware of, because I never told you. But we may be able to make it work, I guess, with your newfound Egyptian contact and your next focus, I wanted to do a podcast at sunrise in front of the pyramids of Giza with you at some point. I imagine that getting the license from the Egyptian government may be difficult. I imagine that all of the technical problems, all the rest of it. But if and when you're ready to do that, I've got the team that can put it together. So
I think we could make it happen. I think we could make it happen. But I would say what you want is sunrise by the Sphinx, or between the Sphinx and the second pyramid, behind the.
I'm happy to negotiate.
Looking precisely in the direction of the gaze of the Sphinx, and watch the sun come over the horizon directly in the eye line of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is oriented perfectly to the sunrise at dawn on the spring equinox.
I will allow you to contribute to the location, but maybe we can make that work. Graham Hancock, ladies and gentlemen. Graham, I really appreciate you. I appreciate your bravery to be able to go and do this stuff. The new series, which I got early access to, which is pretty sweet, on Netflix, is really awesome. I actually prefer the second series to the first one. I think that the pacing is awesome. It's engaging. Where should people go, and what can they expect over the next however long?
Well, the series goes public on Netflix. It's released on Netflix on the 16th of October, Wednesday the 16th of October. So anybody anywhere in the world who has Netflix will be able to watch Ancient Apocalypse Season 2 from the 16th of October 2024 onwards. And that's one of the great things about Netflix, is that when you put a year and a half of effort into making something on this scale, it doesn't just disappear with one showing. It stays there for a long period of time, so people can view it even a year or 2 years or 3 years after it was first released.
And to keep up to date with everything else that you're doing?
My website is the primary focus, grahamhancock.com. And of course, I have a substantial Facebook page. I have a personal page, but I would look up author Graham Hancock. It's my author page that is my main Facebook page, and I have a Twitter account as well. Maybe we can put them under the description in your when you release this.
Heck yeah, Graham, I appreciate you.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed that, you will love my full-length 3.5-hour conversation with Eric Weinstein. Right here. Go on.
People are losing their minds over the Game Awards. But I feel like this sort of thing happens just about every single year. I mean, it's everybody's favorite hobby, right? You have your favorite games, and when they don't get nominated or recognized, you start to ask some questions. And to be honest with you, over the last couple of years, the way that things have been going, I think people are asking questions for all the right reasons. I want to say this first. I am so happy that I was wrong in my assumption that Black Myth Wukong was going to get pushed out of the Game Awards. Especially
people were just saying that to start up drama. Everybody was trying to say, before the Game Awards nominations happened, they were trying to say that Jeff Keighley was getting bullied by AAA game devs to give Dragon Age Veilguard Game of the Year. Like, they had already presupposed that it would be nominated and that it would even actually win.
How that game was treated up to its launch and then thereafter.
Yeah.
It's actually funny. I saw a bunch of people go back to my video from a couple weeks ago talking about that very issue and trying to rub my face in the fact that I was wrong and that it got nominated. I'm just sitting here like, yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah,
I'm happy that happened, especially after everything that game went through. What were you expecting? Oh, I'll do it the right way. This is what you want. So this morning, I woke and
do an apology video for something that you said might happen in an award show.
Looked at myself in the mirror and I questioned everything about myself. Who is this lie? Who is this shell of a man? You don't even belong on YouTube. How dare you say your opinions on the internet, you fool! I'm so sorry.
Now, I'm pretty good YouTube apology video. I'd say it's decent. I think also, I do think that people need to stop posting bullshit. And like, oh, this is what's going to happen. There's this leak that I heard about, and it said that they're going to make every character in the new game, they're going to make them gay and trans. They're going to be gay, trans, Muslim, atheists. Yeah, no, I heard this from insider information. That's what's going to happen. Okay.
Getting a game.
Please stop.
But that doesn't mean that this year's award show isn't without controversy.
No.
There's actually plenty of it. Not only are we seeing a poker roguelike slip its way right into the Game of the Year category, but we're seeing a DLC and also even some underhanded or seemingly underhanded changes to the voting process before the nominees went up. Now, one of the things that I've actually seen quite a lot of recently is people asking, why are you even upset in the first place? Who cares about these awards? They're meaningless.
They care about the awards. That's why they made the award show. And if they didn't care about the awards, then they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. This is, again, bro, I hate this. This is the one thing that people do that I hate. It's when they say, oh, it doesn't matter. Bitch, if it didn't matter, you wouldn't have done it. Don't do something and then get mad when other people say, why did you do it?
It's nothing but a show of vanity more than anything else, but I'm here to tell you that they mean a little bit more than that. Many people dismiss the Game Awards as a shallow vanity showcase, a glitzy night where the industry insiders pat each other on the back, and there's little substance that comes from it. But this perspective overlooks the tangible benefits that ripple through the industry, particularly for the developers who win and the players who engage with their work. The Game of the Year award in particular serves as more than just a shiny badge. It's a moment of recognition that often carries significant financial and cultural weight. For developers, winning Game of the Year can be transformative. It's not just a morale booster for the team, it's a marketing gold mine. A game that wins the award can see a surge in sales, especially with the Game Awards coming just before the holidays, as both new and returning players flock to see what made that game so special. It's the kind of exposure that the most aggressive
a lot of like my normie IRL friends, they know Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, they do. They're like, oh yeah, that's the game that was really good, right? They know Elden Ring, like, oh yeah, that's the game everybody said was really good. Like, yeah, that's the one.
Rising campaign can't buy, because it means that your game is genuinely one of the best of the year, if not
exactly. It was Hi-Fi Rush. Then Hi-Fi Rush Studios got. Nobody played Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush was one of those games that like everybody said was really good, but nobody played it. Like streamers are like that sometimes too, where like everybody says like, oh yeah, this guy's such a great streamer. It's like, well, if they're so great, why did they get 800 viewers? They've streamed for 10 years. But it's like everybody circle jerks about how good they are. There's a lot of people that do shit like that. Rising Star. I think they should give it to her for the third year. I do. I think it'd be really funny if they did that. It would be so funny.
Best of the year. Beyond the immediate revenue, it often cements the developer's reputation, making it easier for them to secure funding or creative freedom for future projects. That recognition becomes a signal to investors and publishers that the studio is capable of delivering on excellence, giving them the leverage they might not have had otherwise. While a lot of sales
This is true also with movies. Think about the creative liberty that a guy like Christopher Nolan has versus some random director that just basically makes whatever slop that they're supposed to make. That's the reason why it matters too. It's the same with like From Software. Like, oh yeah, we're going to go from our massive blockbuster Elden Ring hit and we're going to make a mech game? A mech game? What? For the 7 guys in Japan that play them? And the 1 fat guy in America that still plays them? That's 8 people. Well, they did it anyway. It's called Armored Core 6. It's a great game.
Earn a lot of heads, continued recognition, player engagement, and media representation can sometimes push these games even further beyond.
Yeah, they do.
Just using Baldur's Gate 3 as an example, while it soared at the start, smashing sales records for the company, it was ultimately recognized as the ultimate game of the year, earning the award on every professional stage across the entire industry, totaling 7 different Game of the Year wins. As a result, the game.
Look at this guy. Like this, you know, you're talking about a fantasy writer. Lawrence Stick. Expert writer. I immediately believe him. Of course he is. Look at it. Absolutely. Yeah. Of course.
The year wins. As a result, the game stayed in the news circuit, keeping invested players engaged in discussion outside of the game and helping it to reach the ears and eyes of more players around the world. Hell, it's still talked about and referenced even a year later. While this is a testament to the excellence of the game itself, Baldur's Gate 3 is genuinely one of the best games in the last decade, if not one of the best games of all time. There are quite a few people that are out there that keep seeing this game talked about, keep seeing it win, and say, fine, okay, I'll try it. Now, players...
like, as I said, I have a real-life friend of mine. Like, we went to, like, middle school, high school together, like, college together a little bit. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, what are you playing? He's like, yeah, I'm replaying Cyberpunk 2077, and I've been trying to get back into Elden Ring, and on the weekends, I play Baldur's Gate 3 with my dad and my brothers. Like, that's like fucking S-tier normie gaming, and, I mean, that's some good fucking taste, isn't it? You know, like it was. Where does he find the time? I don't even know if he works 20 hours a week now. And he's getting paid over $100 grand. He's doing tech support. He's talking about all these vacations he's going to go on, like everything. Like, he, like, you know, remember that one day that, like, all the systems went down? He woke up at, like, 9:30 and, like, it was already fixed. He's like, what the... 64 missed calls. What the... Oh, it's fixed? Okay, great. It's not a big deal. Yeah, this is a better life. Yeah, bro, this guy has it dicked. What job's he working at? I'm not going to expose him. I don't want to mess with a good thing. I told him, I was like, man, like, you make sure, like, watch out. Like, you don't want to lose that job.
Also reap the benefits, perhaps not in the most obvious ways, but a Game of the Year win sets a bar for quality that other studios want to strive to meet. It tells the industry this is what resonated the most with an audience and critics alike, and developers take note of it. The success of games like Baldur's Gate 3, The Last of Us, Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild, all of these inspire trends in storytelling, world building, and gameplay mechanics that ripple into future titles. It raises expectations and in many cases pushes the industry forward. Even acknowledgement of smaller titles in other categories can give a moment of spotlight, bringing a niche experience to players who may not have discovered it otherwise. I can't tell you guys how...
Did Persona 5 win any awards or Persona 3 Reload? I don't know. Because, like, I beat Metaphor. I actually think that game... If it wasn't for how good Black Myth Wukong was, I would think that game should get Game of the Year. Real shit.
Many times I found an indie title or a gem that I otherwise hadn't heard of, and it was just because it was nominated in the Game Awards. At its best, the Game Awards is more than just a vanity parade. It's a cultural touchstone for the gaming community, celebrating not only what games are, but what they can be in the end. They drive innovation, give well-earned recognition to creative teams, and expose players to games that they otherwise may have overlooked. So while the event is undeniably flashy, its impact is far from superficial. It's a celebration that benefits the entire ecosystem. Now, I'm not saying... It's
a good thing. Like, people want to win awards. That's why the award shows exist. Like, yeah, award shows are great. People care about it. People say you've turned into a certified yapper. What have I been doing for the past 4 years?
That the Game Awards create success by any means. It's just that they're giving them a little bit of an extra nudge, that little extra added momentum that's helping them get even more successful than what they were at the very start. And this is especially true for holiday buyers because they walk into stores or maybe they see an ad pop up on social media or on an app or something like that. They see that a game has that Game of the Year sticker and they think that it's a solid buy, a great Christmas gift for somebody. And chances are,
it is
4 times than not, they're right. That ends up being the case. I know for years, my mom almost always would buy me the Game of the Year game because it was the easiest choice for her to make because she didn't really understand the games or the hobby or anything like that. And, you know, as a kid and then even then after, yeah, it worked almost every single time. But, you know, the thing is that it goes beyond that. It's also just the recognition of being nominated in the first place. In a lot of cases, especially for the players, this is a way for us to come across games that we otherwise didn't have any interest in or maybe didn't.
Also for like games that you think deserve, like as like fans of a game, like I want to see that game do well. I want to see people say, bro, this shit was lit. I want to see it get the acknowledgement that I think it deserves.
Even see at all. I think one of the best examples of this is Balatro. The game has exploded all of a sudden. Now everybody's talking about it, and for the most part, the vast majority of these folks haven't even heard of it.
Yeah,
And
I
honestly, they should probably be thankful of that. I have over 400 hours in the game, and I wish that I could get that time back. No, I actually don't wish I could get that time back. I don't know where that time went. I thought I only played it for like 10 hours, but
great. People care about it. People say you've turned into a certified yapper. What have I been doing for the past 4 years?
That the Game Awards create success by any means. It's just that they're giving them a little bit of an extra nudge, that little extra added momentum that's helping them get even more successful than what they were at the very start. And this is especially true for holiday buyers because they walk into stores or maybe they see an ad pop up on social media or on an app or something like that. They see that a game has that Game of the Year sticker and they think that it's a solid buy, a great Christmas gift for somebody. And chances are,
it is.
More times than not, they're right. That ends up being the case. I know for years, my mom almost always would buy me the Game of the Year game because it was the easiest choice for her to make because she didn't really understand the games, the hobby, or anything like that. And, you know, as a kid and then even then after, yeah, it worked almost every single time. But, you know, the thing is that it goes beyond that. It's also just the recognition of being nominated in the first place. In a lot of cases, especially for the players, this is a way for us to come across games that we otherwise didn't have any interest in or maybe didn't.
Also for like games that you think deserve, like as like fans of a game, like I want to see that game do well. I want to see people say, bro, this shit was lit. I want to see it get the acknowledgement that I think it deserves.
Even see at all. I think one of the best examples of this is Balatro. The game has exploded all of a sudden. Now everybody's talking about it, and for the most part, the vast majority of these folks haven't even heard of it.
Yeah,
and
I
honestly, they should probably be thankful of that. I have over 400 hours in the game, and I wish that I could get that time back. No, I actually be thankful. The vast majority of these folks haven't even heard of it.
Yeah,
and honestly, they should probably be thankful of that. I have over 400 hours in the game, and I wouldn't see at all. I think one of the best examples of this is Balatro. The game has exploded all of a sudden. Now everybody's talking about it, and for the most part, the vast majority of these folks haven't even heard of it.
Yeah,
and honestly, they should probably be thankful of that. I have over 400 hours in the game, and I wish that I could get that time back. No, I actually don't wish I could get that time back. I don't know where that time went. I thought I only played it for like 10 hours, but sometimes I hear the music in my sleep. That's the power of these awards. That's what they can do for these companies. It's also what they can do for the players. Not only is it setting an example for games that we want in the future, and it's exposing players to games that we otherwise would have overlooked, but it's just that recognition that a lot of these studios deserve for the hard work that they put in delivering something that we actually wanted. And I think that's one of the most important part. But let's not kid ourselves. At the end of the day, we love validation. It's one of the reasons why we like social media.
Yeah, I want a pat on the head. I want them to tell me that I want the middle-aged man to tell me that my video game decision was the right call. You made the right decision in investing 200 hours of your life into this game. It's a good game.
Much just because we like seeing the little dots and likes and updates and all that good stuff, and we want to have our opinions validated, and we love to see the game that we love the most voted as the best game of the year. And, you know, there are a couple surprises this year. Paul Tossi of Forbes wrote up a solid summary in an article titled...
See, this is the one I have to play. Like, I really feel like, I feel like a dick sucker for not playing Astrobot. Like, I really need to play this game, try it out. Because I've heard so many things about this game being good. And, like, this is an Asmongold game. Like, I love games like this.
Got a Game Awards 2024 Game of the Year nomination, and what didn't. Writing the nominees, Astrobot, the platforming love letter to PlayStation, is one of the best entries in the genre in years, and it's no surprise that it's a celebration of not just the PlayStation IP, but what feels like gaming in general is nominated here. I would personally consider this the front runner. Metaphor ReFantazio.
I cannot imagine thinking that's the front runner over Black Myth Wukong or Metaphor ReFantazio. Like, I'm sorry, I cannot even imagine that. However, okay.
Stunning new RPG entry from Atlas of Persona fame. This latecomer immediately captivated audiences and launched it into a surprise Game of the Year contention, which has been realized with the nomination here.
He was right about everything, by the way.
Win. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This was effectively a sure thing in terms of landing a nomination, beloved by critics and most fans.
This is the one I think is going to win.
Less guaranteed, but it feels like it's dueling for the top 2 or 3 for sure. Black Myth Wukong. It has both a whole lot of fans and set explosive sales records thanks to its popularity globally, but especially in China. It's an extremely competitive year, and the game reviewed well, albeit not spectacularly, and I wasn't expecting it to make the cut. I was wrong. Here it is on the list, selected by a jury, landing a top spot. A win does feel difficult given the competition, but we'll see.
The reviews, I really wish that game reviewers would stop taking their reviews seriously, which I feel like is never going to happen, obviously. But, like, you can't self-reference your own opinion as, like, a surprise that I'm surprised that this game this game got nominated even though everybody in my industry said it was bad. Yeah, because who cares?
True. Unlike anything on this list, the Brilliant card game has been a sleeper mega hit all year, and I thought it might slide into a nomination here. You'd love to see it.
Yeah,
Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. In the last few days, there has been a flurry of drama over the fact that the Game Awards confirmed that, yes, DLC or expansions could be nominated for Game of the Year. While the immediate aftermath of this discussion was about a likely nomination or even win for Shadow of the Erdtree, it was still up to the voters whether they considered whether or not they would count it. Enough did, it seems. Could it win now? That would spark some more opinions. Now, these are the games that did not receive nominations.
I don't think a DLC should get Game of the Year, because you can't play a DLC. You can only play the game that the DLC exists for. I think it's ridiculous.
Helldivers 2, an explosively popular game that shattered perceptions of whether Sony could produce a live service hit. It has certainly had its ups and downs since its release, but it's hard to forget that stellar initial launch period, and it's a multiplayer entry that failed to get a nomination. This may be the biggest snub if we're playing that game.
I think that Helldivers 2 was a very one-dimensional experience. I wish that Helldivers 2 had the same progression path and the same type of gameplay progression that, like, Space Marine 2 had. Or, like, I'm trying to think, like, maybe Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, like, some degree of, like, character progression. Because, like, that, yeah, in any shape or form, yeah, like, I just feel like you needed something.
Silent Hill 2. This one was bound to be controversial as a remake, but Silent Hill 2 put up a large amount of nominations overall before the Game of the Year slate was ever even announced.
I don't want to see a remake win Game of the Year. I don't want to see remakes, remasters, or DLCs win Game of the Year. I don't think they should be categorized. It's not fair.
However, land an actual Game of the Year nomination itself, which was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
Dragon Age: The Veilguard. There was some theorizing that games journalists would rally behind this game to get it nominated, but despite its solid enough reviews and many Dragon Age...
Despite their reviews, who cares about the reviews?
Fans enjoying it, it's not exactly a product similar in the full-on glory days of BioWare, and as such, it did not land a nomination.
What he means to say is that the game sucked dick and nobody liked it. That's why it didn't sell very well. Yeah, that's what he meant, like, to say, yeah, it sucked dick, and so obviously they weren't going to nominate it because it'd be embarrassing. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a remake? What do you mean? What do you mean? What I mean is that I haven't played Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth, but a lot of people, like, I get half of people telling me that it's a remake and half of people telling me that it's not a remake. So I don't know what to think because I never played the original game and I haven't played the remake either. So I try not to really have an opinion about it. But that's why I'm not categorizing it.
Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Certainly a departure from the traditional Zelda game, but still a bit of a surprise that it...
They replaced Zelda with a girl? What the fuck? What is this gay feminist bullshit?
Represent Nintendo on the Game of the Year list. I suppose it's not a mainstream entry, but you don't often find Nintendo missing out on a best game contender during a given year. Tekken 8. A 90 Metacritic score might normally guarantee a placement on the list in most years, but Tekken suffers from being in the relatively niche fighting game genre where it will unfortunately be overlooked by most voters. It's likely a favorite for best fighting game of the year, obviously.
Yeah.
Now that we've gone over the summaries, a few of these games stand out amongst the rest, and they cause quite a bit of criticism. Helldivers 2 not being in the running, Silent Hill 2, while a remake, was still received incredibly well. Balatro is an indie hit that many haven't heard of, but it still made the list. And Dragon Age the Veilguard, for all of the praise that it got, ended up just being in the accessibility category next to Diablo 4, which, let's be...
Oh, yeah, accessibility. What's the accessibility? Oh, hey, retard. Hey, you're in a wheel, you can't move your arms. That means you're probably stupid. Hey, okay, so you have to go get the, you see the blue triangle? You have to put it in a hole that's blue and it's a triangle. Hey, stupid. Hey, hey, I know you're quadriplegic, which means that you can't think. So we're gonna tell you 5 times how to do this. And oh no, we're not gonna make the game easier to play. No. We're just gonna make it to where everything dies in one hit. That's not accessibility. Yeah, there you go. It's so patronizing. I can't believe it. It's dumbass proof, yeah.
Be real, that's more or less them just thanking them for coming. I'm genuinely shocked that Pal World wasn't mentioned anywhere, and again, the media really torched that game on release, but the biggest...
I think that Pal World, there's also another hidden agenda with Pal World, is that I think companies don't want to get on the bad side of Nintendo. I'm just being honest. I can see why.
Thumb is Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, a DLC. Yeah. This has to be the first time ever that we've ever seen a DLC creep into the category of Game of the Year, and people have been talking about it. While most people seem to generally agree that a DLC shouldn't be in the running for Game of the Year and are upset that it likely will push out whatever their favorite game is, there are some in game development and games media that have begun to push back. As an example, Greg Miller of Kinda Funny Games tweeted out saying DLC should be eligible for Game of the Year. It's a game. It's
not a game. Can you play Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree? No. You can only play it if you played Elden Ring. It's not a game. That's like saying a patch should win out Game of the Year. Like it's factually untrue statement. Like, can you play Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree? No, unless you played the original game. And you cannot disconnect the existing game from the DLC and look at it objectively. It's dependent. Yeah, it's just not true.
People played this year. If it's that good, it should be honored. Thomas Mahler of Moon Studios also tweeted out saying, it seems that a few people are upset that the Elden Ring DLC has been nominated for the Game of the Year award at this year's Game Awards. Let me be clear, I'm 100% on board with this decision and told Jeff Keighley the same a few months ago. The industry is changing and we're moving from box products and sequelitis more towards games that are kept alive. It makes sense to do so. I think that in the future, we're going to see more and more games that are treated as mere platforms that are receiving updates continuously, and we should celebrate those achievements just as much as we are celebrating entirely new products.
I agree. I just think, God, it sounds so bad. I think they should just be separate but equal, right? I think it's fine to do that. That's totally okay. But I just want to have another category for it. Like, just have like a DLC or like a patch update or something. Yeah, a new category. Like that's all I want. I mean, like, how about this? Get rid of the VR category. Nobody cares about that. And just add in DLC instead.
I could go through a ton of other examples. A lot of the conversation is revolving around the exact same thing, but I just want to say that the quality and vastness of the content is not in contention. Shadow of the Erdtree was exactly what fans wanted and more. It's one of the biggest highlights this year. It was one of the things I was looking forward to playing most this year.
I hated
With that said, it doesn't matter if Shadow of the Erdtree was 4 times the size of Elden Ring. It's a DLC, not a game. You have to own the base version of Elden Ring to play it. It's not a standalone title, and from my perspective, this sets a bad precedent, not only for the Game Awards, but for the industry, especially because now we are just normalizing games, especially single-player games, becoming a continued platform that is recognized for the same achievements as newly minted titles. Developers making brand new games incurring significant...
Yeah, and that's another really big... He's bringing up such a great point right now, because what he's doing is he's saying that it's creating a feedback loop that keeps new games out of the market. because like now there's a feedback loop where like old games can cannibalize hype from new games.
Significantly more
Like,
risk
like
in
movies,
doing
you
so.
know?
They're not just continuing a game that's already successful. DLC is released every single year for an assortment of games. There is no reason that there shouldn't be a category for best DLC or for the games with the DLC to be included in best ongoing game. Are we supposed to believe that making games with the DLC?
Does he do? They don't do. He doesn't do that. I thought only the one that's in the castle, Mesmer's castle, does this. I don't think the ones in the outdoor areas that they do. There's a second boss one. Really? You killed it? Oh. Well, I don't. You just killed it too fast. Of course I did. That makes sense. Because I'm really good at the game.
To be included in best ongoing game. Are we supposed to believe that making a DLC is just as challenging as creating a new IP from the ground up? So from my perspective, it actually feels as though Shadow of the Erdtree is more or less a proxy that was put in place to block the nomination of something else entirely. Whether that was Space Marine 2 or Helldivers 2 or maybe even Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Let's see, what game do I think should have gotten in the Game of the Year nomination? I don't know. I feel like Space Marine 2 and Stellar Blade are pretty much the same. But I also think that like Black Myth Wukong and Metaphor are like such a clear cut above those games. Like those Stellar Blade and like Space Marine, they're like a solid 8. Where I feel like Metaphor and like what do you call it? The other one, Black Myth, they're at least a solid 9. Core Keeper? I don't know. Yeah, another Crab's Treasure. I would love to see indie games like that have their own category.
I realize this is more of a conspiracy than anything else, but keep in mind, Paul just said there were some rumblings of games journalists that were trying to push Dragon Age the Veilguard through, regardless of everything else that was going on around that game, and maybe forcing Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree into the conversation blocked that game or some other game from being nominated.
Yeah, there's no way.
It's too easy to vote for. It's likely the most widely played game this year by the most people and one of the most well-known names in all of gaming. It would be like if Baldur's Gate 3 released a DLC. It would be the exact same thing because it's the most popular game. It's one of the most talked about games and everybody has seen it, especially if we're talking about the panelists that they've included in this, and we're going to talk a little bit on that as well. But I've seen a lot of chatter about Balatro specifically. While there's been some people pointing out Shadow of the Erdtree, a lot of it's actually been pointed at Balatro and saying that it doesn't deserve to be on the list. And while I think you could maybe make a case for some of the other indie hits that came out this year, the game deserves its nomination. For the people that are out there that are just
not every like this is like the only people that think it doesn't deserve a nomination are people that like I feel like they're like the worst kind of players, right? They're the people that are like basically they decide, is this game a good or not? I don't know. How good are the graphics? How many people are playing it? Like what? How do you make a decision based off of that?
Thinking that the game is purely poker. I'm sorry. You haven't played the game. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The amount of people that are
I haven't played it either.
Trying to minimize this game while saying that all the other games are that much more innovative and creative when they're quite literally just copies of other games themselves is ridiculous to me. It is. And plus on top of that, I just personally really like the story of how the game came to be in the first place. Guys working a part-time job or a full-time job while he, at the exact same time, is working on a game for like 2 years, trying to put this together by himself to make a portfolio so that he can get a job in game development.
Well, now
the
he's
game
gonna be able to get a
explodes,
job.
it blows up. It's already spawned copycat games. It's sold millions of copies. It really is a innovative, interesting game, super fun to play. I recommend it to everybody. I made a video on it like 7 months ago. You guys need to go watch that. It was actually really good. But it's one of those.
I love that, bro. Like, yeah, my video that I made was so good. You guys should go watch my video. What a good video that was. Absolutely, I love it.
Games that I definitely think does deserve a spot. With that said, I will say that there is some serious inconsistency with some of these nominations. And I think the reason why is because of how these awards are being conducted.
Yeah.
Not only is it some of the changes that they made to their website, to their rulings, to the games that could be nominated, but it's also the paneling. And I understand why players are upset about a lot of the nominations or how this is being handled, because they don't feel like they're being represented.
No.
To be honest with you, with some of the things I've seen people talking about, well, they don't want to see you represented. Ever.
Yeah.
In an article from The Gamer titled "The Game Awards Has a Bigger Problem Than Shadow of the Erdtree," the writer Stacey Henley effectively hand waves the players' questions and criticisms, saying that the rules haven't changed last minute, and these awards were always going to be controversial. While at the exact same time, the article only cites itself and refers to itself when using that as proof, literally every...
Oh, man. Who does this?
Every single link on this entire
stupid.
article is just referring to another one of their own articles or another writer from The Gamer. This article is all in response to people taking notice of a few things before the nominations were revealed and some of the changes that were made over on the Game Awards official website. One of the first being that DLCs were now recognized where they hadn't been in the past. Again, something that feels artificial, especially for this occasion specifically, because if not, then we would have seen Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty nominated last year, but we didn't.
I feel like it should have. I really feel like, yeah, it's like, what about Phantom Liberty and like that one Witcher DLC? What about Iceborne back in the day?
Now, along with all this, players also notice that the voting is calculated with a voting jury taking up a whopping 90% of the vote, while players and fans only make up 10%.
That's called democracy.
Meaning that players are only a deciding factor in the event of a tie, and even then, their votes are likely not even a factor.
Yep.
And that's the reason why players are raising questions over the awards, because they feel like they aren't being heard or represented. And in fact, we know that we're not being represented. The panel of judges are from outside outlets that have nothing to do with gaming at all.
Exactly.
Looking at some of the outlets in the U.S., we have Entertainment Weekly, the LA Times, the New York Times, Pride.com, Rolling Stone, the
It's fucking ridiculous. It is. It's fucking absolutely fucking ridiculous. Pride. Yeah, this is about being gay. Like, what does this have to do with video games? NPR, Variety? Bro, what the fuck? What is this? Like, what is this shit? Gay people play games? Yeah, they do. You know what games they play? They play Elden Ring. They play the same fucking games that we do. Having an advocacy group for a sexual identity doesn't make sense for a video game fucking award show. It's ridiculous. This is an identity advocacy group. It's got nothing to do with video games.
NPR.
It's not like, oh, well, gay people like these video games and straight people like these video games. Like, that's not like, that's like a YouTube comment. Really, it's not real. Nobody thinks this.
Looking at the UK, we have Discussing Films and The Mirror. Many of these sites and magazines are nothing more than celebrity gossip and tabloid magazines. Nothing representative of gaming culture, the perspective of players, or representative of the industry in any way. I'll be straight with you guys. This makes no sense to me whatsoever. I know that Jeff Keighley has been pushing for the award show to be more like the Grammys or something like that.
It's so fucking cringe. Oh my God, it's so fucking cringe. How do you want it to be like the Grammys? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Stop trying to copy Hollywood.
Annie each year, but this feels like groveling at Hollywood's doorstep more than anything else. Jeff, we're winning. Our industry dwarfs music and television by a country mile. We do not need their approval. And frankly, the last thing that any video game player wants is Hollywood's influence in the gaming industry. Henley
exactly. Like, oh yeah, I can't wait to get another fucking Spider-Man movie by the way, he's totally fucking up this fight. I just want to let you guys know, like, massively fucking this fight up.
Up the awards being controversial no matter what because of toxic gamers, hand-waving their concerns, saying maybe it's more controversial this year because of everything that's going on in gaming. There are a few who dread Shadow of the Erdtree's potential nomination on quality. It's roundly considered an excellent expansion to an excellent video game. The issue is the principle of the thing, and gaming has been short on principle this year. A groundswell of toxicity has risen. Gaming has been short. It's more
controversial, but the issue is the principle of the thing. What? Gaming has been short on principle? What kind of shit-talking retard writes something like this? What the fuck do you even mean? Holy
on
shit.
principle this year. A groundswell of toxicity has risen unchecked this year in gaming.
You're welcome. It's me. They're thinking about me. It's all about me. Think everybody probably watching the YouTube video see, oh my God, he did it again. Welcome. I did this.
An outsized influence in the YouTube algorithm and on
yeah, they're mad because YouTube videos are getting more views than their website. Yeah, okay, here we go. You know what we need to fucking do? I need to make my own print website and make print media good again. Because I think that print media is so important. I think that print media is the best way to communicate an idea. There's no messenger. There's just words on a page. Is it true or not? When was the last time? I want to ask you guys a question. When was the last time that a piece of print media was important for us culturally? I can think of one example, and I don't think it's a great example. Good question. Yeah. I'd say probably Project 2025, right? That'd be the closest thing that I can think of. My point, no, not an event, but an actual piece of print media that's discussed on a cultural level. We don't have this anymore. Like, nobody knows how to read anymore. People don't know how to use a book. It's bad. It's real bad. Nintendo Power? Yeah. 50 Shades of Grey? Maybe you're right. Yeah, Twilight. I mean, that's you? Nah, bro. Like, I'm talking about, I think this is a cultural thing. I do. You can't even read the tutorial, so you're right. Well, I can, just not on stream. Anyway, I feel like print media is really important. And the fact that there is no place to get print media that has any integrity at all is actually a huge problem. Have you guys ever written something out and then after you wrote it out, you understood it better because you wrote it out? Yeah. It's really sad. It is. It's so sad.
The Everything app as long as it aligns with Elon Musk's increasingly erratic views.
What do you mean as long as it aligns with? Like, who's getting banned? Shut up, you fucking retards. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. No, why'd you get banned? Yeah, I don't know. Are you doxing somebody?
It is still disheartening to see gaming companies shove their fingers in their ears, though it's impressive that they manage to do this while their heads are buried in the sand at the same time.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But I actually really fucking hate whenever people say that about X. It's so fucking annoying. And the reason why they say it is so they can create parity between their own censorship and the censorship that Elon Musk is doing. People aren't getting censored on X. I see stupid commie posts all the time. Constantly. I see them more than one a day. The idea that like people are getting censored for certain opinions on X is just bullshit. Yeah, it's so fake. Yeah, and all they're only doing that so they can pretend like Elon Musk is doing the same thing that they were doing, but he's not. That's not what's happening. Being community noted counts as censorship for them? Yeah. Facts are censorship.
Though it's impressive that they managed to do this while their heads are buried in the sand at the same time. I don't expect Keeley to address this on the show, and I don't think he could say anything to help, but his stay out of everything attitude will not wash this time.
What or what? What do you think? Do you think Jeff Keeley's accountable to you? You're a fucking loser. You're a loser writing an article hoping that you're going to get $30 from ad revenue from it. Jeff Keeley's a millionaire that puts on a show that celebrities go to it multiple times a year.
be in the meat
not
grinder
accountable
with the
to you.
rest of us,
Good
and it
joke.
remains to be seen how a man buoyed by
Pathetic.
populism and never having a public opinion beyond loving a video game deals with that. She then goes on to say that if Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade don't sweep the awards, then gamers are going to feel like the entire thing is rigged. And after stating,
Well, Stellar Blade, I don't think is like. I think Stellar Blade's a really great game, but I don't think it should win like Game of the Year. I feel like maybe like I don't even know like really what Stellar, maybe art direction, something like that. Stellar Blade could maybe win, but like how does Stellar Blade beat Metaphor with art direction? I don't think it does.
when these folk demand Black Myth and Stellar Blade sweep the board, I see replies like, what about Final Fantasy? What about Astrobot? What about Metaphor? What about Infinite Wealth? What about Dragon's Dogma? What about
Dragon's Dogma? What about shut up and play the game, you fucking retard? Dragon's Dogma 2 sucked. It was a tech demo for Monster Hunter Wilds. It was a joke. Biggest disappointment. I put 100 hours into it. That's how I know.
What
Dragon's
about
dog shit.
1,000 times Resist? And the reply I see from these apparent fans is always the same. I haven't played most of them. These people don't even have opinions on games. They just like being mad. They're the only people who ever cared about Dustborn or Unknown 9, and yet they parade around their heads as if they bested Rob Stark. If this
No, it wasn't Rob Stark. It was more like Tommen, because the games killed themselves.
campaign had started a few months earlier, Hogwarts Legacy being snubbed at the Game Awards 2023 would have been huge news. People that like Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade are immediately looped into the group of these people, games that only had controversy because it was manufactured by games media, and the players felt that they had to stand up to protect those games that they love and enjoyed, and they want to make sure that those games are recognized. Right, so the only solution to players not feeling represented by the industry is to have the industry speak out against those players that you disagree
That's
with, to
right.
put them in their place. And you're upset that Jeff Keighley doesn't want to get caught in the middle of that and feels like it's not his place to do so.
It's not. It's not. He's trying to run a show. Like, I like Jeff Keighley a lot. I disagree with some of the decisions he's making with the Game Awards, but as a person and as an event planner, I tremendously respect him. Absolutely. Yeah, he doesn't like, wow, Jeff Keighley. Oh no, Jeff Keighley won't carry our cross. He's not going to let his show be a platform for our identity politics. Oh no, he's not talking about our issues on his show. Oh wow, why won't he do it? Why won't he talk about our problems? Get the fuck out of here. So pathetic.
No different than the media campaign to get Keighley to say anything about industry layoffs.
So
like,
fucking
that would have
annoying.
any impact outside of virtue signaling over something that you can't control and ultimately don't even understand.
Well, that's the mind of these people. Do you remember this, guys? Where they were trying to guilt trip Jeff Keighley into talking about the what do you call it? About the layoffs in gaming. So fucking obnoxious. So fucking obnoxious. Jeff under so much pressure? Yeah, for nothing. Absolutely nothing. We lost E3 and boot babies for this. Well, I feel like he needs to boot these babies. Like, these guys are losers. They're awful.
You're wondering
so
where all of this is
annoying.
coming from. It's because we're already dealing with so many issues where players are not feeling represented by these gaming outlets. Our perspectives are not shared, and oftentimes it feels like the media's perspective seems adversarial to its own audience. That's why
It is adversarial. They talk down to their audience all the time, and I think that's why everybody hates gaming media, and that's why people hate media in general. That's why places like MSNBC are having to fire people, and Comcast is putting them on sale. The reason why is because it's become basically a high society club of people who think that they're better than everybody else. And it's obnoxious to anybody else who's not part of that group. That's the truth. It's elitism. Yeah, well, and it's not even that it's elitism. It's unearned elitism. These people are so self-serving, so glad to see Keighley ignore them. Yeah, they're nothing.
players are speaking out. It's only controversy because you made it controversy. The disparity in representation of the Game Awards voting process highlights a troubling disconnect between the event and the games that it's supposed to celebrate. When 90% of the vote is controlled by a jury of industry professionals, who a lot of them have nothing to do with gaming at all, it undermines the credibility of the awards. Players see this as yet another example of their voices being sidelined, a reoccurring theme in a relationship between gaming media and its audience. This isn't about players just wanting popular games to win. It's about us feeling like our preferences, priorities, and experiences are dismissed in favor of industry politics or critical preferences that don't align with the average player's perspective.
He's completely right with this. He is 100 fucking % right with this. Absolutely.
Invest countless hours into games, dissecting mechanics, narrative depth, and the passion behind the development process. I think what we're seeing right now is a massive contrast in the games industry because of social media, the internet, and gaming's explosive popularity, where gamers are now more educated and engaged with these games than the journalists that are scoring them and the panelists that are awarding them. Players love their games. Of course, they're going to be upset when they see that their favorite game isn't being recognized.
Yeah, what a surprise.
When they see an industry that is constantly pushing back against them, that's including gossip magazines to vote the best game of the year, who are you to say that they're wrong?
Yeah.
And I think that's my biggest concern when it comes to all of this. It's that growing divide between games media and the games industry and the
It's not just games media. It's all media and all journalism. You've seen an increasingly large divide between media and journalism and the actual consumers. And I think that it's been compounded with a sense of superiority that really is off-putting to a lot of average Joes. Just a lot of average people. It's so obnoxious. Journalism is one of the preferred career paths for the untalented rich kids. Just look at their bios, bunch of Ivy League brats. I mean, I think that the reason why people are like, you're probably right. Honestly, you probably are. The Game Awards are about the announcements. Awards are just an excuse for engagement. I mean, I'm excited for the commercials for it too. Yeah.
And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And you're only making it worse when you're adding in NPR and Variety
and
Rolling Stone and New York Times and LA Times. What do they have to do with video games?
Nothing.
Let's be real. The vast majority of these outside outlets are likely going to vote based on popularity, whether or not they've heard of the game or not, because they likely haven't even played them in the first place. And what does that serve to do? Does that share the perspective of the players? No, I don't think that it does at all. So, of course, players are going to push back against it. Of course, players are going to feel like it's somewhat unfair because, in truth, it is unfair. And I think it's really important that these games are represented the way that they should be, because there are some really tangible benefits to being nominated, to being awarded. And,
yeah, of course.
You know, from a player's perspective, you know, if I see Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree win Game of the Year, am I going to be happy?
No.
Sure, I really liked it. It was really good, but I
don't think it should win. Like, I wouldn't be happy if it wins. Like, even though I think it's like, it was probably my favorite thing to play this year. Maybe Black Myth Wukong a little bit more. I don't know. It's hard to say. But, like, I would still be sad if it won.
Don't think that sends the best message to the industry. What are we teaching them? What are we telling them? Are we going to be optimistic about it and say they're going to go, oh, we just need to make really good DLC? Or are they going to say, you know, hey, our single player games, why do we need to make sequels to any of these? Why should we bother making new IPs? Maybe instead what we should do is just continue to add on to the games that we already have, which they've been doing in the past.
Another season
pass? Maybe now they want to push into
oh
it
my
even
God.
further. So, I mean, I hate to be a doomer
season
about
37?
it, but in most cases, they don't really like to make the right choices in those kind of things. And a lot of it is money motivated. And let's be real, if you get Game of the Year, it does earn you some money. I can't tell you guys how many times I had friends that reached out to me because they kept seeing Baldur's Gate 3 getting mentioned, whether they were winning another award, whether players were talking about an award or something like that. And these folks that, you know, never played a turn-based game before finally gave the game a shot because they just kept hearing about it. So at one point in time, it all has to be true, and I got to give the game a shot, and that's how it works for some of these games. That's not saying that these awards make successful games, like I said earlier, but it does really give them an extra boost that keeps them in the spotlight, gives them a little bit of extra money, and, you know, those games deserve it when they actually deserve it.
It's obviously good if a game gets called Game of the Year. Like, fucking duh. Absolutely it is.
So,
it's not even a question.
I don't know. I don't really know what, like, the solution to something like this is either, because, like, I don't really see the Game Awards somehow getting closer to the perspective of the players. I mean, this whole, like, 90 versus 10% thing is just, like, crazy to me. Why do you even have us vote if that's the case? Because 9 times out of 10, our vote doesn't matter. Right? Well, I guess it's probably not really
yeah, I mean, I guess
exactly how the math
I can think
works,
of another example.
I would guess that the vast majority of times our votes don't even really count. I would almost bet that they probably don't even check it to begin with. Why would you? They're not even necessary at that point. And
it's like it doesn't even count them. It's like you go through, you click on it, thanks for your vote, and there's like no internal system that even counts the votes in the first place. They don't even know like what do players vote on. We don't know. Like, yeah, it just takes you to the same web page. Just a link to a thing that says thank you, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh man.
Anyway, tell me what you guys think. You know, one of the other things I'll bring this up to before I finish. You know, looking at some of the awards and some of the different nominations, you know, things don't really make a lot of sense. Because looking at like ongoing games as an example, how is Diablo 4 voted for best ongoing game, but we're not seeing Warframe as an example, or Path of Exile?
Imagine thinking Diablo, yeah, Path of Exile, a game that's existed for 10 years and continues to grow amidst a massive update and a huge amount of investment that they've received from places like Tencent. Like, it's just such bullshit. Good question. Yeah,
those games are not only more popular.
I'm not a Warframe player.
More successful and also more liked by their communities. I mean, Path of Exile is an example. They've been developing and continuing to support the base game while they're making a new game, and then plan to still support both equally in the future. How are you not showing some love, appreciation, and shining a spotlight on that, especially for the kind of value that it brings to the players, the kind of appreciation it shows to the players?
If PoE 2 comes out next year and it's as good as I hope it is, it deserves to win, if not Game of the Year. It definitely deserves to win ongoing Game of the Year, if not RPG of the Year. Like, if it's anywhere near the quality of PoE 1, but with everything updated.
I saw Asmongold recently brought up another Crab's Treasure for games of impact because of how well it does, you know, environmentalism and things like that. Metaphor would be another really good.
Yes, like, that's the thing. Games for impact. See, like, this is the problem, is that you have a bunch of like fucking room temperature IQ theater kids that don't understand any degree of nuance or any degree of like, what's the word for it? Like metaphor, you know, not to be ironic. There are tons of things that are like, bro, in another, I'm just going to spoil a part of the game. You have to figure out how to finish, like, the trash being dumped in the ocean is like a ritualistic religious experience for the crabs that live there, right? And they get a box of fucking Captain Crunch. And you know how it has like the little treasure map on the back of it? They think that the treasure map that they get from the Captain Crunch box is from fucking, it's from God. It's the same as cargo cults in real life. It's fucking brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. And like, we're gonna go and give it to some other bullshit game that says littering is bad. It's just pathetic. So fucking pathetic. Racism is bad.
Example of a game that could make it into games of impact. It's one of the very few games in the last few years that I've seen be able to cover a topic like diversity in the right way.
Yeah.
Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, share the video with your friends, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below. Let me know what you guys think about the Game Award nominations. Did your favorite game make it up there? What game should have been up there? What game shouldn't have been up there? If you say Balatro, you're banned.
Oh.
Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends. I'll catch you guys in the next video. Peace.
Family.
I think he's right about everything you're saying. Like, I do. I totally appreciate. I really appreciate this video because I honestly think that the amount of bullshit with this Game Awards thing is so fucking annoying, man. So annoying. I'm sorry I don't care about a jerk-off show. I do. I care. I do. And they care too. That's why they did it. Yeah, Balatros good though. I mean, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is good. But like, I mean, I haven't played it. I don't really know what to think about it. I have no idea. But all I'm saying is that like, with a lot of the kind of PoE 2 had a really big announcement the other day. It was really popular, and a lot of people thought it was great. You don't want to know somebody else who didn't think it was so great? One of the people that works on Diablo 4. Crazy, huh?
I wasn't going to make this video, but am now for 2 reasons. The first is this tweet right here from the Diablo 4 General Manager, Rod Ferguson, which we'll analyze and attempt to explain in a moment. The second is Moana Exiles. Talkative Try here talking about an absolutely stunning series of events that occurred on the biggest day for Path of Exile ever.
Yeah, I think it's probably the biggest day. You're right about that.
I needed to showcase this to everyone, and I need you to understand. This is not a video trashing Diablo 4, its players, or its developers. It is merely examining a pivotal piece and moment of ARPG history and immortalizing it here on YouTube.
Yep.
November 21st, 2024 shall go down in the annals of gaming legend, and it's not because D4 is bad, it's because the way Blizzard maneuvers their non-existent relationship with their closest competition, Grinding Gear Games and Path of Exile 2. So please, no need to spam D4 bad in the comments. Let's break everything down. November 21st, 2024 was the day Grinding Gear Games unveiled what Path of Exile 2 would look like in early access.
Yeah, this shit was insane. I'm gonna be honest. This was crazy. I feel like I don't even know what to say. I was just in shock.
Endgame systems like the Atlas and endgame-only pinnacle bosses like Zesht. They explored each of the 12 Ascendancy classes available upon early access launch.
Available upon early access launch. Very important component there. Half of the classes, meaning half of the Ascendancies also, are not available. This is only half of the game.
Which allows you to summon a demon dog and transform into Lilith. They also addressed something spicy in the most kind and articulate way possible. We'll revisit that in a bit.
What's that?
First, we need to note what else happened on November 21st at the exact same time as GGG Live, Diablo 4's mid-season rundown stream on its 7th season. Of note,
how'd that stream do? How'd it do? Oh. Ooh, not so good, huh? It's the worst one. Yeah, that's the worst one. Wow. And the PoE stream? This is the best one. Huh. That's crazy, huh? Wow. Bigger number, better game. Duh.
Diablo 4 is getting the Armory in Season 7, allowing you to store builds in-game. That's pretty rad. Aside from that, there were no other large announcements, and there wasn't really supposed to be. But they chose to schedule their reveal stream to match up with the big Path of Exile 2 reveal, and here were the results by the numbers. On November 21st, Path of Exile 2 on Twitch popped off. The category peaked at 475,351 viewers.
I would not use this variable as a good metric because a lot of people were paid to watch the live stream. I cannot fucking believe that because I wasn't. But to be honest, I would have done it for free, and I did. So realistically, it was probably a good decision by them financially. Oh, we know Baldy's going to watch it. We don't need to pay him. I get it. That being said, you weren't even streaming? Yeah, because I didn't know it was going to happen. And anyway, they're smart, yes, right? But I think that it's very fair to look at the actual live stream of the main event, right? Because like that's the actual community for PoE itself.
111 total channels streaming the reveal. This is absolutely massive.
Yeah.
Even my live stream was crazy on Twitch. These numbers are amazing for me without raids.
That's amazing,
490
yeah.
max viewers, 397 average on a 5.4-hour live stream with over 150 Twitch subs.
No, it's the fucking right here. This is the big one. 362 followers is incredible for a channel of his size. That's awesome for him.
362 follows. On YouTube, it was even wilder. I had a peak of 1,583 people watching live on YouTube, which is just insane.
That's a lot.
Other larger creators had even more massive volume.
Yeah, I saw
Like
Quinn
Dark
had like
Microtransaction,
30K.
whose stream went bananas on Twitch.
Damn.
He had 21,382 max
Look
viewers
at that.
and 58,517 unique viewers. Now, let's look at Diablo 4 on Twitch to compare. Again, by the numbers. On that day, their peak viewership was 23,217. That's pretty good for a mid-season stream and a preview of Season 7.
Yeah,
However,
sure.
what I think is more interesting is the larger view, as I think this feeds into the tweet we'll discuss in about 30 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Diablo 4 viewership peaked on May 31st, 2023, with 941,488 viewers on Twitch. Almost immediately, it trails off and has never recovered at all, in the slightest. D4 is Blizzard's other big live service, content-rich game alongside WoW, which also peaked years ago in...
No, what about Overwatch 2? They're using Overwatch. That's a huge... What about Warcraft Rumble? And what, you've got Diablo Immortal? Guys.
2019
Hearthstone.
viewership, but remains steadier than Diablo 4. Funnily enough, if you compare Path of Exile to Path of Exile 2 on Twitch,
This is the big one right here. This is these numbers, these are good numbers, okay? What we saw earlier, those are bad numbers. These are good. This is a good graph. And the way that you can tell that it's good is because it goes up. So if the graph is going up, it's good. If the graph is going down, it's bad. It's pretty simple. And so if you look at this graph, you can see that it's going up. And this is a happy graph. That's right. And so anyway, PoE has shown consistent year-over-year growth, and I think the reason that they've done that is they've continued making the game for their player base, and I think that they probably have like a pretty low amount of people that like quit the game and stop playing it, right? Compared to like something like Diablo. Like the people that are like invested in PoE, I think they stay invested.
not happen as it does to Diablo 4 and World of Warcraft. Path of Exile's viewership remains very steady every single time they release a new expansion or update. It's phenomenal. So, obviously, Diablo 4 is flailing. Blizzard is somehow left stunned about Path of Exile 2's popularity. And here is our only other exhibit of this truth. The tweet by the Senior Vice President and General Manager of all things Diablo at Blizzard. Feels like the genre of ARPG, in quotations, is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like, in quotations, Souls-like, and, in quotations, roguelike. I wonder if we could normalize, in quotations, Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula.
I think that it would be really funny if people started using PoE-like instead of Diablo-like. I think it would be really, really funny. Yeah. Oh god, that would be fucking hilarious, wouldn't it? Make it happen. Yeah, I don't know. Exile-like? Oh, you know what? Exile-like sounds better. I don't, yeah, PoE-like doesn't, Souls-like sounds good, right? Roguelite sounds good. Yeah, we gotta have like a better term. Diablo-like doesn't sound good either, you know? Path-like? No, that's too weird.
Don't need to go check yourself. It's real. It's verified.
I saw
It's a certified fresh and hot take from the leader of Diablo and Diablo 4. Breathe that in. I'm not too sure how to honestly communicate how wild this is. My perception is that Rod either lives in a bubble or was aching for some fire to fly his way to get some engagement. You'd imagine after your biggest...
I think Rod saying this stuff is so funny. I do. I think it's fucking hilarious. Clearly a bubble? Yeah, and 100% echo chamber bubble? No, I actually think that Diablo 4 is massively successful. and I've actually heard from people internally, I can't really share a lot of this because it was told to me in confidence, that Diablo 4 is actually quite popular on a number of websites. A lot of people really like Diablo 4, and I think it does a great job as being an entry into the ARPG genre. It does. No, I'm being serious. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that, like, it can't be better. I wish it had a complicated system like PoE as like a Souls-like game. It certainly wasn't a flop. Yeah, I think they've made Diablo a lot better. I also have to say, like, you know, I was thinking about this, like, watching the gameplay for PoE 2. And you know what it really reminded me a lot of? Is that it reminded me of, like, PoE 1 in, like, 2013. Where, like, everything was a lot slower before you had, like, a lot of the power creep. Like this. Like, yeah, like, this is, like, doing, like, a level 65 map or something like that back in the day.
Petition showcases something incredible. Concepts made reality that WoW haters, lovers, and people not even interested in Path of Exile 2, that you take a step back and say, huh, I bet we could learn from that.
Yeah, and I bet, here's really the truth. I bet internally, a lot of the guys that are working on Diablo 4 are like, oh, fuck, we need to do this in our... See, I told you they'd like it. Wait, look at the chat. See, this is my idea. I said this would be good. Why didn't we do this? We could have done this at the at launch. Yeah, they're probably mad. It's the same thing as Pow World with Nintendo. Nintendo's mad about this? Yeah, of course they're mad. But I guarantee you the guys that are working at Nintendo were probably playing Pow World. Bro, I told you we should have had this. Why didn't you... Why can't we get the money to do this? Yeah, 7 levels of bureaucracy. I bet so. Yeah, because a lot of these guys, I bet they're PoE players. I bet they love PoE. They're probably going to play the PoE 2, the beta, when it comes out. I think that Blizzard is, if anything, I think it's just in a chokehold of bureaucracy. And I feel like so many companies are like that now.
Instead, Rod decided to retreat into this tweet.
Oh.
He stuck his head in the sand like an ostrich and started to scream. Let me just read it one more time. Feels like the genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like Souls-like and roguelike, I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula. The crazy thing is, the dude is right. The genre does mean many different things, and Diablo's biggest competitors are doing something incredible and bold.
Yeah.
But instead of giving them a kind bow or not saying anything, Rod went out and seriously pitched other games be implicitly named after the series he currently oversees, and if they stray too far, then they cannot be compared to his precious Diablo.
This
is hilarious, and what so many people have said for years in a way about Diablo 4.
I feel like people look at what is an ARPG? Isometric game where you loot items and you can kill things. There it is. That, like, if you want to, like, what do people think like ARPGs are? That's basically what it is. It's a quick game, yeah.
Exile. But now the dude in charge is saying it too in a thinly veiled manner, and it's the only thing he'll ever say about Path of Exile and grinding gear games. Essentially, he's trying to say Path of Exile 2 isn't a Diablo-like anymore, so it cannot be compared to Diablo 4.
Wow, that's a pretty good advertisement. I think I might play it more than... like, oh, it's not like Diablo 4? Oh, wow. Say no more.
People should stop trying to match up the two, which is just absolutely massive cope. What's even crazier is the term Diablo-like has been around forever, since the days of Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. And it's how grinding gear games described their own game. They said it was a spiritual successor to Diablo 2, way back in 2010 and onward. They recognized the genius there. They captured it.
It's very obvious that PoE, especially PoE 1, early PoE 1, was, a lot of it was like copy pasted from Diablo. We all know this. But the game is good. If they have an intellectual property dispute, that's their problem. I don't care about this. I just want to play the game. And if somebody else can copy pasta all your stuff and do it better than you, I'll play that. This is not my issue. It's not my fight.
And they built on it, and now they've created a darn good sequel to their first game. putting all the care, love, and effort into it that they needed to.
Yeah.
Rod Ferguson is scared. He is threatened, so he's lashing out. I've dealt with this in creating content.
Whatever happened to Joe Shelley? Whatever happened to Sleepy Joe? Is he still around? He's gone? Yeah, whatever happened to him?
On YouTube and in my workplace, it's plain to see. Grinding Gear Games has made something tremendous with Path of Exile 2. It has Blizzard shivering, and the game isn't even out yet. You know what this reminds me of? All the game developers coming out and saying to not expect games in line with the quality of Baldur's Gate 3 after
you guys can't expect us to make a good game. Meanwhile, Space Marine 2 is like such a narrow experience, but it's really good. We don't need Baldur's Gate 3. We just need what's in the game to be good.
tremendous success on release.
6 on IGN's PC
BG3 was
Gamer.
an anomaly, a standard other devs shouldn't be held to. That was a hilarious line of logic, and Rod seems to be going down the same path and sniffing the same copium. What's even juicier is that Grinding Gear Games acknowledged this issue in the ARPG genre, that the ARPG genre has problems with endgame content delivery and iterating on systems, and they decided to refocus their efforts on doing exactly that for their huge launch. Something that
exactly, like that's the main weakness that a lot of ARPGs have, is like the end game for them is very like kind of weak. Like that's why I kind of stopped playing Last Epoch. I didn't really like the end game that much. I thought the campaign and the gameplay was great. I thought it was fun, but it just didn't really feel like I was doing a whole lot.
They didn't do
That's just
Path of
me.
Exile 1, Diablo 4 hasn't done, and Last Epoch didn't do either. They recognized this and decided to act instead of just complaining. Immediately as he saw the genius Path of Exile 2 presentation, he knew what could potentially happen. If Grinding Gear Games succeed in their goal, crafting a game just as deep as Path of Exile 1 with a far better onboarding system.
Just a second. I actually do think that PoE 2 has the ability to cannibalize the Diablo audience in a way that PoE 1 can't do. Because PoE 2 is coming out now, and a lot of the systems in the game are going to be made more accessible to new players. PoE 1 is, to be honest with you, very inaccessible to new players. It is. You can do it. Of course, if you're a new player, all you have to do is watch, the 4-hour guide on how to start playing the video game, and then you'll understand it. That isn't cannibalizing. Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, that's a bad word for me to have used. Yeah, because it would be eating its own content. No, you're actually correct. It will actually take market share away from Diablo 4. And the reason why is that also, if I look at the visuals with PoE 2 and with Diablo 4, I think PoE 2 is way better. I do. I think it's way better. I think it's way better in terms of design, and I think it's also way better in terms of fidelity. So, there it is, right? And so, PoE 1 doesn't have that. You've got, the Searing Exarch boss fight that looks really cool, right? But it's nothing compared to this. In terms of, visual fidelity, again. Better designs, everything. Yeah, exactly. Click to move is a fence. Well, here's what's really funny about that. In PoE 2, you can use WASD. Problem solved. So yeah, great idea. You're totally right. So I do think that PoE 2 will actually not cannibalize, will take market share away from Diablo 4 in a way that PoE 1 was not able to. Because of its graphical fidelity, it looking like a next-gen game, and also the fact that it's much more accessible to new players, and that it's a new release, so people don't feel like they're getting in on the game behind. Put all those things together, and you have a tremendous competitor to Diablo 4. And it's free. Huge fucking bonus, though.
Clear explanations of crafting, skills, the campaign, endgame, and everything else, Diablo 4 is cooked, and Rod, thereby, is also cooked. Path of Exile 2 is looking stellar, and he knows it. Coincidentally,
I don't think that Diablo 4 is cooked. I just think that I don't think it's going to reach the heights that Diablo 2 had, or even Diablo 3 on release.
Chatting with one of the people in charge of Path of Exile 2 live on Twitch and YouTube on November 26th at 5 p.m.
That's in 2
Eastern
days.
Time, 11 o'clock p.m. CET.
Yeah.
If you'd like to tune in live, make sure to subscribe here on YouTube or follow me on Twitch. Additionally, like the video if you ended up liking it. It really helps and is completely free. I'll see you in the next video. Stay sane, my fellow exile.
Yeah, this guy, I mean, I've watched a lot of his PoE, Talkative Tree, I've watched a lot of his PoE videos in the past, and I really like his videos. I think he's great. I'll link you guys his video. And this is very, very, very true. Imagine Elon played PoE.
Here's the thing, is he was asking about PoE. He asked, I think he like responded to like Rob or somebody, and he was like, yeah, is this game good? And I was like, yeah, yeah, it is. It's really good. And the thing is that I don't know, like, because, you know, he I think he's, like, kind of busy, right? I feel like he's kind of busy. So he might not have enough time to, like, really get a lot out of PoE because he's unironically the Diablo 4 audience. You know, like 3 wives, 12 kids, 5 jobs. So, yeah, it's going to be an issue. But if he does play PoE, and I feel like, you know, if he had more free time, I feel like PoE would that would be the game, man. Yeah, that would be yeah, he's got Doge too as well. Yeah, forget about that. Elon loves complex skill trees. Oh, I mean, I hope so. I mean, that's a big one. And what if he becomes the #1 PoE player too? Well, Ben would be pretty upset, right? I mean, I don't know. Take a vacation on December 6th. Yeah. What about story PoE versus Diablo? The story for PoE versus Diablo. I think that the Diablo story is pretty weak. I also think that the PoE story has like a lot of highs and lows. It's never really been about the story. The story is kind of just like a story. There's some parts of it that are interesting, but I think I probably like the PoE story more than the Diablo 4 story, because I feel like it takes risks and it does things that I didn't necessarily expect it to do, and I like that. PoE has a story? Yeah, it does. No, it definitely does. Like with Cirrus, like, no, I listened to all the dialogue, I clicked all the little things, and I know all this stuff, right? PoE has a campaign. It does. PoE lore is good. It's good. It's not S tier lore. And also, even by the way, you know who agrees with me on that? It's Chris Wilson. He said, he's like, yeah, we just kind of made up some bullshit story whenever this game came out. And he even said with PoE 2, they're trying to like actually really nail down a legitimately good story now. Killing the gods with sin is cool. Yeah, I think so too. Every day we get closer to PoE 2, Diablo 4 becomes less relevant. I think so too. I wish I didn't have to play Diablo 4, but my 70-hour works weeks means that I can't invest enough time into PoE 2. But you can, man. This is the thing. Just play on standard. If you're a super casual player, just play the game on standard. And then you can work towards something in a very, very long-term way. Just take it slow and have fun. Yeah, exactly. Like, I understand what you're saying, and I think that, like, it's like a feeling of success, right? Whether you feel like you're having success with it or not, it's kind of up to you. You're staying in standard? Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not staying in standard at all. I'm gonna play every league, or not every league, right? I usually play every other league, but that's what I like to do. Never play on standard. The economy there is fucked. Yeah, yeah, because people just dump all their stuff. I'll be right back. This is so dumb. People get mad at, like, about every 6 months, there is a new hate movement against VTubers. I don't know why people hate VTubers. I don't get it. But for some reason, they do. Iron Mouse doesn't deserve this shit. It's just stupid.
This video is going to be a long-winded rant, and if you like that, welcome. come join the
That's
Angry
why I'm
British
here.
Man. And if not, don't worry, my normal videos will resume after this one. I just had to talk about this. I feel like online lately, it has been a miserable experience for any of us to be online. And I actively feel that my mental health gets drained slowly using any online platform, especially, my personal case, Twitter. I think Twitter allowing people to make money from ads is probably one of the worst changes to any platform in history. Sure, I get $20 here and there for tweeting a funny picture of my giant monkey behind me.
$20?
But there are those who use it to spread misinformation, lies, just make stuff up, spew absolute vile hatred stuff.
I love Twitter. It's my favorite social media platform because it is a reflection into humanity in the best and worst ways. And I use the internet to get an understanding of what's happening in the world. I love Twitter. I think Twitter is my favorite social media platform.
It's pretty horrible experience to use it now, as Twitter seems to feel like it only wants outragement bait or tweets that'll make people angry. And if you're not seeing that, you're seeing somebody get killed. So it's really just a miserable experience.
Or get run over by a
Don't get
car.
me started on TikTok and Instagram, which are famous for their brutal comments. And I wouldn't really even use the word brutal, because I think brutal
I
can
feel
somehow...
like TikTok comments are not that bad. I think that the worst comments are on Twitter. They're on Twitter and on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, that's really where it's at.
I just mean there's a bit of honesty.
Instagram is just girls calling other girls fat. Oh, you fell off. Oh, wow. Like, oh, you're getting old. I can see your wrinkles. Oh, wow. I remember when you used to get more followers, but now nobody likes you. Oh, wow. That's too bad.
On there, but I would say it's just cruel. Just being online right now is cruel. It feels like nobody has any respect for each other. But I don't think I've quite lost as much faith in the internet as I have until now. But look, I'll be honest.
Okay.
This video is about one thing. It's about the weird blanket hatred towards VTubers. I've seen a massive, massive hate train against Iron Mouse, which I don't understand. And I know that you guys aren't the ones doing this.
People don't like Iron Mouse and they don't like VTubers because there is a inaccurate perception that, to be fair, the anime community doesn't really make that hard to have, that anime is for pedos and weirdos. And so when they see an anime character and they think that the character embodies certain traits that are of an underage girl, they think that it's baiting. Now, I'm not saying this is true. I think it's not true. I mean, there's some of them that do it. We all know some of them do it. But that's not all of them. And so, yeah, hey, but it's kind of true. Well, there are some of them that get into that stuff, right? And the problem is that I think people see that, and there's like a big culture shock with it too.
You guys watching this video are very normal and well-adjusted people, and I appreciate that. But there are a lot of people online that seem to just have fun ruining other people's lives. I don't understand it. Now, you're probably wondering...
Well, it's because they hate their own life. It's really simple. They hate their life. They're mad at the situation. Like, if you look at a lot of these like professional hater accounts on TikTok, if they ever talk about their own life, it's always bad. It's like, yeah, my mom kicked me out today because, you know, I kept putting cigarettes in the dishwasher. Okay. Oh, yeah. So now you're living. Okay. Now you're living with your friend. Okay. Sure. No, this is just what they do. Always. It's just losers. Or they get paid to do it for somebody else. Yeah. And also, like, the most popular thing on Twitter is, and this is true, like, with a lot of places, is to make posts about how somebody is shitty, and then that's it. Like, it's basically being a professional hater. Like, Twitter has monetized being a professional hater. And people, they find their success undeserved because of the simps. Oh, yeah, that's another really big component. So, like, female streamers used to get a lot of this, too, back in the day. Because, like, a lot of female streamers, I mean, look, I mean, I mean, do I have to say this? If you look at the top 100 male streamers, you're going to have a few guys that aren't really very attractive. If you look at the top 100 female streamers, not a single one of them isn't going to be attractive. Every single one of them is going to be attractive. Your looks as a female streamer matter a lot. That's it. And so, you know, see, VTubers as real people. Yes, but the characters that they have are visually appealing. To people that like the anime style of like female characters, the female characters that the VTubers have are visually appealing.
Why am I bringing all of this up? Well, don't worry. It'll all make sense. Just get along for the ride and listen to the weird British man rant at you. You see, in 2024, Iron Mouse broke the all-time sub record on Twitch. It was a massive achievement. It was, I'm sure,
over 300K
an amazing and an inspiring moment for all of us, as well as Mouse. Unfortunately,
and she donated half of the money to charity.
Probably what you didn't see was the deluge of vile comments, disturbing threats, and just overall hatred towards Mouse. And I'd love to tell you that this all started here and it's pretty much gone with now.
It's been going
sadly,
on.
this is a thing that has been going on for a very, very long time. And this is not just for Mouse. VTubers in general have had to deal with a lot of...
VTubers are cringe, lazy, and fake. I find it sickening how VTubers, especially Hollow Live members, get so many fans in White Knights. I know this is cliche, but as far as I know, they could be a 300-pound man sitting in his mom's basement. I just can't muster the courage to survive more than 10 seconds of any VTuber content. Most of the time, they have no personality and play on the over-sexualized avatar. I frequently watch podcasts and commentary YouTubers, and I prefer quality over some of these cringy and fake avatars. That's right, guys, because the real quality is whenever it's a man talking to his computer in his room. The best sum up of VTubers is that they are corporate manufactured characters to exploit parasocial relationships. This is just my opinion, and I don't actively be toxic or degrade them, but I do. Okay, wait a second. Let me read this again, because I don't think I read this right. This is just my opinion, and I don't actively be. Okay. I am not actively toxic or degrading to them, but I do hate them with a burning passion. I do watch anime, parentheses, I do watch anime and read manga. You know what this is? This is a person who doesn't have enough problems in their life. Imagine caring about this. Imagine caring about whether a content creator puts in work to their content or not. Think about what a stupid thing that is to give a fuck about. He hates Corpo, not VTubers. Well, no, he also hates VTubers as well, but he especially hates Corpo VTubers. Got rejected by a VTuber? I don't think that's the case. I think he probably tried to be a VTuber and it didn't work. I think that's what happens with a lot of people. Like a lot of the people that like hate things are people that tried to be that thing and they couldn't do it. They 100% hate it because their favorite streamer lost? Yeah. VTubers do so much, though. It doesn't matter whether they do much or not. It's entertainment. Like, the moment that you start looking at entertainment as a value other than simply entertainment is the moment that you have begun trying to rationalize some sort of worldview that you have in order to make it congruent with your current situation. It's unhealthy. This dude definitely smells like Cheetos and Takis. It could be a girl, honestly. Like, there are girls that say this stuff, too. Because I think also, like, so some girls don't like VTubers. There's two reasons why girls don't like VTubers. The first reason why they don't like VTubers, and also, like, I'm speaking for every female that exists. Just keep that in mind. Every girl has this opinion. There aren't any exceptions. But I think a lot of them don't like the fact that, again, some VTubers are using... they're using like kind of like characters that seem underage. I think that's one reason. And then the other reason is that they do find it lazy because girls have to try quite hard. Like if you go and you look at Twitch, almost every single female on Twitch is going to be dressed nicely. That takes time. Have you ever had to wait for your girlfriend or your wife to get ready for something? It's like 30 minutes sometimes, like 45 minutes. Like, oh my fucking God. So they have to spend, yeah, you have like this like time dilation shit. It's, guys, yes, exactly. It's such a waste of fucking time. And so they have to do that. VTubers don't have to do that. And I think they don't like that. That's my opinion. And this, again, this is the opinion of all females. There aren't any exceptions. They all think like this.
Shit just for being an anime girl or boy on the internet. So let's go back in time a little bit so that we can better understand the full scope of this mess. Yes, you got me. This is a video about me defending my friend. 100%. I'm not even trying to hide that. But I also just want to bring a tiny bit of attention to the level of normalized hate that is just for some reason acceptable. And hopefully that, you know, maybe this video can make a tiny bit of a change. Because
people hate because they're broke. They see some girl sitting behind a cartoon character making $1 million in a month, and they're trying to get by on their Starbucks barista paychecks. And they fucking hate their life. They hate themselves. So yeah, of course they're gonna hate her. They do the same stuff with Kai. Like, you think, I mean, like, Kai, here's the thing, right? Is like Kai gets tons of hate. Like, look at any LSF post about Kai. Like, they're always finding ways to downplay his success or to make him look like a bad person.
Some of these creators have to endure is on a level that I've never seen before on the internet, and I've been here for a very long time. 4 years ago, VTubers had a massive explosion in popularity here in the West. Now, obviously, they've been around in Japan for a while, because this is very Japanese coded. But, you know, 4 years ago, they blew up and people started getting into them. However, there was a lot of pushback from people like me included who were kind of like, what is this? I don't know what this is. But I like it, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta see. And I'm sure any VTuber who was around in this era could tell you.
I was originally kind of like negative. I thought VTubing was weird. But then after I started paying more attention to it, I didn't really care as much about it. Giving money to millionaires is weird too. But like, at what point are you so this is the way I see it. And I'm kind of like, again, my moral compass does not point north. But aren't you giving money to millionaires when you buy a CD? Like, you're buying music. Apple or whatever, right? So, like, can't you just, like, I mean, because if you think that's a bad thing, shouldn't you just steal everything? Because, like, yeah, sure, go ahead. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like if you use that logic, I don't really see I don't see there being a big difference, personally. Yeah, who says he doesn't? Fucking based. There you go, man.
Amount of hatred that was given out towards VTubers. Like, why are you using a voice changer? Are you a man? Are you an AI, perhaps? You know, pretty uninspired, insulting comments.
Yeah, of course.
And during this boom is when a lot of people found Iron Mouse as well. Now, Iron Mouse had actually been streaming a long time before this as well, but it wasn't until this moment where a lot of VTubers were on Twitch and kind of getting great viewership. Now, obviously, VTubers choose to be represented by an avatar for a multitude of reasons, but for Mouse, it was for anonymity.
I have her leveled up in
most VTubers do it. And now, look, I cannot talk for Mouse. You know, Mouse is her own person, but, you know, Mouse has been sick for a very, very long time with a multitude of illnesses, but the main one being primary immune deficiency. Primary immune deficiency is slightly different to autoimmune diseases that you might have heard about. Autoimmune diseases are where your immune system kind of attacks itself, whereas primary immune deficiency means that your immune system just doesn't work or doesn't work very well. And I'm sure a lot of my viewers are familiar with this because I'm always raising money for charities that want to find cures and support people with primary immune. I never get it right. Primary immune deficiencies. I mess it up all the time. When you have a really bad case of primary immune deficiency, it means that stuff like vaccines don't work on you. It means that you're worried about getting sick constantly from everything. Whereas maybe you and I could eat a bunch of dirt, maybe going even near dirt or someone who's slightly ill 20 feet away.
Well, this is like, so here's another component. Here's another layer to this, is that compared to me, a lot of people have this disorder. I've had people come over to my house. They've been over at my house for 3 hours and they're like, I'm sick. Like, I'm getting hives. Like, I can't breathe anymore. And so, like, no, it's true. It happened. Like, it happened to Emmy. It happened to Tectone. It happened to Kaisi. It was really bad. And so, basically, like, imagine if you're a normal person, Iron Mouse's situation is like if you went into my house. It's bad, man.
easily get you sick or give you a bad case of pneumonia. This disease means that Mouse pretty much can't interact with anyone and can't leave her room. And even if she wanted to, Mouse was disabled for a very long time and has slowly started to regain the ability to walk, thanks to being able to finally support premium healthcare. Yay, love America. So this meant the only human contact the Mouse got was pretty much talking to her parents or very close family who she was kind of already adjusted to, and family who understood about the disease and took precautions. And look, I know this is a lot of information, but what I'm trying to get at is that you can only imagine how crushingly lonely this must be. Imagine not being able to leave your room. Yes, we were all there during COVID, but we at least knew that it was probably going to end at some point. And I'm sure many of you knew, me included, that this was awful for our mental health. Not being able to see the people that you care about or interact with friends or just have a casual interaction with a cashier person is interactions that I'm sure all of us missed. And it was thanks to VTuber technology getting so much better and more accessible that Mouse was able to stream like me or like you or like any other big streamer. It was a level.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, because like your appearance and like the way that you look in real life doesn't affect you in the same way that you know, it would in a job, right? Like VTubing is really in a big way, it's a level playing field for anybody. So like if you have a good personality and people like you and you're appealing, you're going to have viewers and you're going to have people that like you. And there's nothing that like really is holding you back from being successful with VTubing. Whereas like, you know, for example, with like you know, like a flesh tuber, that's what they call it. That's a person that's actually like a person, if you can imagine that. Like there's a lot of like exterior variables, right? So like age, appearance, and all that kind of stuff. That matters a lot for female streamers. Whereas with VTubers, it doesn't matter because it's a level playing field. And I think it's actually a really big factor. And I know, I think that me saying this is kind of like, to some people, they might view it as problematic because I'm saying that like, you know, some women that are more attractive have an advantage. And I want to say that that's exactly what I'm saying, and it's completely true. And you can be mad at me for it, but instead of that, be mad at God because God's the one that programmed it this way. That's just the way it is. That's reality. And so, like, if you have an issue that makes you unattractive to people or your age makes you less desirable to people, being a VTuber is a totally even playing field. You don't have to compete on that anymore. And I think it's amazing. It's a great thing.
Playing field. And on top of that, if you are a more artistically inclined person,
You got married.
I did.
How's that been?
It's the best thing I've ever done. Seriously. We got married on March 30th of this year, so very recently. And best day of my life, best decision. Obviously, it's like a baby marriage. It's very new. But it's been amazing. I'm grateful for him. I'm grateful for the institution of marriage. It's just, yeah, it's been wonderful.
Getting married at 22 is a pretty radical thing to do for someone with a career.
Yes, it is. It is. It was, it's interesting. I have always known I wanted
50% Pakistani Muslim town. The town is dominated. The streets are controlled by Pakistani drug gangs. White English are a minority. This is the blueprint for every town and city across the UK.
Why did you end up founding the EDL? What was the impetus? What was the catalyst?
I'd grown up and watched the change in the town. I'd watched the demographic replacement, and I'd seen the attack on freedom. I'd seen the two-tier policing, the two-tier justice, the two-tier everything, where one community, the Islamic community, are treated with kid gloves, and everyone else was treated with iron fists. There were prostitution, drug gangs prostituting young white English or black girls, and the police were doing nothing.
More specifically, Tommy is referring to the now infamous grooming gangs, where thousands of non-Muslim girls across England every year are targeted on the basis of being white, referred to as easy meat by mostly Pakistani men who would get them hooked onto drugs and then sex traffic them. Tommy's cousin was a victim of these gangs. The British police didn't do anything despite knowing about the rapes, and the media would not acknowledge or report on the story out of fear that they would be called racist or Islamophobic. Tommy was, in essence, the first person to vocally speak up against these gangs.
There are only 15-year-old girls that you know that you've grown up with that have been raped or pimped. You don't, so I don't expect you to understand the issues.
These are all personal issues of yours.
Personal issues in towns and cities like mine, and they're not happening with the Sikh community, they're not happening with the Jewish community.
And indeed, they're not happening with most Muslims.
No, they're happening within the Islamic community. That's what I'm saying, that it's an Islamic problem. And when I'm just a simple person, so I'm just a normal person, but when I'm looking at, I have to look for where this hatred is coming from. And talking about these girls like they're statistics, they're not statistics. These girls are, well, whose daughters do you think these are? Whose sisters? They're ours. In working class towns and communities, for 20 years, our councillors and the leaders from the Islamic community have conspired with the police to not deal with Muslim pimping gangs. They've allowed systematic rape of our youth by the fact of being scared to be called a racist.
The police are literally scared of the Islamic community. I'd seen the dominance, I'd seen kids I go to school with, kids I grew up with converting to Islam, becoming part of jihadist gangs. 2013, I looked at the statistics by 2070, and I looked at all the demographical change. The white and black community were going to increase by 1.3 to 1.4%, yeah? The Bangladeshi and Pakistani community by 70 to 80%. So that is how quick the whole town changed. Just whack. What's happened? So where you might be in a community where you think there's not that many Muslims, but they've all got 5 or 6 kids. So go to the local school in that community. So it might be a majority non-Muslim community, but when you go to the lowest school, it's all Muslims.
Okay.
Yeah? It's the birth rate of the Muslim community, which is a ticking time bomb for Europe.
Why are you concerned with the Muslim community and its growth?
Because of the jihad, the non-integration, the segregation, the hostility, the violence, the grooming, the rapes, the prostitution, the heroin, all of these problems, female genital mutilation. There's so many problems that come out of that community.
Christmas for what? For saying he's worried about.
This is the United Kingdom, where free speech is illegal.
If you're a keyboard warrior, you're not safe from the law if you incite violence.
Hate speech is a crime. What are you being persecuted for right now?
Telling the truth and showing the public the truth of journalism. Journalism's dead.
Antisocial behavior can put you in jail.
I'm arresting you. This is in relation to some comments that you've made on a Facebook page.
We do have dedicated police officers who are scouring social media. Their job is to look for this material.
Hey, you may disagree with Tommy, but come on, freedom of speech.
He's making comments on an open forum, which is social media, which is deemed to be offensive.
They don't believe it. They don't believe it. You know what freedom of speech done with them?
I've been asked to come speak to you to make you aware that your comments are visible online.
When you speak to you, yes. It's about comments which have been made on social media.
So there was a report about some beliefs being expressed.
Many believe these laws operate within a double standard known as two-tiered policing, where certain protected groups don't get punished while others do.
Now I've come here because of them babies who's died, and I'm being arrested.
There's no two-tier policing. There is policing without fear or favour.
Hey, I'm a non-violent guy. Why do I have to turn off? Where's my freedom of speech? Recently, this 61-year-old man named Peter Lynch was convicted of violent disorder after shouting "scum" and "child killers" at police and holding this sign.
Get back from the shield!
I pray for my children! I pray! He was sentenced to jail for 2 years and 8 months and killed himself in prison out of fear of Islamist prison gangs killing anyone associated with the term far-right.
That man will never have another Christmas for what? For saying he's worried about our me! Are you mad?
And these are thousands of Brits protesting the British government for two-tiered policing, mass migration, the death of free speech, the Islamization of England, and the unfair weaponization of the legal system to imprison journalists and activists like... charged with terrorism for refusing to give the police the password to his phone. In fact, you might have recently heard the name Tommy Robinson after he was blamed by the media and the British government, claiming he caused riots in Southport for video rants like these posted on Twitter.
Children being butchered and murdered. Stop the f***ing boats. They're endangering the safety of our families.
After a 17-year-old went on a mass stabbing spree, killing 3 little girls in a dance studio. The media told the British public that the stabber
is 17, British, born in Wales and of Rwandan heritage.
The suspect has no known links to Islam.
And in turn, blamed Tommy for the rioting that ensued.
So do you denounce Tommy Robinson? Do you denounce him for inciting the rioting? By telling people it was a Muslim illegal migrant?
Denounce what?
Telling people it was an illegal Muslim?
Turns out, just a few days ago, they found an Al-Qaeda training manual in his computer, teaching him how to build a ricin bomb.
You fought this war on our shores.
People, he was an illegal Tommy Robinson. Do you denounce him for inciting the rioting? By telling people it was a Muslim illegal migrant?
Denounce what?
Telling people it was an illegal Muslim?
Turns out, just a few days ago, they found an Al-Qaeda a training manual in his computer, teaching him how to build a ricin bomb.
You brought this war on our shores. You brought danger on our shores. They're justified in their anger. Yes, there's a better way to do it, but they don't see no better way.
Now, Tommy has as many supporters as he does haters, with entire counter-protests formed against him and his supporters.
You are on racist!
F off Nazis. And with nearly the entire British mainstream media labeling them far-right, Islamophobic, racist, and fascist, how did England become this divided? And is Tommy Robinson a far-right, Islamophobic racist? Or is he a brave journalist speaking up on real issues the mainstream media refuses to acknowledge?
This issue is political Islam. It's political Islam that's spreading across this country. 1,000 years of culture and history is nearly gone. You're a young English man. You should be proud of who you are, not searching for this. I embrace you to leave Islam. Come back, man. Our entire next generation don't know who they are. They've been beaten down so much, abused so much, made to feel ashamed of who they are.
Do you think the UK ends in civil war?
Inevitably, the whole of Europe will end in civil war.
But to understand the state of England today, we'll have to go back in time 15 years ago to Tommy's hometown of Luton, where he started the infamous English Defence League.
This is a 50% Pakistani Muslim town. The town is dominated. The streets are controlled by Pakistani drug gangs. White English are a minority. This is the blueprint for every town and city across the UK.
Why did you end up founding the EDL? What was the impetus? What was the catalyst?
I'd grown up and watched the change in the town. I'd watched the demographic replacement, and I'd seen the attack on freedom. I'd seen the two-tier policing, the two-tier justice, the two-tier everything, where one community, the Islamic community, are treated with kid gloves, and everyone else was treated with iron fists. There were prostitution, drug gangs prostituting young white English or black girls, and the police were doing nothing.
More specifically, Tommy is referring to the now infamous grooming gangs, where thousands of non-Muslim girls across England every year are targeted on the basis of being white, referred to as easy meat by mostly Pakistani men who would get them hooked onto drugs and then sex traffic them. Tommy's cousin was a victim of these gangs. The British police didn't do anything despite knowing about the rapes, and the media would not acknowledge or report on the story out of fear that they would be called racist or Islamophobic. Tommy was, in essence, the first person to vocally speak up against these gangs.
There are only 15-year-old girls that you know that you've grown up with that have been raped or pimped. You don't, so I don't expect you to understand the issues.
These are all personal issues of yours.
Personal issues in towns and cities like mine, and they're not happening with the Sikh community, they're not happening with the Jewish community.
And indeed, they're not happening with most Muslims.
No, they're happening within the Islamic community. This is what I'm saying, that it's an Islamic problem, and when I'm just a simple person, so I'm just a normal person, but when I'm looking at, I have to look for where this hatred is coming from. And talking about these girls like they're statistics, they're not statistics. These girls are, well, whose daughters do you think these are? Whose sisters? They're ours, in working class towns and communities. For 20 years, our councillors and the leaders from the Islamic community have conspired with the police to not deal with Muslim pimping gangs. They've allowed systematic rape of our youth by the fact of being scared to be called a racist.
The police are literally scared of the Islamic community. I'd seen the dominance, I'd seen kids I go to school with, kids I grew up with, converting to Islam, becoming part of jihadist gangs. 2013, I looked at the statistics by 2070, and I looked at all the demographical change. The white and black community were going to increase by 1.3 to 1.4%, yeah? The Bangladeshi and Pakistani community by 70 to 80%. So that is how quick the whole town changed. Just whack. What's happened? So where you might be in a community where you think there's not that many Muslims, but they've all got 5 or 6 kids. So go to the local school in that community. So it might be a majority non-Muslim community, but when you go to the lower school, it's all Muslims.
Okay.
Yeah? It's the birth rate of the Muslim community, which is a ticking time bomb for Europe.
Why are you concerned with the Muslim community and its growth?
Because of the jihad, the non-integration, the segregation, the hostility, the violence, the grooming, the rapes, the prostitution, the heroin, all of these problems, female genital mutilation. There's so many problems that come out of that community which the government just don't deal with. It's a no-go zone for non-Muslims, yeah? It's a whole entire massive area. And it started off when I was little as a little area. Now it's just massive. This town will never be English again. Say that out loud. All the history of Luton Town, this is now an Islamic town.
And if this were a Sikh town, would you have the same problem?
I wouldn't have a problem, no.
Tell me why.
No, because the Sikh community integrate, assimilate, and they work very hard. There's no dominating gangs. They're not attacking our culture. In fact, they integrate and they feel and they become British. And unfortunately, that's not every Muslim, of course. Look, I'm not saying every Muslim is a problem, but I'm saying per se, the Islamic community, there's no integration, assimilation. There's big problems. Straight on, bro. Just pull up straight on that road, and we'll get out of the car there. Yeah, on the double yellows.
Okay. And is Luton ruled by Sharia law right now?
The Islamic community, the Islamic areas, yeah. That's their areas ruled by Sharia law.
Are we at risk coming in here with you, given who you are?
We are at risk, but it's 10:30 in the morning, and a lot of them don't get out of bed.
So we made our way into Luton, Tommy's hometown, and where he's public enemy number one.
What are you trying to say?
There's many times I've been attacked in this town centre, many times I've come under violent confrontation in this town centre, but this is my town centre. You see what these are? You obviously understand what these are.
What are these?
These are diversity barriers.
These?
Well, they're to stop terrorist attacks.
It's real?
I'm not joking. They're diversity barriers. This will go straight back up now, and these are to stop cars coming through and mowing everyone down.
Okay. So
and we have these in every town centre. You know, our Christmas markets now are literally just entire things like this, fortified to get anywhere near the Christmas market because they expect cars to come flying into them. So, as I said, the more Islam, the less freedom.
Okay, so are you Islamophobic?
There's no such thing as Islamophobia. Phobia is an irrational fear.
Sure.
All the things I talk about, when you pick up the Quran, there's 100 verses in the Quran which incite violence against non-Muslims. There's 4 verses in the Quran that say that Muslims can take non-Muslim women as sexual slaves. Actually, one of those verses say they're blameless. Now, when we see the statistics that we have in the UK, Muslims make up 5% of the UK population. They're responsible for 90% of the convictions of groups of men that young kids. Why? Why isn't it Sikhs? Why aren't the Jews doing that? Why aren't the Hindus doing that? Why is it the Islamic community? 30% of the men convicted of gang rape of children are called Muhammad. Islam promotes it.
Do you think Islam promotes it or extremist Islam?
Muhammad. Was Muhammad an extremist? Muhammad beheaded 600 people in one day. Muhammad women. Muhammad married a 6-year-old when she was 9. When people say about extremism or Islam, there is only Islam. There's not extremist Islam, moderate Islam, there's Islam.
Can you explain the difference between cultural Islam and religious Islam?
Many Muslims are just born with a Muslim identity and they feel like they have to defend it, yeah? Okay. But even when you're talking about it, they don't know what they're defending. Sure. They don't know everything about the life of Muhammad. They don't know he murdered, he pillaged. They don't know the life of Muhammad. But they're born Muslims. So I'd say that they're cultural Muslims. But then you have the real religious fanaticisms, the fanatics, which this town is full of.
Or how did this town become the terrorist capital of Europe?
Well, because we allowed Al-Mujahideen, in fact, our government foreign policy was to actually, when the Soviet war was going on, when it suited us to fund radical Islam with the Taliban and groups like this in Afghanistan, we gave home to many of these groups. So this group in this town centre, Al-Mujahideen, who are a prescribed terrorist organisation, their head office was here in my town. There's 60% of the Muslims in jail for terrorism, ex-members of that group. Their head office was in this town centre.
One day to eradicate Islamic law from Britain, and with the generations to come from the rest of the world, to fulfill the prophecy of the Prophet that the whole of the world will one day be under the authority of the Muslims.
In 2004, I started my first demonstration against them. In 2004, called Ban the Luton Taliban, and I was targeted since then by Islamic gangs for trying to talk out. And all I was trying to highlight is these are jihadists, these are terrorists. And literally, where we're walking now, you see there's a bakery here called Don Miller's Bakery. They used to have a stall set up every Saturday recruiting for terrorism. If you want to know how powerful the word racist is, if you want to know how the power of political correctness, our entire police forces across the country were paralysed with fear to allow the rape of a generation of our daughters. 1,000 girls in Telford, 1,400 children in Rotherham. The police were fully aware that the children were being prostituted, ganged and kidnapped by Muslim gangs, and the reason they didn't act, which has come out in government studies, because they were fearful of being called racist. An 18-year-old migrant who come on a boat 6 months ago murdered a 27-year-old Englishwoman who was working in the hotel that he was being housed in. So in hotels, there's a hotel here, there's a hotel there. Yeah, we can go to the hotels if you want after this, yeah? So in these hotels, they have housed so when migrants come into our country, they get put straight in these hotels. We pay for them. And just yesterday, an 18-year-old migrant murdered a 27-year-old Englishwoman working in the hotel. And 2 days before that, an Afghani put in a military base who we'd brought here to give freedom from Afghanistan, he sexually to 16-year-old. So
was there a public conversation at this point, or did you start that? Did you pioneer the conversation discussing this?
No one would discuss it. Everyone's too scared to discuss it, because when you try and discuss it, you just get attacked violently.
Were you violently attacked the moment you started talking about it?
Instantly. I've had 12 government Osman warnings. There's 6 Muslims right now in jail for 30 years. They got caught with guns, suicide bombs, everything on the way to murder us. They got there 2 hours late. They were arrested then in their car, where they found their suicide vests, etc. I've been under constant attack, constant death threat, life in danger. Even just 6 weeks ago, my mum and dad had to be relocated for threats to murder them.
So why make this your cause? Why were you willing to take on the threat here? Why is this so important to you? Why are you so concerned?
This is my country. It's our country. Let's stop pretending that we have welcomed guests into our nation, have now overstayed their welcome. They're changing this country. They're not here to integrate. They're here to dominate. And I know you've had immigration. When I hear about Americans and they're moaning about Hispanic immigration, I think you've got no idea, lads. You've got absolutely no idea. You have just opened your borders to 8 million migrants from Somalia, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. You're going to see what's coming.
We're walking right now. Are you concerned? Are you nervous?
Yeah, they'll be on the phones, 100%.
What do you mean?
Any one of them that would have seen us will be straight on their phones.
Doing what?
Phoning more Muslims.
For what?
To come and get us.
Come and get us? What do you mean?
To come and violently attack us.
For what, having a conversation?
But, mate, you're not allowed to talk about Islam.
Tell me about the concerns you have regarding freedom of speech here in the UK, the loss of it.
There is no freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is gone. Stop pretending it. There is no freedom of speech. We live in a post-free speech era. But the problem is the goalposts keep changing. So some people celebrated when it was me losing my freedom of speech, yeah? When they were censoring me, or because I speak about Islam, but then they started censoring doctors, nurses, yeah, scientists. We're talking about COVID, we're talking about everything. So here's the Discover Islam Centre. So they're not going to be happy with...
Explain the significance of Discover Islam.
It's a charity shop that was opened in order to convert the town to Islam. Hey, bro.
Hello.
I'm all right, man. How are you?
How you doing?
The purpose of this shop is to convert the town to Islam.
Okay.
Right? That's right?
It's for dawah, yeah.
To convert to
dawah. Not to convert to it in
And the man who opened this centre, the first manager, was called Yusuf Bonner, and he said he actually had to resign because I exposed who he was before they opened the shop. This was funded by Ira, Abdul Rahim Green, so the people behind this centre are radicals who believe in punishment for adultery, all these sorts of things.
What are your thoughts on that?
No, it's not true.
That is 100% true. When this centre opened and the council opened it, I looked into everyone behind it and I'd done an expose, and the manager had to resign before the day it opened.
Well, I don't know too much. I've only been working here like a few months, to be fair.
Okay.
When did you convert, bro?
Me, a year ago.
A year ago?
Yeah.
How do you like Islam thus far?
It's peace. It's peaceful, like it makes me feel like I can show the world the true me. And it's the true religion, really.
Can we get the Quran? Have you got the Quran? Can I touch it?
Yeah, of course you can.
Sure, yeah?
Why couldn't you touch it?
Because I'm not clean.
I see.
If you can look at verse 65. So this, as for such of your women as despair of menstruation, if you're in doubt, their period of waiting shall be 3 months, along with those who have it not. And for those with child, their period shall be till they bring out their burden. What's that mean?
Me, I don't know. Like I said, I've only been
that talks about divorcing prepubescent children.
I'm still doing my research myself.
I'm still doing it. Okay, so if you're new, I'm not here to.
Yeah, sorry. I guess
my problem? So not to put you in an awkward position, yeah. Because my problem is that verse talks about divorcing prepubescent children. That's what that verse is about. Yeah. So Muhammad married Aisha when she was how old?
That we do not know fully yet.
We know from Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, the two of the leading world hadiths. So how old was Muhammad then when he married Aisha? How old was Aisha?
Aisha was probably about between 9 and 11, I would say.
No, she was 6. So Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim are two of the most recognised. The problem is, it's great if you think she was older. That's still a bit strange at 9, 11. But it's great if you think she was a lot older. But the problem is Sahih Bukhari, which means authentic. There's 5 leading authentic hadiths, and they state that she was 6 years old, and he raped her when she was 9. They'll say marriage, yeah?
Got it. Would you date an 11-year-old?
No, obviously not.
So do you believe Muhammad was perfect?
Yeah.
But Muhammad, you just said married an 11-year-old.
Because things were different back those days, they weren't now.
So he wasn't perfect in this modern time?
But if you look back in the history, like even kings of England, they married
Richard
younger.
Lionheart had an 11-year-old wife.
Yeah.
But we don't think Richard Lionheart's perfect. We don't want to build this whole country based on what Richard Lionheart lived his life as, whereas you want this country to be on what Muhammad lived, yeah?
Me, like I said, I'm still new in it. I'm still new to Islam, like, so...
My point was that this shop has been opened by my council to convert everyone to Islam. And unfortunately, look, you've got a revert here. You'd call yourself a revert. I'd say a convert who doesn't actually know anything about Islam.
Do you think that's true?
No, I do know a little bit, but obviously I'm still learning.
But you're not allowed to leave
Student.
So you're a student, but you're not allowed to leave Islam now.
What would happen if you left Islam?
What would happen if you left Islam?
Nothing.
So Muslims should be free to convert to Christianity.
A lot of them are, to be fair.
Should they be free to convert to Christianity?
If that's what they want to do, yeah, of course.
So Muhammad says they have to be killed. Idolaters must be killed. Mate, if you want, I can teach you on Islam, so then you can undress like this and come back to our side and enjoy your freedom. Put you in, and
I made the choice to come to Islam.
But so if you don't think that was heavenly like Allah has sent someone to marry a child and have sex with her when she was 9, is that perfect? Come on, bruv, is it perfect?
That one I have to go to no comment.
You have to go no comment. So your point is, you know it's not perfect. So what you've joined is you've joined. You're a Luton boy.
Yeah.
What school did you go to?
Ashcroft.
So you're from up Stopsley?
Yeah.
That's where I'm from. How old are you?
31.
31. See how the town's changed? See, the town's changed because you ain't got an identity, bruv. Because your identity, you're a young English man. You should be proud of who you are, not searching for this. And the reason that this is strong is because Islam has a strong sense of identity, and we've lost our identity, and we've lost our community, and Islam gives them this. Go to verse 424. Yeah?
He's got a verse.
424. And all the married women are forbidden except those captives whom your right hand possesses. It is a degree of Allah for you, lawful to you are all beyond those mentioned, so that you seek them from your wealth and in honest wedlock, not debauchery. And those of whom you seek by marrying them, give to them. So all of them who are captive, this is the verse, there's 4 verses that tell Muslims clearly that outside of their 4 wives, they can take non-Muslim women, our daughters, as sexual slaves. That's why I have a problem. Bro, I embrace you to leave Islam. Okay? Come back, man.
Okay, Tommy, question for you. Let's say you have a Bible verse that says, stone the gays or something like that, Sodom and Gomorrah. Would there be an argument to be had that you shouldn't?
The Bible verse is a verse. It is stories put together. This is the exact word of Muhammad, and it must be taught. And there's no messing with this. This can't be changed. Muhammad was perfect. As I said, Muhammad was perfect. Was he perfect? Married a 6-year-old? No. Murdered. Do you know how he met his wife Sophia? Do you know how he met his wife Sophia? Now look into it, bruv, because he beheaded her husband and he beheaded 600 of the tribe. And the night of beheading her husband, he married her.
And where's that information?
That is in the Ibn Ishaq's biography of Muhammad. Again, the most recognised biography of Muhammad you'll ever get in the world, written by the biggest scholar in the world, Ibn Ishaq. And in there it says in black and white, the tribe, the Cayuba tribe, surrendered. He beheaded 600 of them in one day. And then that night he took Sophia as his wife. Now what Muslims say is he saved her from a life of rape. But he raped her that night, bruv. That's no perfect man. Anyway, I'll let you go.
Now, after having this chat, Tommy and I dipped as we were concerned the local gangs might pull up and jump us given who Tommy was. But one of the journalists trailing us stayed behind and asked this guy why he converted in the first place.
So basically the reasons were because my dad actually follows Tommy Robinson. And him hating Islam so much got me interested in Islam to find out why they hate Islam so much. Sorry. Yeah, Tommy's just turned up to the centre, bro. Nah, he's just jumping in his car now, but he's made the video. Sorry. Yeah.
He doesn't know who he is, he doesn't know where he's come from. That is our entire next generation. Our entire next generation don't know who they are. They've been beaten down so much, abused so much, made to feel worthless, made to feel ashamed of who they are. Now, when Muslims are telling us openly, the reason I'm doing this is because the book says this, we have to take them seriously and we have to look and explore what are the teachings of Islam? What does Muhammad say? Who is Muhammad? You see, when I started looking, he doesn't know anything.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know anything about Muhammad.
We put him on the spot, yeah.
We put him on the spot, but he doesn't know anything about Muhammad.
Sure. What does he
Here
do?
he is to tell people to join Islam, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. This was pushed by my council.
Yeah.
My local council opened this. All my local leaders of the council come down and had a big photo, and when they've done that, I'll dig it up for you.
Okay.
I researched into who was behind it and proved they're all terrorists. The leader of this, Yusuf Bonner, said that he will not rest until Islam is brought into every home in Luton. Well, guess what? I'm from Luton, and we don't want Islam in every home in Luton.
Okay.
This is our town.
Do you believe the objective is for them to conquer and pillage?
Well, no, they'll tell you the objective.
Now, Tommy.
Come on, because there'll be more. I told you.
Yo, my name's Hassan.
Hey! Luton represent! Tommy.
Every home in Luton. Well, guess what? I'm from Luton, and we don't want Islam in every home in Luton.
Okay.
This is our town.
Do you believe the objective is for them to conquer and pillage?
Well, no, they'll tell you the objective.
Now, Tommy.
Come on, because there'll be more. I told you.
Yo, my name's Hassan.
Hey! Luton represent! Yeah.
In another 10 or 15 minutes, this road will be swarmed with Muslims.
You actually think so?
Oh, I know so.
And what is their objective? To defend the precepts of Islam?
Yeah,
to kill you?
They had to kill me, to stop any criticism of Islam, to stop someone showing someone like that what Islam is.
Well, what you did was basic media literacy. You pointed to some concepts, some verses.
You're not allowed to.
What do you mean you're not allowed to? Did they not read the book themselves, or did they say it's a non-literal interpretation of the works and you shouldn't take
You're
it?
not allowed to talk negatively, Muhammad, or they want to kill you. So straight over here, to the left, bruv.
Got
to
it.
the left. So basically, this is the future of Great Britain.
Halal, cash and carry. Arabic.
Well, where are we? If you
I would say we're in the Middle East.
This is my hometown. This is my hometown.
And was it always this way?
No, it wasn't, no.
So you grew up when this was a British town?
I grew up when there used to be a McDonald's there, and I used to come down here with my mum.
You used to have fish and chips here?
Used to have fish and chips. Look, I grew up here, mate.
Okay.
This town, the whole town, it's gone. The whole town's gone.
Have British people fled the town? Have they left? Have they said, I no longer belong here?
Left. Everyone in my generation has left. I haven't got a single friend left in this town. Out of my generation is deaf. You're not allowed to criticise. He's talking about, you can leave Islam. No, you can't. Leaving Islam is punishable by death.
What if he left?
Go right here. If he left, he'd be bullied, attacked. He can't leave. He knows he can't leave. Is that road we just drove down?
Yeah.
Walk through there, and that is a microcosm of the future of Great Britain. Yeah, it's Islamic. I'm just here to explain to you as an American, these centres are opened in every one of our towns, and the purpose of these centres, which are funded by our local Labour councils, is to convert the town to Islam. So the local Labour political party, which is your Democrat party, are funding the conversion of the town into an Islamic ghetto like this. And what comes in an Islamic ghetto like this? Is it freedom? Are the women free? Can women walk down here at night? Could an English woman walk?
What would happen?
They come under attack. They'd be sexually harassed. So if he was an imam, you'd have got the real answer out of him. Yes, they want to kill homosexuals. Yes, they can take non-Muslim women as sexual slaves. They're allowed to. That's halal. We're allowed to do that. That's another mosque.
Cockney, Community Luton.
Madrasas, that's Islam. So they stop going then to British schools. That's a school. So then their whole life, and there's interviews with
They're self-segregating.
There's interviews with Muslims here that I can show you online where they say, well, I left school and I've left school and I've never met a non-Muslim. So they haven't even met a non-Muslim. Yeah?
Here in Luton, in England.
Here in Luton.
Why even come here is my question. If their goal is to recreate where they...
To dominate the world.
Do you think the goal is truly world domination?
Islamic. Islam splits the world into two, the House of War and the House of God. Yeah? We're the House of War until we're fully converted to Islam, and then we become the House of God. The identity and culture of it is very powerful, and it's changing the face of this country forever. And who's going to stop it? Because our politicians ain't. Are we going to just sit and play the lottery with Great Britain's future and our children's future? Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens when Islam gets to 20%. No, let's not see. Because we know what happens throughout the whole of history. In fact, they're actually taught at which percentage to start war. War's coming. Whether we like it or not, we have 40,000 British Muslims on a terror watch list. 40,000. We only have 70,000 members in the armed forces.
Do you think the UK ends in civil war?
Inevitably, the whole of Europe will end in civil war. Civil war's coming. If there's even a war. If not, it's just going to be Islamic takeover.
Got it.
Yeah, mate. The Andrew Tates, all these people, they've placed their bets as well. They see that Islam's going to win. It's going to become dominant because Christianity's weak at the minute. But that isn't the reality. I see it the total opposite. I see a resurgence of Christianity. I see Hungary. I look at Poland. I look at the rise of the populist right across Europe. There is only one solution to what's happening now, and that is resistance. Terrorist attack, jihad attack, stopped. If we didn't have the security services we had, there would have been a terrorist attack every month for the last year. Yeah? But we stopped them. So from aeroplanes, nightclubs, shopping malls, Christmas markets, we're at war. The public just don't realise it. 3,000 Muslims are on 24-hour day surveillance, 7 days a week at a cost of £9 billion a year. Why? Get rid of them. I'd be like, go on down the road, you fuck.
If you want to support our boots on the ground, independent journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, along with exclusive DLC content that YouTube won't let me upload, and uncensored early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube, go subscribe at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for less than $5 a month. The average person is not willing to go to war to even say any of these things mentioning Muhammad.
I'm not saying go to war, yeah? What I'm saying is we have to understand what we're looking at and what do we want the future of Great Britain to look like. So I don't believe the political system can solve it. I believe we need a cultural revolution and a cultural movement. A cultural movement that celebrates identity, that combines and unites and brings everyone together. When I say everyone, every other section of minority group that's come to this country have embraced it and loved it, yeah? And we are at a pivotal point in Great Britain. A revolution is brewing, I'm telling you. Yeah? I have my finger on the pulse. So we've shifted the open window on that. Where's the open window currently now? People are starting to talk about remigration. People are starting to talk about mass deportations. Donald Trump is going to shift the open window for the whole of Europe when he gets in power. He's going to save Western civilization. Western civilization is imploding. It's disappearing. The identity, everything is going. I don't think people really understand. We've had people sent to jail for shouting at a police dog, for saying you're not English anymore, for waving an England flag, given prison for non-violent crime, sharing a meme on Facebook, you get 6 months in prison.
Praying in front of an abortion center?
I faced 4 years in prison for making a film. We have no freedom, man, and the problem is they've always hid it, so they pretend with this facade. So the totalitarian state puts out that it's fair justice. There's no justice system. It's a legal system, and when they put a target on you, they're coming for you.
Tommy, do you think they're going to kill you?
Do I think they're going to kill me? I think there'd be a lot of people who are happy if I was dead, and I think that it would solve a lot of their problems because they've managed to instill fear in the public, and what we managed to do is show that we're not afraid. Everyone's converting to Islam. Everyone's searching for this other identity. White children are pretending to be black or talking like they're black. There's a big, massive cultural problem in the UK.
In 2021, for the first time ever, less than half of the population in the UK was Christian, down roughly 13% since 2011. In contrast, the Muslim population in the UK is only about 6.7% as of 2021, but it's grown 44% in that same 10-year period due to a combination of increased immigration and higher birth rates. In 2017, the Pew Research Center projected the Muslim population in the UK to reach 9.7% of the population in the year 2050 under a zero migration scenario, or to 17.2% of the population under a high migration scenario. This is almost a tripling of where it is now, but that would still make the population less than both Christians and atheists, unless Christians secularize rapidly over the next few decades, but ultimately no one has a crystal ball right now to accurately predict migration patterns and birth rates in the next few decades. However, Tommy is concerned at the current trajectory of both of these things and what he believes to be the installment of Sharia law once communities become Muslim dominated and win the political majority. But right now, Tommy has bigger problems to deal with. Where are we headed right now?
We're heading to Folkestone. I've got on to about 3 o'clock. I expect to get there, be detained, and I'm gone.
Charges for?
Charges for terrorism because I didn't let them in my phone, and I believe I'll be gone for a couple of years.
Okay, I hope that does not happen. And after driving to the police station, Tommy was now turning himself in ahead of his court date, charged under the Terrorism Act for refusing to give his phone password to the police under Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act, the UK's equivalent of the Patriot Act. And he's currently facing a possible jail sentence over contempt of court claims after allegedly not showing up to a court hearing and fleeing the country upon being released on bail after allegedly breaching a court order to not air a film in Trafalgar Square, where the High Court ruled he had repeated libelous allegations against a Syrian refugee after Tommy failed to convince the High Court that the refugee violently assaulted a young girl. Tommy made an entire documentary with nearly 58 million views on Twitter to prove his innocence, but he ultimately lost the legal battle. Now he's turning himself in to face what he believes to be a biased, corrupt judicial system that previously rejected the testimony of children who testified in support of Tommy's claims, alleging they were assaulted by the Syrian refugee. Yet during that court case, the judge ruled that these girls were lying.
The neighbour had shared it, and then I saw on the Yorkshire Live them making Bailey out to be really horrible and that Jamal was a poor little victim, and it wound me up. So I commented on it. The victim wasn't a victim, he hit me in the back with a hockey stick. And then within the space of 2 hours, I had about 250 comments saying that I was lying.
Public, what do you think? He's a Messiah. He's a Messiah?
Hello, Tom. How are you, man? You good? Where's Amit?
What are you being persecuted for right now?
Telling the truth and showing the public the truth of journalism. Journalism's dead. There is no... Let's go speak to journalists. Come on. Okay, come on, you're all journalists. Who are you a journalist for? You? Mate, who are you a journalist? Press agents. Who are you a journalist for? PA. You're for PA. So, have you watched my film?
I'm not.
Have you watched my film? You're a journalist. What are you for? So, have you watched my film? Look at this. Look, this is the problem. Totally controlled. Have any of you...
Can you guys say anything?
Have you watched my film? Have any of you watched the film?
Is it called silence?
Yeah, do you not? Do you know what I mean? Look, this is the problem.
Can they say anything?
None of them will ever report the truth.
Will they end up like you if they say anything?
This is totally controlled media. I've done what you should be doing, yeah? I filled your gap because you're all fucking failures. So all I've done is report the truth. I am being tried for giving facts to the public. Not tried, I'm going to go jail for giving facts. And whilst I do that, you'll all jump in on their side and you'll condemn me. You'll print their lies. Just watch the film.
How do you think this media will handle you after you go into jail?
They'll all just lie.
They'll all say breaches injunction, lies about Syrian child, does this. They'll all just lie. All of them will lie. Say, watch the film.
How do you think this media will handle you after you go into jail?
They'll all just lie. They'll all say breaches injunction, lies about Syrian child, does this. They'll all just lie. All of them will lie. That's why you're here, Tyler.
Tommy Robinson. Oh, Tommy.
All right, Tommy, fight the good fight. Don't die in there. You know what you have to do, brother.
Know when you're there tomorrow, just stand in, take it in, and think that a resistance has grown, man, and how far we've come, and that they can't put the fire out.
Tommy, be safe, be smart.
I will, man. See you later.
Hey, you may disagree with Tommy, but come on, freedom of speech, don't let that die with him. As Tommy turns himself in, awaiting judgment to see if he'll go to prison for contempt of court allegations for what he believes is, in reality, a punishment given to him for exposing the current government and coordinated media's corruption and lies. Before we learn what happens to him, we first need to go to the Unite the Kingdom rally Tommy has spent the last few months planning to see what the public thinks of Tommy's charges and the current state of England.
Tommy!
But expect for a fact there will be counter protests that will arrive here. Anti-racism, anti-fascism, every organization against what they deem for this group to stand for. Talk to the public. What are they thinking? The patriotism is off the charts right now. What does this mean right here? The rip of Britain. Talk to me.
Exactly what's going on in the UK at the moment.
Who is ripping Britain right now?
Well, we've made the two-tier governments. The corrupt fucking governments are in this country.
Is there any hope for Britain?
If they let Tommy out, we might. Yeah. If we get a bit of reform, we might. But if Keir Starmer, Conservative, this country is
Talk to me.
Fucking Starmer's a lodge man. Listen, he tells the truth. All it is, right? See, Tommy, why are you going to get arrested?
Yeah.
You tell me.
What do you think?
You tell me. What are you arrested for? Call.
The sheer quantity of stewards. You think they'll let him out?
I'm not sure. They have to, isn't it?
I say they'll have to let him out.
Is there concern for civil war here?
Oh,
yeah. It's a possibility?
If this carries on,
yeah?
Yes. Do we have concern? Yes! There you go.
Especially for our children as well.
All right, the patriotism is strong. What are you thinking?
Just outraged about what's going on in this country at the minute. Because our country's falling apart.
What future are you fighting for?
For our kids, man. I'm fighting for the kids and our ancestors. What our ancestors built over hundreds of years is now being crumbled.
Well, the communists, mate, that's the communists over there. Them people over there, are destroying our country at the end of the day. They're letting these people come into our country illegally, yeah? We don't know who they are, and they're raping our children and raping our women.
After getting a taste of the nationalist pride and frustration at Tommy's rally, I went to the Stand Up to Racism counter protest to see what they were thinking. All right, would you like to share? All right.
Okay, there you go. Show him your sign.
Yeah. F off Nazis. F off Nazis. Yeah. All right. Would you like to elaborate?
I mean, I think he summed it up, really. Nazis. Anti-Tommy Robinson, anti-division, pro-Palestine. So why are you here, Roshi? What do you feel about Tommy Robinson?
I want to eat him. He is a big fatty. La la la.
He wants to eat him because he's a big fat dick.
Their argument would be we're the working class. We live in these communities where we see the problems. You guys say we're racist when we point them out.
I think there is some truth in that we're in a society where it's very difficult to point out things that people are unhappy with if it doesn't go with what is accepted.
What specifically are you concerned with in terms of harm? People damaging like mosques and that sort of thing?
Hate speech breeds actions of hate, right?
So to be fair though, it says "F off Nazis." Do you think there's a bit of a double standard at play?
Well, they wouldn't consider themselves Nazis, but there are definitely similarities in the things they're saying and the ways that some of them behave.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's okay to be angry and to feel impassioned, as long as you're not like smashing people's mosques or beating people up.
I saw your sign, smash fascism.
In my long life, I've seen times when people get attacked for no reason other than the colour of their skin or
Sure.
they're Jewish, they could be anything. A lot of racism exists. I've had some of it myself growing up, and it seems to be getting worse again. As a people, as humanity, we've only got one world.
It's not about they shouldn't get a life, and Amnesty International say they want to welcome all refugees, but they also think housing is a human right. How does that work? How are you going to do that? How are you going to welcome everyone in, yet also at the same time build infinite houses? It makes no sense. It's a utopia that's not going to exist. We have to look at the facts of life, the reality of life, the harsh reality of life, and it is unfortunate that the world is in this place at the moment, but we have to put ourselves first, and I think it's as simple as that.
Do you think the English people are being deprioritized over foreigners coming in and economic migrants and asylum seekers?
I think in an ideal world we would do both, but at the moment definitely the general public do feel that over the last 25 years at least our living standards have been pressed down and down and down. And then when we have social media that shows us right in our faces the migrants documenting their own journey across the channel, saying we're going to go there, we're going to get a hotel, and then you see it. Then you see them be in a hotel, and it's like, well, what about 84-year-old Doris who's lived here all her life and she hasn't got a home to live in? Shouldn't we be spending all the money on them?
And I'm seeing what's happening to the UK, and they're just a microcosm really of what's going to happen in the United States. They're ahead of us because their population's smaller. They aren't able to take this flood of illegal immigrants that's coming into their country. Their government's oppressing their right to their free speech. And, I have a personal friend, Tommy Robinson, who I know that you know. And this is just, it's par for the course with how they treat Tommy, because Tommy is probably the most outspoken British citizen that they have. So any chance they get to silence him and keep him quiet is a great opportunity for them. So I'm here to support not only him, but the great British people that I've come to know and love.
They're going through so many countries before they get to ours, and then they're coming over, they're getting all the hotels, mobile phones, weekly allowance, 3 meals a day. All our taxpayer money is going to them, 20 million daily.
Okay.
It's just going up and up and up. And also the pressure of the government. You said about free speech. Free speech doesn't exist. People are posting stuff on Facebook and they're getting put in prison. There's millions and millions of people that don't even know about this event. It's been suppressed.
I had to search multiple times on Twitter just to find the details.
It's borderline very suppressed at the minute. Almost like North Korea, I would like to say.
The government are doing us over.
Separating us all.
Separating all them black, white, whatever colour you want.
Okay. We're at war with each other, and we shouldn't be.
Your primary concerns right now?
Free speech.
The lot. We need Britain back.
You say certain things in this country on YouTube or other channels, like my channel, you'll be banned. If we continue down the line that our politicians wish to go, we will lose freedom of speech, we'll lose the dignity of the family, and we'll lose many of the values that my father, my grandfather fought in 2 world wars to keep.
What are your thoughts on Tommy Robinson, him turning himself into the police, terrorism charges?
Yeah, handing himself in. Basically, he went to the police station because they were asking him a terrorism act
to unlock his phone.
So if he's got sensitive data on his phone that is to do with corrupt police and stuff like that, why would he give the PIN number to the policeman to get all the data, to go behind the back and do dodgy stuff?
The man's give up so much to make us aware of what's actually going on in the world. For years we've been blind in this country, believing the likes of Sky News and BBC. At the end of the day, they're being paid by the government to, say what the government want them to put out there, to make us believe these lies. If it weren't for Tommy, we would know nothing.
Tommy Robinson is one of the few true patriots we have in this country. Every so many generations we need patriots. He is our patriot. This is what they're afraid of.
We want Tommy out! We want Tommy out! We want Tommy out!
It seems like he's achieved true martyr status right now.
Tommy Robinson!
Immigrants
Robertson, I think he's Islamophobic, he's a racist, he's a fascist, and this country has no place for him.
Do you think all of them are fascists, or some of them are concerned patriots and people just disenfranchised?
I think people have a right to their opinion. I think refugees should be seen as an asset to this country. No one is illegal until such time as they're processed, and it's welcomed here.
I haven't felt right all day because this is the first time I've ever demonstrated without Tommy being there. So it's a little bit funny, but yeah, let's get it done.
What's the update on Tommy right now?
But the update on Tommy, I spoke to his lawyers yesterday. They told me that he's in good mental health. He was prepared for it. He had a conversation with us when we were at Nando's the other day as well. He's ready for the sentence. On that half, he's okay. I've been liaising with his family. Obviously, they're going through their troubles at the moment with everything that's going on, but all we can do is just support him. So when we get in court then, the judge will decide his outcome. So we just turn up then, we support him.
Are you happy or upset he's in jail?
Very happy. It's the least that he deserves after he incited literal race riots over the summer while in his 5-star hotel. And then he comes back to the UK and expects nothing.
Got it. Do you think he is a net positive or negative to British public?
A huge negative to the British public. He does nothing but cause division and grief for us.
Okay, besides him, what is your primary focus and reason you came out here today?
I feel like it's my basic duty as a British citizen to say that I stand against racism, refugees are welcome here, and that no far-right group has any place in British society.
What are your thoughts on some of the people that may say that some of these people are economic migrants and they're exploiting the generosity of you, the taxpayer, let's say?
I think that everyone deserves a home, and I think that if their home is going to be in the UK, if that's the best outcome for them, then they're welcome here. It's disgraceful.
We're concerned for our fucking children. You see the aftermath of Southport. My cousin died on the King's Cross bombings. What are we going to do? We're losing that safety net. It's frightening.
We're elevated. The sheer quantity of patriots out here is insane. They're chanting. They're waiting to march. Look at these people out here. Look at that.
Tommy Robinson is a fascist, he is a Nazi, and the people on that side are a mixture of racists and fascists. I'm sorry, we're not going to come here and say there's no concerned citizens on that side. If you let those people win, they'll come here, take away all your rights. So we stand against them 100%. This is the side of the people.
He's an antagonistic force and he shouldn't be free in the UK.
Do you think the average person over there is just a concerned citizen, or are they like a racist? What do you think?
I think most of them on that side are racist.
All racist. Some of them are fascists. This is Britain. This is where we want to be. Look on that side. All basically white men and women standing together, being racist together.
I notice you're black. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, they call me a sellout. Yeah, they call me Uncle Tom. But, but you know, I think it's more than race. I think this is about getting the country back. I think today it's more about the crime, the injustice in the tier 2 policing. So it's not just about race. I think it's more than that. It's deeper than that, because they like to divide and conquer.
Who's trying to divide and conquer you guys?
The high up, the elites.
And you're here today proudly because?
The globalists.
The globalists?
I think it all goes back to the same thing. So the far right, the struggle against bodily autonomy, for a free Palestine, against austerity. Every issue that we can point to will come back to a far right rhetoric. It comes back, it's the ultimate weapon of capitalism, and it's lashing out against us. It happens every time there's an unstable economy, which we're seeing after COVID. This isn't a surprise, we've seen this before, and we will always fight back against it. But I think it's a disproportional representation of what the actual problem is. Your enemy is not the migrant next to you. The enemy is the ruling class and capitalism.
Okay, I think even that side would agree, by the way.
This is not a culture war, this is a class war.
Got it.
We're still seeing these major austerity cuts. We're still seeing attacks on trans people. This is grooming and feeding and stoking the culture war to keep us away from the class war, because we have so much more in common with each other as working class people than we ever will for the ruling class.
Jamaicans, Africans, Indians, Sikhs, Hindus, British, we're all together. It's the government that tried to keep us apart.
Yeah, I'm not racist. It's one race, that's a human race. There is all different people here today. People come here to be safe. Well, they're clearly at 2 tiers. Yeah, there's one rule for us and one rule for the other. We have more right. When you talk about Britain don't have a history or a heritage, look at every invention from the fucking suit to the fucking game of football. Where's it come from? Comes from here. What's the most used globally language? England. We are fed up. They will come for you, your family. I've had it myself.
What did you do? What did they say you did?
They bugged me like a terrorist. I am. No, I can't. It's how I am. I've got a loud voice. It's me. Hey, elite! All of us! That man will never have another Christmas for what? For saying he's worried about our fucking country. Are you mad? Are you fucking stupid?
Let all the refugees in, let all the asylum seekers in, because we caused the wars, we were to blame for it, so let's let them come here and look after them like we deserve to.
Yeah.
The ruling class used the fascists and the racists on the street to gain parliamentary support so that they can be in power. And we got to watch that, because they use racism to divide the working class, because they're scared of the power that we have.
I've spoken to some people on the other side. They've used the term Islamization of society. What are your thoughts on that? That makes you pissed off. I can already see.
It's just an absolute racist term.
And what specifically concerns you about Islam?
The Prophet Muhammad being a from the off. That's enough for me. And there's other things in, but that's enough for me.
If we are bombing people out of their countries and they are coming here and we're saying that's Islam, whatever you want to call it, I think that's ridiculous. You cannot bomb somebody out of their home and country, give them no other option, force them to flee, and then say, oh, we have an influx of refugees here. That's an absolutely absurd proposition.
I know that Britain is responsible for many of the reasons why migrants are having to move and they're trying to come to this country. Britain is the world's second largest arms dealer. We start wars around the world. We and other countries are major drivers of climate change, another reason why refugees are moving. So I'm here really out of empathy with refugees and migrants.
Thoughts are seem little.
I'm here is the responsible.
Here, that's an absolutely absurd proposition.
I know that Britain is responsible for many of the reasons why migrants are having to move and they're trying to come to this country. Britain is the world's second largest arms dealer. We start wars around the world. We and other countries are major drivers of climate change, another reason why refugees are moving. So I'm here. Countries are major drivers of climate change, another reason. reason why refugees are moving. So I'm here really out of empathy with refugees and migrants.
Thoughts are, you seem a little untrustworthy.
Why is that? Just
news in general, like.
All right, I'm a guy with the YouTube channel.
Right.
All right. Can I see what this is? The Socialist Workers' Party?
Who's represents? Trying to pull people away from the far right.
Okay.
Trying to mobilise the side against Tommy Robinson.
We're protesting against the fascists that are in Parliament Square.
Tell me how they're fascists. Can you explain? Impartial observer, what's going on?
I don't really want to talk to him.
Why is that?
Because I don't want to talk to the president.
Why?
I have no reason, and you should stop interviewing.
They say they're just patriots, they're not far right. What does the far right mean?
Their form of patriotism is nationalism. Tommy Robinson is a Nazi, and they're supporting him.
Okay. How do you feel that a large majority of this crowd has been labeled far right, whatever that means?
I think the far right.
I fear that they will
Mobilise the side against Tommy Robinson.
We're protesting against the fascists that are in Parliament Square.
Tell me how they're fascists. Can you explain? Impartial observer, what's going on?
I don't really want to talk to him.
Why is that?
Because I don't want to talk to the president.
Why?
I have no reason, and you should stop interviewing.
They say they're just patriots, they're not far right. What does the far right mean?
Their form of patriotism is nationalism. Tommy Robinson is a Nazi, and they're supporting him.
Okay. How do you feel that a large majority of this crowd has been labeled far right, whatever that means?
I think the far right is a very small portion, you know.
Because they just want to call us far right, and if you look around here, there's a mixed ethnicity, there's mixed religions. I was brought up Jewish. You'll see Israeli flags. It's just total media hypocrisy.
It depends who you ask.
Sure, right? Has it just become basically a slur for conservatives or what?
Well, anyone's far right. So Brexit happened 2016, you're far right. So that makes 52% of the population far right to some, which is crazy. And if you want to control the borders, just control, you'll be far right.
They're ready to move, the police are in front of us, and the counter-protesters are there inevitably.
We're here, we're going to start moving.
All right.
Get ready for the demonstration of your life.
All right.
America, you've seen go yet. Let's get going.
All right, the patriotism surges through his blood.
Tommy Robinson! Free! Tommy!
All right, we're moving. All right. The question is, will people get arrested today and for what? Tommy has officially achieved martyr status through his recent arrest. The people are here chanting his name. We got a handstander. All right, the handstand was not worth it. Hey, I noticed your suit. What are you thinking? How you doing? There he is. Hey. How you doing? Why are you here?
I'm here to support Tommy, obviously.
We just saw you in Germany doing a Pegida rally, and now you're here.
Exactly. Now I'm here because we have to support each other. We have to stand together for the freedom of speech, for the freedom of the people who speak the truth, like Tommy Robinson.
Who else is next is my question.
I've got no idea who's going to be next. Maybe me.
When the extreme right wing calls them out on the street to burn mosques and to burn hotels housing refugees, that is a fascist call, and so many people follow it. That's what worries me.
Some of them trying to burn down hotels where asylum seekers were being held, intimidating people, trying to burn down mosques.
Sure.
I thought that was shocking.
I know Tommy Robinson himself has said that, remain peaceful. Do you think he's still responsible for a lot of this inflammation?
Same with Nigel Farage. It's a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. They won't quite say it, but their supporters know what they mean.
And we want to make sure we don't have another outbreak of racist rioting. Fascists now sitting in parliaments in Germany and France, and we want to make sure that we don't see any sort of development like that here. We have to say to people, whatever your frustrations, marching with Nazis like Tommy Robinson is no solution.
Do you think they're all Nazis?
Yes, there are Nazis over there.
Yes. Do you think they're all Nazis?
No, I don't think they're all Nazis.
Some of them are definitely Nazis, though?
Some of them definitely, yeah. The hardcore, yeah. Tommy Robinson's a Nazi. People closest to him are Nazis, yeah.
Okay. And is there free speech in Great Britain 2024?
Well, when they talk about free speech, what they mean is the ability to be openly racist and get away without a challenge.
We don't want
General improvements. Split stacking has now been improved. This is honestly huge for Logi players. It may seem really small and insignificant, but I really like this small improvement. It's going to really help with materials in resource containers. Another huge logistics change. Logistics in Foxhole is in a point where all we need is these small changes. This is going to make Logi run more efficiently. Now for a small change to infantry. Sniper rifles. Sniper rifles are one of the most underused guns in the game. Zagu is one of the only players that I know that uses this gun regularly.
Highwayman, push it.
In vehicles. I normally forget what items I'm carrying when doing Logi, so this will be a nice change. Drive wheel change in Navy ships will help you see what direction you are going. There's been a big rework to Facility Husk. Facility Husk can now be rebuilt by friendly players. Open top seats. Again, I'm carrying when doing Logi, so the posts. This is what I've wanted for such a long time. We will now have different map posts for intelligence. The regular map would have added to Facility Husk. Facility Husk can now be rebuilt by friendly players. Resources are preserved in the Husk if they are rebuilt. Destroyed Facility Husk provide a varied combat environment, which is player experience. There's going to be a new introduction screen to help orient new players of Foxhole's unique gameplay and philosophy. Home region finally got an update. New player there's been update is weather. The weathering over a pre-settled that later options other than just bridge breaks and they can act new opportunities easily. Forms on by the buyer a lot of teamwork and coordination to allow favorite change. And there's also the Iron Ship redesign. The model has been redesigned. It looks a lot more sleek now. You can now walk on the deck of the freighter. There is a spotter seat now, which is probably my favorite change. And there's also more passenger seats within the boat as well. The capacity is still the same though. Now only if they could improve backing up in the freighter. The Bowhead Large Resource Ship. This large resource ship can now hold up to 64,000 units of raw resources, whereas the normal freighter can only hold up to about 25,000 units of raw resources. The Bowhead has a loading area, a spotter seat, and a defensive turret. Though they didn't mention it in the dev stream, I'm going to guess that this can only be built on a dry dock. There's a lot of logistics groups out there that do big salvage runs, and this ship is going to help them out greatly. I'm really excited to be a part of those logistics operations. And that's it for Update 57. Normally, these updates are a lot smaller. Update 58 should be out in the next 2 or 3 months, and it's going to focus on more balance changes and quality of life features. What would you like to see for Update 58? What are you most excited about for Update 57? Let me know in the comments. I recently made a video about Anvil Empire's development so far. If you're wanting more information on Anvil Empires, make sure you go check that out.
Vision. This protest or march, whatever you call it, is peaceful because we want to tell people we love our country.
Yeah, it is peaceful. Yeah. It is a peaceful out here. And this is what we want for Tommy, because otherwise he'll just look bad on him.
You know, that's one of the things that's really, the government lies and says that Tommy Robinson fuels these riots. When Tommy puts on these rallies and these demonstrations, you can see that his own people, his own security removed someone who was causing problems. So when Tommy Robinson's involved in a demonstration or his people are involved, it's always a peaceful demonstration.
Peace seems to be the #1 priority. Peaceful protest, that is.
And then, ironically, as I did an interview for these dudes at the anti-racism rally, I had a squadron of self-proclaimed anti-fascists who were not happy to see me.
Cheers. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
That's me.
I really hate you.
I knew you were going to say that. Cheers. Cheers.
Your video on Poland. Shooting immigrants was genuinely that.
What are you opposed to in the sense of him sharing that is the law now? What do you think? Okay, chill. It's good. It's good. All right, it's good. Hey, I'm not. All right. I'm not. All right. All right, I'll walk away. Let me walk away. Huh?
Nazi scum off our streets!
Okay, all right. Hey, I'm a non-violent guy. Why do I have to turn off? Where's my freedom of speech? What have I done? Is this not fascism? My own demo? For what did I do? Wrong side of what? Having a conversation? This is fascism right behind it. Hold me by the neck. Get the fuck off of me. Fuck yourself. He's grabbed me by the neck. I didn't do anything. This is fascism right behind it. Hold me by the neck. Get the fuck off of me. Fuck yourself. He's grabbed me by the neck. I didn't do anything. My existence is. What did I do? What did I do? I didn't support anything.
Let's walk to the other side.
All right. Yeah, of course. All right. That is fascism right there.
Bye.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, but goodbye.
All right. That is two-tiered policing, what you just witnessed.
As the anti-fascist attacked me in the most fascist way imaginable, while these spineless cops lived up to their two-tiered policing accusations, kicking me out and not the masked aggressors. You might be wondering, if that happened to me, what's gonna happen to Tommy?
Tommy Robinson has been jailed for 18 months. The 41-year-old activist appeared at South London's Woolwich Crown Court on Monday after failing to appear at a previous contempt hearing for repeating false allegations against a Syrian refugee. He told Robinson that nobody is above the law. A non-custodial sentence cannot be justified, confirmed the judge, before handing down the 18-month sentence. Robinson's comments came despite a 2021 High Court order being in place, banning the activist from repeating the allegations against the refugee who sued him. Police confirmed he'd been arrested on one count of failing to provide the PIN to his mobile phone under Schedule 7 of the Terrorism Act 2000. However, the appearance on Monday came in relation to a separate warrant issued by a High Court judge earlier this year. Robinson is said to have repeated allegations against the refugee after airing a film at a protest in Trafalgar Square. The activist, who has 1 million followers on Twitter, had previously been successfully sued for libel by the refugee. Those who commit contempt in a court of law can face up to 2 years in jail, a fine, or in some instances, both.
But did Tommy and all of the witnesses that testified in support of what he said actually lie? Or did the judge just refuse to acknowledge the uncomfortable truths and the media corruption they revealed?
Why would this girl lie, randomly lie, before I was involved? Why would she then travel to the High Court of London and commit perjury? Because that is what the judge has found, that she's made it all up.
Why? For what reason? Why would the staff lie? Why would the head teacher lie? Why would every single person who was recorded covertly lie about what Jamal was like? 12 different people lying about what Jamal was like. Why? You see, the judge has really helped us out here. The judge says people can lie for reasons that make no sense. Sometimes for no reason at all. He concludes the alleged assaults, they never happened at all.
Yaxi Lennon's lawyer said that at all times he was following his principles. He passionately believes in free speech, she said, freedom of the press, and his overwhelming desire is to expose the truth. He believes the public has the right to have all the truth, not just what's provided by the mainstream media.
So if I'm in jail, buy my books, catch up on my story. I'm probably doing press-ups, I'm quite excited, I'm going to come out in the best shape of my life. It's not all bad, all right? I'm reading your mail. Thank you. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your support you're showing my family. This is temporary, all right? And the fight continues upon my release. I send in my love.
Nobody is above the law. Nobody is above the...
I send in my love.
Nobody is above the law. Nobody
So, what is the difference between a madman and a genius? Success.
The following is a conversation with Javier Milei, the president of Argentina. He is a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, and economist who campaigned with a chainsaw that symbolized his promise to slash the corrupt bureaucracy of the state. He stepped into the presidency 1 year ago, with the country on the brink of hyperinflation, deep in debt, and suffering from mass unemployment and poverty. He took this crisis head-on, transforming one of Latin America's largest economies through pure free market principles. In just a few months in office, he already achieved Argentina's first fiscal surplus in 16 years, and not just avoided hyperinflation, but brought inflation down to its lowest in 3 years. We discuss all of this in detail, both the successes and the challenges. His depth of knowledge of economic principles, metrics, and data was truly impressive and refreshing to hear from a world leader. But even bigger than the economic transformation of Argentina, Javier represents the universal fight against government corruption and the fight for freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, and freedom of speech. He has many critics, many of whom are part of the corrupt establishment he is seeking to dismantle. But many are simply Argentinian citizens, scared of the pain his radical policies may bring, at least in the short term. But whether one disagrees with his methods or not, no one can deny that his presidency marks one of the most ambitious attempts at economic transformation in modern history, and that Javier Milei is truly a force of nature, combining the rigor of an economist with the passion of a revolutionary in the fight for freedom of a nation he loves. Argentina is one of my favorite countries, so I sincerely hope he succeeds. This interview was conducted with the president speaking Spanish and me speaking English, with an interpreter simultaneously translating. We make the episode available, overdubbed and subtitled in both English and Spanish, thanks to our great friends at 11 Labs. If you're watching on YouTube, you can switch between English and Spanish by clicking the gear icon, selecting audio track, and then choosing the language. Same with the captions. If you're watching on X, I'll post both Spanish and English versions separately. If you're watching on Spotify or listening elsewhere, I'll probably only post the English version. This is a first time for me doing something like this in a foreign language. It was challenging, but illuminating. I hope to continue talking to many world leaders for 2 to 3 hours in this way, including Volodymyr Zelensky, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi, and Xi Jinping. I want to explore who they are, how they think, and how they hope to help their country and humanity flourish. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Javier Milei. When did you first understand the value of freedom, especially economic freedom?
Well, actually, I came to understand the ideas of freedom. As an economic growth specialist back in the years of allá por el año 2013-2014, yo veía que las estadísticas del PBI per cápita a lo largo de los últimos 2000 años de la era cristiana tenían la forma de un palo de hockey. Es decir, usted podía ver que el PBI per cápita remained almost constant until around 1800, after which it accelerated sharply in the same context of that phenomenal increase in productivity and per capita. GDP, the population had multiplied sevenfold over the preceding 200 years. So basically, In economics, that means you get increasing returns, and the presence of increasing returns implies the existence of monopolies, concentrated structures, and according to traditional neoclassical economic theory, the presence of monopolies and concentrated structures is not a good thing. But at the same time, one could see that living standards had increased tremendously and that middle-income people ended up living far better than emperors did in the Roman era, and the population had gone from having 95% of people in extreme poverty to less than 10%. And in that context, the question was how it could be that something that had lifted so many people out of poverty, that had improved human conditions so much, could be something bad for economic theory, meaning something was not right. So in that context, I remember that one of the people who worked on my team suggested I read an article by Murray Newton Rothbard called Monopoly and Competition. I remember reading it like it was today. And after reading it carefully, I said, everything I've taught about market structure in the last 20 years in courses on microeconomics is wrong. This caused a very strong internal commotion in me, so I called this person who used to work with me, and they recommended a place to buy Austrian School of Economics books. And I remember I bought at least 20 or 30 books, which I went to pick up one Saturday afternoon. And when I visited the bookstore, I was fascinated by all the stuff they had there. So I went back the next day and I started calculating how much money I needed to pay for my dog's food. That's my four-legged child. And how much I needed to spend on the taxi fare and food. And then, with what I have left, I spent all of it on more books. And then I started to read very intensively. And I remember, for example, the experience of reading Human Action by Mises, and this was a book that I didn't know about. And I remember that on the following weekend, I started to read this book right from the first page, and I didn't stop until I finished it, and that was a true revolution in my head. And having the chance to read Austrian authors like Rothbard, Mises, Hayek, Hoppe, and Jesus Huerta de Soto, or others like Juan Ramon Rallo, Philip Bagus, and Walter Block, for example. That was very inspirational. And at one point, I got the opportunity to read related to the works of Alberto Venegas Linchijo, and I also had the pleasure and honor to meet him. And today, we are actually friends. So that paved the way for me to approach the ideas of freedom. And another book that was a very significant influence and impact on me was The Principles of Political Economics by Menger. It was truly eye-opening. Or let's say, for reading Eugen von Böhm-Bawerk, these were things that really challenged all of my former thinking. I had a vague idea and poor about the Austrian school. The only thing I had read about the Austrian school until then had been Money and Time, a very good book by Garrison, but now that I understand a little bit more about Austrian economics, I know that it was rather poor. This doesn't mean that the book isn't good, but there were a whole lot of things to read that ended up being truly fascinating.
So from that, what is now today, and maybe you can talk about the evolution, is your philosophy, economics philosophy. You've described yourself as an anarcho-capitalist, market anarchist, libertarian. That's the ideal. And then maybe in practice and reality, you've said that you're more of a minarchist. So lay it all out. What's your economics philosophy today?
Strictly speaking, I am an anarcho-capitalist. I despise the state, government, I despise violence. Let us suppose we take the definition of liberalism. I usually use the definition of liberalism given by Alberto Venegas Linchijo, which is very much in line with the definition of John Locke, which essentially matches the definition by Alberto Venegas Lynch Jr., who said that liberalism is the unrestricted respect for the life project of others based on the principle of non-aggression and in defense of the right to life, liberty, and property. So I frame all of the discussions within those terms, and the fact is that when you get to that notion, I would dare say that you become an anarcho-capitalist de facto. And what that describes, it is an idea which represents my ideal world. I mean, that is the ideal world. Now, real life poses a whole lot of restraints, and some of those you can lift, and those restrictions and others you can't. So, in real life, I am a minarchist. I advocate for minimizing state size. I try to remove as many regulations as possible. In fact, that is what I used to say during my campaign, and let's say that is what I'm now carrying out. We have just carried out the largest structural reform in Argentine history. It is a structural reform that is 8 times larger than Menem's, which had been the largest structural reform in history. And we did that with 15% of the representatives and 10% of the senators. Furthermore, we have a deregulation ministry where basically every day we eliminate between 1 and 5 regulations. On the other hand, we have 3,200 additional structural reforms pending, to the point that the day we finish all these reforms, we will be the freest country on the planet, with the consequences they have in terms of well-being. Think about this. When Ireland started market reforms just over 40 years ago, it was the poorest country in Europe. Today, its GDP per capita is 50% higher than that of the United States. So, I have a current situation, and what I am constantly looking for, whether from my academic works and my outreach notes and books, is the world we have today. That every day we are closer, that every day we gain more freedom, because there are some very interesting things here. First, I would like to quote Milton Friedman. There is a moment
Last October of 2023, and yep, I can't believe it's 2024 already either, but last October, a research paper was published in a peer-reviewed journal, Archaeological Prospection, titled Geoarchaeological Prospecting of Gudang Padang Buried Prehistoric Pyramid in West Java, Indonesia. Authored by indigenous Indonesian geologist Danny Hilman Nadawajaja et al., or with others, it describes the work conducted on the little-known site in the jungle of Indonesia from October 2011 until October 2014, a decade ago now, which should give you an idea on just how slowly the wheels of the peer review process can grind at times. The findings reported in this paper are frankly extraordinary, as Hillman and his team conclude that based on their integrated, multi-method approach that included trenching, core drilling, carbon dating, ground-penetrating radar, electrical resistivity tomography, and seismic tomography, the structure at Gudang Padang is a man-made pyramid, likely with internal chambers, built over multiple periods of occupation and construction, its oldest layers going back an astonishing 27,000 years, to a time tens of thousands of years before any known ancient civilization. You'd think that a paper like this, detailing years of solid scientific work, should have resonated through the archaeological establishment like an earth-shattering kaboom, similar to the findings at Göbekli Tepe, but that's certainly not what happened.
Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
Instead, and perhaps unsurprisingly to some, it was met with a majority of silence, or if not that, then criticism and derision.
You can almost hear the snorts of derision.
So let's get into the details here. What exactly was found at Gudang Padang by Danny Hillman with his years of work on the site? Should this paper and this remote, rarely seen site in the jungles of Indonesia be considered? considered another piece of evidence for a seismic shift in our understanding of human civilizations on this planet? Or is there validity to the backlash and criticism that has formed the primary response from archaeologists? My name is Ben, and this is Uncharted X. In this video, we're going to dive into the details and history of the enigmatic ancient site of Gunung Padang, and get into the controversy surrounding Hillman's paper and the response to it from the archaeological establishment. Before we get started, a quick update on upcoming events, and this is chapterized if you want to skip ahead. There are still a few spots available on my very shortly upcoming special permission Egypt tours in both February and March of this year.
Заебали, дайте мне очередь. Хочу делать глык-глык my pants back. Ребята, плиз, кто-нибудь, типа, скажите на русском что-нибудь. Да, бля, заебали, кто-нибудь на русском. Ну, пожалуйста, плиз.
Here. If you want to check out the amazing sites of Upper and Lower Egypt with special permission access into a bunch of places and a 4-night Nile cruise, all of the details are on my website, unchartedx.com. I'll also be speaking at the Eclipse at the Canyon event this April in Texas. 3 nights of camping, the full totality of the solar eclipse, live music from the likes of $50 Dynasty, other great speakers, and even some stand-up comedy. It's going to be a good time, and if you're interested, check out the link below in the description. Also, I'm happy to say that I'll be returning to the Cosmic Summit Conference in 2024, June 15th and 16th at the Sheraton in Greensboro, North Carolina. The speaker lineup has expanded this year, and it promises to be an excellent event. Check out the link below in the description for all of the details and tickets. Lastly, in channel news, I'm doing weekly live streams over on Rumble, usually on Fridays or Saturdays if you want to catch me live. And I've also set up a locals page for those who want to support my channel through the value for value model. And again, all of the links to those are below in the video description. The site of the Gunung Padang Pyramid Pyramid is located around 120 kilometres to the south of Jakarta, about 3 hours drive, on the western end of the island of Java, one of the many islands that makes up the archipelago of Indonesia. You can drive to the entry site, or you could also take a local scooter from one of the villages if you want to spice it up a bit with a two-wheeled, four-legged Indonesian Uber. Last I heard, the entry ticket was around the equivalent of 20 US cents. It's not exactly a global tourism phenomenon, and mostly the site is visited by local Indonesians. I should say that I've not been to the site myself, although I plan to get there in the next couple of years. This footage was all taken by my partner in an earlier channel, as well as some other friends of mine from a visit to the site in 2017. Entering Gunung Padang, you'll find yourself on the terraces that form the top of the pyramid-like structure. The architecture here is all formed by columnar andesitic basaltic rock, usually just called columnar basalt. Columnar basalt can form in almost perfect hexagonal chunks, or it might have 3, 4, 6, or 7 sides. This occurs under specific conditions of heat and pressure. As lava under these conditions cools, it cracks in somewhat uniform lines, forming columns of stone. You can find columnar stone like this all around the world, and there are some well-known examples, like Devil's Tower in Wyoming, made from huge columnar runs of phonolite. You can also find layers of columnar basalt in the spectacular channeled scablands of eastern Washington state, part of the huge plumes of lava laid down millions of years ago from the same caldera that is today beneath Yellowstone National Park. At Gunung Padang, the terraces are constructed with cut blocks of columnar basalt and are built on top of the pyramid-like structure, about 100 metres high from the parking lot, which is accessed via a stone staircase. The whole thing is about 200 metres above the main river to the north. There are 5 terraces, the largest of which is 30 metres wide and 40 long. Quoting from Danny Hillman's paper, quote, Terrace T1 spans 30 by 40 metres and is separated from Terrace 2 by a 9 metre high ramp. The terraces are divided by 50 centimetre steps between Terrace 2 and Terrace 3 and Terrace 3 and Terrace 4, while a 1 metre step separates Terrace 4 and Terrace 5. The exteriors and interiors of the terraces are adorned with alignments of rock walls and rows of standing columnar rocks, forming intricate spatial patterns and geometries. In 2014, the vegetation on the east slope was cleared to reveal these stone terraces. However, they have since become heavily vegetated once again. The National Archaeological Institute conducted studies that led to the site's restoration in 1985, and in 1999, Gunung Padang was designated a provincial-level cultural heritage site. Previous studies regarded it as a significantly large megalithic site consisting of stone terraces, known as Punden Berandak, which are common in Indonesia but not on the same scale as Gunung Padang. Further archaeological studies were carried out until 2005, including limited excavation pits that reached less than a metre deep. While lacking radiocarbon dating, it was assumed that Gunung Padang was a prehistoric site built between several hundred and a couple of thousand BCE, following regional megalithic cultures in Asia. A comparative example of stone terraces is Lebak Sebidug, a stepped pyramid close to Gunung Padang, which shares a similar size and antiquity but has not been extensively studied. Another example is Candi Kethek in central Java. Stone terraces constructions can be found worldwide, such as Machu Picchu in Peru, built by the Inca civilization. Nan Madol, a megalithic complex on Pohnpei Island, Micronesia, utilizes similar columnar joint rocks. End quote. So on top, at the stone terraces, the architecture of Gunung Padang matches other known ancient sites of Indonesia and others in Asia. But, as Hillman states, it's really only these top terraces that have been studied, with below-ground investigation limited to less than a metre in depth. Danny Hillman's work on the site has taken this early investigation much further, and, if you'll excuse the pun, to much deeper levels. His team found that Gunung Padang has a much more complex and far older history, with multiple phases of construction in very different styles, in different layers hidden beneath the terraces on top. These different layers of different construction styles are dated to very different periods of time separated by thousands of years, and they're categorized by Hillman as different units, with Unit 1 being the terraces on top. Quote, "The visual observations at Gunung Padang reveal a complex construction history, with evidence of multiple phases and diverse architectural styles. At the ground surface, known as Unit 1, the prominent megalithic stones exhibit a variety of arrangement techniques positioned on soils containing numerous andesitic rock fragments. Unit 1 comprises columnar rock arrangements of standing rocks and ramps, defining the spatial geometry and terrace spaces. Beneath Unit 1 lies an older layer of columnar rocks displaying much more sophisticated construction techniques. These regularly cut columnar rocks are arranged like bricks in a building, with fine-grained fillers or mortar between them. This layer, called here as Unit 2, remains hidden in plain sight with exposed parts. Exposed areas reveal various elements of Unit 2, including the stone wall ramp between Terrace 1 and 2, an altar-shaped rock mound situated in the middle of Terrace 1, referred to as masjid, meaning a place for praying, and diagonally oriented tiles of columnar rock spanning terraces 2 and 3 in an approximately north 55 degrees east direction. Noticeably, on Terrace 1, the top of Unit 2 lies just a few tens of centimetres beneath the ground surface, as uncovered by the Tango Trench. The interwoven columnar rocks between Terrace 1 and the ramp connecting Terrace 1 and 2 are aligned similarly in the north 70 degrees east direction. This evidence confirms that Unit 2 is a product of human construction, challenging previous notions that it consisted solely of natural columnar rocks. The trenching excavations revealed that Unit 2 is a substantial construction that extends vertically and laterally along the west and east flanks. This indicates that the megalithic stones on the ground surface, Unit 1, are built upon the buried and more massive Unit 2. Unit 1 appears to be a surface rearrangement of Unit 2. In the Fanta Trench and Terrace 2, the alignment of columnar rocks observed on the surface continues underground. Although the trench reached a depth of 3.5 metres, it did not reach the base of Unit 2. End quote. So, it seems that Unit 2, a much larger and more sophisticated construction, lies beneath the visible Unit 1, the terraces, which were likely constructed simply by recycling and rearranging the columnar basalt of Unit 2. The reuse, recycling and renovation of more ancient sites is a phenomena found all around the world, from Egypt to Peru, and it's something that I've discussed in detail in several videos on this channel. The Inca were repairing and reusing more ancient megalithic stone in Cusco and the Sacred Valley of Peru. There's strong evidence that the recycling of older column bases was occurring as far back as the 5th dynasty of the Old Kingdom of ancient Egypt, and most certainly this practice occurred in later periods. Even the granite of the Middle Pyramid at Giza was being quarried and taken for use on other sites by Ramses II of the 19th dynasty, and the famous Dream Stele, an inscribed granite slab that sits between the front legs of the Sphinx, is made from a recycled block of granite from an older structure. It seems that the same practice took place at Gunung Padang when the last builders came to the site and constructed the terraces that now make up the site that people can visit today. The evidence that Unit 2 is constructed is convincing, and this is an important point that we'll circle back to later when we look at the response to Hillman's paper from archaeologists. He points out that natural columnar joint outcrops are generally homogeneous in size and shape, and are tightly interlocked, as opposed to the stacked columnar stones of Unit 2, which are made up of varying sizes and shapes, with thin flat rocks between them, along with the use of mortar to tighten up the structure. The foundation or bottom of Unit 2 was exposed by studying an ancient flank collapse on the western side of the structure. This is far from the full story, however, as beneath Layer 2, Hillman found evidence for an even more ancient, shaped and weathered layer that is yet another style of construction. Quote, "We have mapped a sizable ancient flank collapse or large landslide on the west slope. A part of its headscarp, Beta 2 Cliff, exposes not just Unit 1 and Unit 2, but also an older unit beneath them. The 3 layers are parallel to the ground surface. Unit 1 has many rock fragments of broken columnar joint basaltic andesitic rocks. Beneath it, Unit 2 is the interwoven columnar joint basaltic andesitic rocks aligned in approximately north 70 degrees east direction, like those exposed on Terrace 1. The columnar joint rocks, unlike in nature, are stacked parallel to the layer, not perpendicular, and have been regularly cut to about 1 to 2 meters long on average. Furthermore, natural columnar joint rocks are more homogeneous in size and shape and are tightly interlocked. But beta 2 exposure exhibits columnar rocks with different shapes and diameter sizes, and their surfaces do not interlock directly but are separated by fine-grained mortar. The orthogonal sections of the columnar rocks vary in shape, including hexagonal, pentagonal, rectangular, trapezoidal, and trigonal. There are also distinct thin flat rocks between the columnar blocks, probably added to tighten the structure. Like exposures on Terrace 1, the mortar between the columns has an average thickness of 5 centimeters. The columnar rocks are only slightly weathered, showing sharp corner edges. The Beta 2 scarp is critical in providing evidence of Unit 2's foundation. It reveals a distinct and sudden boundary where Unit 2 meets the underlying rock layer, which has undergone extensive weathering and decay. This layer consists of homogeneous coarse sands with a gravelly texture, possibly originating from a variety of volcanic rock materials. It is evident that this layer was exposed to the air for a significantly more extended period before being covered by Unit 2. In contrast to the homogeneous mass, there are embedded pillar-like structures that contained columnar rocks. These columnar rocks have experienced advanced spheroidal weathering, resulting in rounded corners and edges caused by exfoliation. This rock pillar structure appears to be an integral part of the overall construction. We designate the homogeneous mass layer as Unit 3A and the decayed columnar rocks as Unit 3B. The observed weathering profile is intriguing, since natural weathering typically occurs due to exposure to air and water, resulting in weathering and decay towards the ground surface rather than the opposite. End quote. The subsurface work at Gunung Padang, consisting of core drilling, ground-penetrating radar, electrical resistivity tomography, and seismic tomography, also revealed the presence of the deepest layer, Unit 4, which Hillman describes as meticulously shaped bedrock. Quote, Unit 4 is not exposed on the ground surface and consists of massive basaltic andesitic rocks with intensive fractures. This characteristic was observed in boreholes 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7. The rocks in Unit 4 are generally in a fresh state or exhibit minimal weathering. In borehole 1, the top of Unit 4 is identified by a heavily weathered 2-meter-high massive basaltic andesitic rock associated with fluctuations in groundwater levels, evident through water inflow during drilling. The pyramid's core consists of meticulously sculpted massive andesitic lava, Unit 4, enveloped by layers of rock constructions, Units 3, 2, and 1. End quote. Hillman's findings on the erosion and weathering at Unit 3 and the top of Unit 4 have some interesting implications. It means that these layers, the shaped bedrock and blocks built on top of it, were exposed to the open air, potentially for millennia, and suffered spheroidal weathering from wind, air, and water over this time, before they were built over by Unit 2. We don't see the same thing occurring to the stacked columnar basalt of Unit 2. These regularly cut blocks still have their sharp corners, and don't display the same level of erosion. Unit 2 is also a very different construction style to Unit 3 and 4, which is essentially shaped bedrock with embedded pillar-like structures that use the columnar jointed rocks. When I first saw the profile of some of these pillars and shaped bedrock, I immediately thought of sites like Karahan Tepe in Turkey, which, along with sites like Göbekli Tepe, are firmly dated to at least 11,000 years old. At these sites in Turkey, we can describe the architecture similarly to Units 3 and 4 at Gunung Padang, shaped bedrock with heavily weathered columns, either formed from bedrock itself or columns that are embedded into the ground. Hillman also found the presence of river-worn boulders, round stones, at Units 3 and 4, which further suggests the man-made nature of this layer, as given the whole site has been built on top of a natural hill, they had to have been brought here rather than deposited naturally. Having established the various layers of construction styles at Gunung Padang, Hillman's team dated them by sinking multiple core drills to depths of up to 36 meters, which retrieved organic matter in sediments that correlated to Units 1, 2, 3, and 4. The results from the carbon-14 analysis of this material are remarkable, and the source for much of the controversy that's been generated by this paper. Quote, "The comprehensive Oxcal analysis, as illustrated in Figure 7, provides invaluable insights into the chronological sequence of the constructions at Gunung Padang. According to the analysis, Unit 3 is estimated to have been constructed during the remarkable timeframe of 25,000 to 14,000 BCE. Following this period, there was a hiatus spanning from 14,000 to 7,900 BCE before Unit 3 was ultimately buried between 7,900 and 6,100 BCE. Remarkably, approximately 2 millennia later, the construction of Unit 2 took place between 6,000 and 5,500 BCE. Another significant hiatus occurred from 5,500 to 2,100 BCE, followed by the construction of Unit 1 between 2,000 and 1,100 BCE. Lastly, an intriguing excavation of Unit 2 and subsequent soil fills transpired between 1393 and 1499 CE. These refined chronological estimates provide a deeper understanding of the temporal development and evolution of the structures at Gunung Padang throughout its extensive history." End quote. Hillman puts all of the puzzle pieces together in his conclusion. Quote, "Conclusion. Gunung Padang is a multi-layered prehistoric pyramid. This study strongly suggests that Gunung Padang is not a natural hill but a pyramid-like construction. The pyramid's core consists of meticulously sculpted massive andesitic lava, Unit 4, enveloped by layers of rock constructions, Units 3, 2, and 1. The carbon dating analysis further supports the multi-layer construction's long history, spanning successive periods. The oldest construction, Unit 4, likely originated as a natural lava hill before being sculpted and then architecturally enveloped during the last glacial period between 25,000 and 14,000 BCE. Afterward, Gunung Padang was abandoned by the first builders for thousands of years, leading to significant weathering. Around 7,900 to 6,100 BCE, Unit 3 was deliberately buried with substantial soil fills. Approximately a millennia later, between 6,000 and 5,500 BCE, a subsequent builder arrived at Gunung Padang and constructed Unit 2. Lastly, the final builder arrived between 2000 and 1100 BCE, constructing Unit 1. It is intriguing to note that during the constructions of Unit 1, Unit 2 likely remained relatively intact and well preserved. However, in a peculiar turn of events, Unit 2 was subsequently buried, possibly to conceal its true identity for preservation purposes. As a result, Unit 2 now lies concealed beneath Unit 1, which comprises simple superficial stone terraces or Punden Berundak, representing the latest visible manifestation of Gunung Padang. Concluding remarks and further studies. This study sheds light on advanced masonry skills dating back to the last glacial period. This finding challenges the conventional belief that human civilization and the development of advanced construction techniques emerged only during the warm period of the early Holocene or the beginning of the Neolithic, with the advent of agriculture approximately 11,000 years ago. However, evidence from Gunung Padang and other sites, such as Göbekli Tepe, suggests that advanced construction practices were already present when agriculture had, perhaps, not yet been invented. The builders of Unit 3 and Unit 2 at Gunung Padang must have possessed remarkable masonry capabilities, which do not align with the traditional hunter-gatherer cultures. The burial of these structures around 9,000 years ago adds further intrigue for reasons not fully understood. Given the long and continuous occupation of Gunung Padang, it is reasonable to speculate that this site held significant importance, attracting ancient people to repeatedly occupy and modify it. To further advance our knowledge of Gunung Padang, it is essential for future research to undertake comprehensive and systematic excavations that delve into the characteristics of Units 2, 3, and 4, as well as their cultural significance. Gunung Padang stands as a remarkable testament, potentially being the oldest pyramid in the world. Further investigation and interdisciplinary research will uncover its hidden secrets and shed more light on the ancient civilizations that thrived in this enigmatic site. End quote. I think you can see why this paper got some establishment jimmies all rustled. by challenging the tired old claim that civilization only started some 6,000 years ago, which is still, despite discoveries like this one and Göbekli Tepe, the authoritative date according to the majority of the academic archaeological mainstream. Before we get to the response this paper generated, there's one other feature at Gunung Padang that was revealed by Hillman's work, and that is the presence of what seems very likely to be large subterranean chambers in the structure. Along with trenching and core drilling, Hillman's team used a variety of subsurface imaging techniques to scan the pyramid at Gunung Padang. These included ground-penetrating radar, which uses electromagnetic pulses of radar, polarized radio waves, in the 10 MHz to 2.6 GHz range. When these waves hit buried objects or boundaries between materials that have different properties or permittivities, it can be reflected, refracted, or scattered back to the surface, allowing software to create imaging of the scanned area. Seismic tomography was also utilized, a technique that uses seismic waves produced by the Earth from earthquakes, explosions, or crustal movement to produce 2D or 3D imagery of materials and voids beneath the sensors. Lastly, electrical resistivity tomography was also utilized at Gunung Padang, another subsurface imaging technique that uses direct current electrodes and sensors to make electrical resistivity measurements of the ground. And if the electrodes are suspended in boreholes, as they were at Gunung Padang, deeper sections can be investigated. All three of these methods, along with the core drilling, confirmed the presence of underground voids, likely chambers. The largest of these, beneath the ramp between terraces 1 and 2, was approximated to be 10 meters long, 15 meters wide, and 10 meters tall. That's a large chamber. Evidence for other chambers was also found beneath terraces 1 and 5. Quoting from Hillman's paper, notably, a high resistive anomaly in electrical resistivity tomography aligns with a low velocity anomaly detected in seismic tomography, indicating the existence of hidden cavities or chambers within the site. Additionally, drilling operations revealed significant water loss, further supporting the presence of underground spaces. Gunung Padang is not merely a simple prehistoric stone terrace, but a complex underground construction with substantial chambers and cavities. The GP4 borehole contains crucial data regarding the suspected presence of large cavities or chambers beneath the surface. During drilling, the penetration rate slowed down at a depth of 5 meters. At 7 meters, the drill encountered a blank zone with no core samples. Subsequently, at 8 meters, there was a sudden and significant water circulation loss, exceeding 20,000 litres. After this point, the drilling penetration accelerated and maintained a high speed. The water loss continued until the total unreturned water circulation reached approximately 32,000 litres at a depth of 14 meters, prompting us to halt the drilling. The substantial water loss strongly indicates the presence of a large underground cavity. At a depth of 10 meters in borehole 7, we encountered a lengthy andesitic rock core measuring 1.3 meters. This core may indicate the presence of a vertical structure, such as a wall or gate, as supported by the seismic tomography profile. Considering our goal of drilling directly into the chamber, we contemplated drilling into the steep wall between terraces 1 and 2. However, this task requires special permission, since drilling without removing or disturbing the megalithic structures on the surface at this particular location is impossible. Results of electrical resistivity tomography, or ERT, survey. The east to west ERT sections, utilizing 2-meter spacing electrode configurations, reveal the pyramidal shape of layers A and B with symmetrical east and west flanks. The ERT sections also provide imagery suggestive of tunnels, including a central tunnel within the pyramid structure. The high-resolution ERT surveys reveal roof, wall, and floor-like shapes. The presence of a long, narrow passage is suggested. The use of 2-meter and 1-meter grid spacing in the ERT survey provides further insights into the subsurface structure geometry. The most intriguing feature is the presence of extremely high resistivity anomalies, or EHRAs. The most prominent EHRA is found beneath the ramp and terrace 2, providing solid evidence of a large cavity or chamber. To further investigate the EHRA identified in the 2D ERT sections, a 3D ERT survey was conducted, covering the entire expanse of the megalithic terraces on the hilltop. The survey employed 112 steel electrodes, strategically arranged in 4 parallel lines with a 5-metre spacing between both electrodes and lines, resulting in a rectangular survey area measuring 15 by 135 metres. By conducting a 3D survey, we were able to gather data with significantly higher density compared to the 2D survey, as the 3D approach captured volumetric information rather than just a 2D section. The results of the 3D survey provided successful visualization of the suspected large cavities in 3 dimensions, as depicted in Figure 10. Similar to the 2D imaging, these large cavities or chambers were distinguished by the EHRA, but in 3D. The presence of the EHRA, accompanied by surrounding layers of low resistivity, clearly outlined the chambers. The main chamber between the ramp between terraces 1 and 2 was estimated to have dimensions of approximately 10 by 10 by 15 metres. Moreover, extremely high resistivity anomalies were also observed beneath terraces 1 and 5, further supporting the presence of additional chambers. Results of seismic tomography, or ST, survey. We conducted 3 survey lines. The initial purpose of the ST survey is to further investigate the large cavities the ERT imaged. The ST line 1 provides a clear north to south cross-sectional view of the pyramid mound. It reveals a subtle low-velocity anomaly, or LVA, situated between the upper and lower high-velocity layers. The LVA is bounded by 2 vertical strips of low-velocity media, resembling an entrance gate. Line 2, the west to east survey line passing through the centre of Terrace 2, exhibits a distinct contrast with an LVA surrounded by high-velocity materials. It may also indicate possible large tunnels. Another prominent feature in ST sections is the presence of multiple vertical structures, including the 2 stripes bounding the LVA in Line 1. These features are not artifacts resulting from processing, noises, or interferences, but represent subsurface features that likely possess vertical boundaries of density contrasts. Therefore, these vertical structures may correspond to walls or columns of the constructions. Similar vertical features are also frequently observed in the ERT sections, and upright features are visible as the rock pillars on the Beta 2 scarp and the steep rock wall in the Echo 2 trench. End quote. So it's a lot of technical talk there, I know, but just as a summary, by using multiple subsurface techniques, Hillman's team has showed the likely presence of large chambers and tunnels beneath the terraces of Gunung Padang. Not only that, but these chambers have what seem to be fairly regular features, with suspected gates, walls, floors, ceilings, and even possibly columns. Hillman also acknowledges the overall uncertainty of relying solely on subsurface imaging techniques, and multiple times in his paper points out that further work on the site, particularly large-scale excavations, are required to both confirm his findings and to more fully explore this enigmatic structure. That said, the science here seems pretty solid, at least to me, and you might think that it would provide a good basis for further archaeological explorations of this site, as it seems to have the potential to uncover an entirely lost period of human history. Unfortunately, that really wasn't the reaction generated when this paper was published. To understand the response to Hillman's paper, we need to look at some of the history of his work on this site. As I said in the introduction, this work began in October of 2011. It was stopped for the best part of a year during 2013 due to protests from archaeologists. You see, Hillman is a geologist, and I suppose that he was caught playing in somebody else's sandbox. But the archaeologists at the time said that they know the site is around 2,500 years old and that there is no reason for any further investigation. It wasn't until Danny Hillman took the then president of Indonesia, Bambang Yudhoyono, to the site in December of 2013 and explained his findings. And he made his recommendation that excavations get underway to further understand the site. President Yudhoyono gave Hillman his blessing to get underway with those excavations, which, as you might imagine in such a remote area, took several months of planning and preparation. Once he began work in the second half of 2014, there was an immediate outcry from the same archaeologists, as this article from the Jakarta Post on September 24th of 2014 reports. Quote, Bandung Archaeological Centre head Desril Riva Shanti has taken issue with the excavation process being carried out in Gunung Padang megalithic site in the Cianjur Regency, West Java, adding the process had not followed standard methods that were usually applied in archaeological projects. I've yet to go to the site, but I can judge it from photographs. An archaeological excavation method shouldn't have been carried out in this way, Desril said on Monday. End quote. She hadn't even visited the site, but was prepared to offer summary judgment about both its origins and Hillman's work from nothing more than photographs. Frankly, it's pretty shameful behaviour. But it worked, as President Yudhoyono, who granted Danny Hillman permission to dig, stepped down from his position the very next month in October of 2014, and his successor put a stop to Hillman's work at Gunung Padang. Those 3 years of work prior to October of 2014 are what this paper is based on. And the truth is, those who have been paying attention to these types of sites and claims have known about the results found here for many years now. Hell, I was talking about this in a video on my old channel, J Productions, from 7 years ago, and I still have a copy of Hillman's PowerPoint presentation that outlined the same discovery of chambers, the same carbon-14 dating results that are in this finally now published peer-reviewed paper. Graham Hancock, who has visited the site with Danny Hillman, was championing his work and deriding mainstream archaeologists' visceral reactions to it as far back as a decade ago. The sad thing is that Hillman had only really just started his excavation at the site when the work was stopped and they were ran off. That was enough time for them to excavate a small amount and find many interesting stone artifacts, some which are quite strange, like this very dense, high metallic content triangular carved piece from stone that's not local to the area, and it's something that he talked about in an on-site interview with Andrew Collins. In a letter to Graham Hancock on October 2nd, 2014, he confirmed that the pyramid structure was now, quote, loud and clear and not difficult to understand for non-specialists if they come to the site to see it for themselves, end quote. He also reports finding some sort of open hall under 5 to 7 meters of soil, but had yet to get into the main chamber. This is exactly where work on the site stopped, and nothing has happened since. In his paper, Hillman makes mention that they were not allowed to move or drill through any of these stones on the terraces, which limited where he could sink his core drills and where they could dig trenches. Special permission was required to investigate further, and that permission was withheld. Now, when the paper came out, the fact that it reported a pyramid-like structure dating to 27,000 years ago generated some headlines, but the response from academic archaeologists didn't really change from when Hillman was first talking about his findings a decade ago. One of the most quoted academic respondents to the Gunung Padang paper is Dr. Flint Dibble, an archaeologist at Cardiff University, whose profile there states that his research focuses on foodways in ancient Greece. Flint is quite active on Twitter. I think he even tagged me in one of his threads talking about this. And as some of you might know, he has stepped up and agreed to debate Graham Hancock on the Joe Rogan Experience. A daunting task, certainly, and something that Flint should be credited for, unlike certain of his other vocal on Twitter peers, one in particular, who, while willing to speak to the media, was not willing to debate Hancock, preferring instead to limit any engagement to Twitter's, at the time, 140-character post limit. This debate between Hancock and Dibble was originally supposed to have taken place late in 2023, but due to some health issues with Flint, was rescheduled till, I think, April of 24. I very much hope that the debate takes place, as I'll be watching with interest, and I sincerely wish Flint a speedy recovery. Dr. Dibble is quoted in articles responding to the Gunung Padang paper in Scientific American, The Guardian, and in the Daily Mail. He states that there's no evidence the buried layers were built by humans and that, quote, material rolling down a hill is going to, on average, orient itself, end quote. That statement might be true, but I'd love to see any other examples of material rolling downhill that somehow oriented itself into neatly ordered stacks of regularly cut and similar length columnar jointed rock with flat stones and 5 centimeters of mortar between them, effectively tightening the formation, as reported in the peer-reviewed paper. Nature really is mysterious and wondrous, I suppose. Perhaps Flint should consult with a geologist about how columnar andesitic rocks naturally form, or even read the part in the paper where Hillman provides exactly the evidence that he seems to be missing about the buried layers being man-made. My favourite quote from Dr. Dibble was a pretty typical strawman argument, the unfortunately very standard tactic of misrepresenting the evidence to create a point that is then easily dismissed. Quote, "If you went to the Palace of Westminster and dropped a core 7 meters into the ground and pulled up a soil sample, you might date it as being 40,000 years old. But that does not mean the Palace of Westminster was built 40,000 years ago by ancient humans. It just means there's carbon down there that's 40,000 years old." End quote. This argument that all Hillman's team did was to date some really old dirt is repeated by several archaeologists, both in newsprints and in blogs. Noel Hidalgo Tan, an archaeologist at the Southeastern Regional Centre for Archaeology and Fine Arts in Bangkok, in a quote from the New York Times, said that, quote, "It's just soil and not connected to construction activity," end quote. He also seemed to be taking a page from recent American political tactics when you just call anyone you don't like a Nazi, and told the New York Times that, quote, "The pyramid narrative has some nationalistic edge to it, and it's backed by a former president," end quote. In this case, meaning Bambang Yudhoyono. John Hoops probably needs to give this guy a call for his next pseudo-archaeology hit piece in the Society of American Archaeology Journal. No charge for the tip. The pyramid narrative, such as it is also generally sneered at by archaeologists, claiming that Indonesia has no history of pyramid construction. As Graham Hancock recently pointed out, perhaps they should take another look, as a site he has visited in central Java, known as Candi Suke, that he reported on in his 2015 book Magicians of the Gods, and the site was also mentioned by Hillman in the paper, bears a striking resemblance to those pointy triangle-shaped stone things that seem to be found in many places all around the world, from deserts to jungles. The logical fallacies found in these articles and blogs don't stop there. In most of them, either Graham Hancock or Atlantis gets a mention, despite neither his name nor the word Atlantis appearing anywhere in the peer-reviewed paper. I even did a search. I'm clever like that. Although Hillman has had an association with Hancock, and both he and Graham have authored books in the past that deal with Atlantis, neither Graham Hancock nor Atlantis has anything whatsoever to do with the scientific data presented in this paper about Gunung Padang. All this is an attempt to discredit Hillman and his work as nothing more than pseudo-archaeology, nonsense that can be ignored without ever having to deal with the legitimate data presented. It's exactly the same tactic employed by Michael Shermer in his debate with Hancock and Randall Carlson on JRE, where he attempted to roll Graham up as just one more of the crazy authors in the alternative field and dismiss his work without ever addressing, or in some cases even reading it.
And you've been to Giza, though?
No, I've never been to Giza.
Oh dear.
Other archaeological blogs dismiss the paper's ground-penetrating radar, electrical resistivity tomography, and seismic tomography findings as nothing more than voids and natural chambers associated with the remnants of a volcano, despite the paper reporting not only regular shapes to the voids, but other structures that resemble gates, walls, floors, ceilings, columns, and tunnels. This same blog also trots out the same strawman bias accusation on Hillman and tying him to both Atlantis as well as some sort of nationalistic pride. Some pretty creative reading between the lines going on here when we're talking about a peer-reviewed paper in a respected journal. Here's the reality, at least as I see it. Hillman, both in commentary in the articles and in the paper itself, acknowledges that this is only an initial step in the exploration of Gunung Padang, and that it needs real archaeological excavation, and that he hopes that that will happen. In the paper, he states that they were prevented from moving any of these stones at the site, and they were limited to using seismic, electrical, and radar-based scanning techniques, as well as being limited in where they could run their core drills. The claim that the carbon-14 datings are just old dirt doesn't hold up, as those sedimentary layers are coupled to structures that evidence shows were likely man-made and quite substantial, if not deliberately buried. It should at least form the basis for archaeological curiosity and further work, rather than sneers and derision. Also, this practice of dating soil associated with layers of ancient structures is an established method that's been used without controversy on plenty of archaeological digs. I guess as long as the dates that it comes back with don't rock the mainstream boat too hard. Is this a controversial paper that's making some extraordinary claims? Certainly. The history of science is littered with such examples that have, eventually, progressed human knowledge and overturned previously held truths or dogmas. Or, alternatively, they've been proven wrong in the long run, but with data rather than outright dismissal. In an ideal world, I'd like to think that this type of thing would be embraced with an open mind, acknowledged for what it is, and perhaps form the basis for additional work and excavations that might either prove or disprove the claims being made. Either way, we'd get closer to the truth, which I think we can all agree is a good thing. Unfortunately, however, and as I've seen many times before, evidence or ideas like those presented in this paper that challenge the established position of the academic gatekeepers to the story of history are instead scorned, derided, and dismissed with the all too often utilized label of pseudo-archaeology or with tactics of misrepresentation, ad hominems, or other logical fallacies. Graham Hancock, quoted in the New York Times article, said it well. Quote, "To say not enough work has been done yet, more work needs to be done to settle this matter, that's fair enough," Mr. Hancock said of the recent study. But to basically rubbish the whole thing from the outset and to say that this is a preposterous claim that flies in the face of everything we know about the past, that's not helpful. End quote. The idea that human civilizations might have existed as much as 30,000 years ago is far from preposterous. The last 20 years has seen huge amounts of new evidence that strengthen this hypothesis. Archaeology itself should have been upturned with the findings of Göbekli Tepe, not to mention the now between 40 and 80 more sites just like it being uncovered in southeastern Turkey. If you haven't seen the Snake Bros' excellently produced video on Göbekli Tepe, I'd highly recommend it, as even the carbon-14 dating of Göbekli Tepe to some 11,000 years ago is, I think, only scratching the surface of how old these sites truly could be. In the last 20 years, we've seen the timeline for the human species get vastly older, with the discovery of human remains dating back to more than 300,000 years, and DNA studies, along with analysis of tooth morphology, pushing those dates much further back to the 800,000 year mark. In the last 20 years, we've seen the return of catastrophism and the uncovering of the violent and world-changing events that occurred at the boundary between the Pleistocene and Holocene, some 13,000 years ago, known as the Younger Dryas. Prior to this time, before the massive ice sheets of the Northern Hemisphere melted, sea levels were 120 meters, 400 feet, lower than what they are today. Indonesia, rather than being the archipelago of islands, was still temperate then, if not tropical, and part of a much larger landmass known as Sundaland. This area has been suggested by many researchers as a potential cradle for civilization during the colder periods of the last glacial maximum, and it's certainly got plenty of megalithic sites and mysteries that have yet to be fully explored. Within the context of these recent advances in science, and with Danny Hillman's findings in this preliminary study, the idea that Gudang Padang might in fact be a large constructed pyramid with disparate periods of occupation and building going back as far as 27,000 years isn't exactly outrageous. What's wrong with accepting the data, even if you don't accept his conclusions, and proceeding to investigate the site further with what it really needs, which is large-scale archaeological excavation? Seems like a fairly reasonable conclusion to me. However, as we've seen, that isn't what happens when scientists or researchers from outside the academic archaeological establishment dare to put their ideas forward. As has happened to many, Hillman's work was simply dismissed as nothing more than pseudoscience. Unfortunately, the visceral response from the gatekeepers of history might well be having its intended effect. Pressure from academics has had an effect on the journal Archaeological Prospection and its publisher Wiley, who confirmed that the Wiley ethics team is investigating the paper in accordance with the Committee on Publication Ethics Guidelines, whatever that is. Also, further work at Gunung Padang, which is under the control of Indonesia's current Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, is not happening anytime soon. Hilmar Farid, the minister's current Director General, said to the New York Times that this latest research is, quote, apparently inadequate to support the theory that this is a human-made pyramid, and that, from the perspective of someone like me who has to mobilize resources to support certain activities, this is certainly the last priority, end quote. Well, there you have it. Is this the end for real research on the remarkable and mysterious site of Gunung Padang? Given the uphill battle that Danny Hillman Nadabajaja has faced in the 10 years since his research was conducted, I certainly don't predict that anything will happen anytime soon. As always, I remain hopeful that open-minded common sense will eventually prevail, perhaps with the next generation of the world's academics and archaeologists who, if the emails that I get from current university students are anything to go by, they're certainly embracing the multidisciplinary evidence that's arisen in recent decades. Evidence that very much should be having a seismic impact on the story of human civilization as we know it, even if it takes a generation to become accepted for what it is. Thanks very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. And before I go, I do want to give a couple of little updates on things that have happened since I kind of wrote the script and recorded this. I've been having a back and forth with Danny Hillman Nadabajaja, who has not only graciously allowed me permission to use the imagery that you saw from his paper in this video, but he also made a couple of extra points and clarifications that I want to read out to you. This is what he said to me. It's that there are just two comments here of many that people don't often realize when we're talking about Gunung Padang, and this is quoting from his email. First, the megalithic rocks atop the hill clearly show two artificial layers, Unit 1 and Unit 2, that we talked about. Previous studies only interpreted just one layer, which was Unit 1, the terraces on top, because they misinterpreted Unit 2 as a natural or a geological rock formation, which, as Danny says here, is a big mistake. And this is the real scientific controversy around this site. Second, Danny says here that the geological rocks of the hill that have been modified and covered by the artificial layers, which are Unit 3 and Unit 2, are only the upper part from the top of the hill down to about 30 meters down. The Gunung Padang is about 200 meters in height from its base, so most of the hill body is in fact a natural hill, which is a remnant of an old volcanic body. That's the end of what he said here, but if I can interpret that and about what I think about it, I think what he's saying is that that hilltop was sculpted. Potentially that's also where maybe some of the chambers have been cut into. Some of those might also be constructed in the work on top of the hill, but it is a site that's actually been built on top of a natural hill, which is the remnant of a volcanic body. I don't think anybody's claiming that this is, a 200-meter high, totally man-made pyramid in this case. As always, I want to extend a huge thank you to everybody who does support Uncharted X through that value for value model. I really couldn't do this work without that support, and it's very much appreciated. I want to extend a special thank you to people that support me through Patreon, PayPal, Subscribestar, YouTube channel memberships, and now on Locals. I'm also shouting out the producers and executive producers for this episode. Several of those people are coming from the Patreon side. So again, many thanks to those. If you're interested in supporting my work through that value for value model, if you get some value from the work and you want to return some of that value to me, be it in time, talent, or treasure, or whatever you think is appropriate, there's lots of ways to do that. It's all outlined on my website. It's unchartedx.com.
Welcome back to the news, everybody. Today we've got a really important story, actually. It impacts all of us, and you've probably seen headlines like this one, right? Quote, publishers are absolutely terrified that preserved video games would be used for recreational purposes. That's actually a quote. So the US Copyright Office has struck down a major effort for game preservation. That's a big headline, but do you know what's even worse? It barely begins to cover how stupid, how frustrating this entire situation is. What it is the industry dragon that is the ESA, ensuring that the business side of gaming is firmly suppressing the art side. And what makes this so ridiculous, infuriating, and absolutely malicious is the fact that 87% of video games before 2010 are no longer commercially available. So ESA, what are you hoarding? Okay, let's get into the story. To start this off, we gotta be on the same page. So here's how the whole shebang works. Every 3 years, the US Copyright Office offers the chance for changes to be made to how copyright is applied. And obviously, it's in the US, but that matters because, most of the games happen in the US. Now, in January 2024, the heroes of today's video, the Software Preservation Network, they began attempting to get their petition forward to the Copyright Office. They had 2 asks. These are basically tweaks to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Their first one is to allow multiple simultaneous remote users for non-game software, and their second ask to allow for remote access to video games for the purposes of research and education. So in simple terms, what they're basically saying is, hey, Copyright Office, we would like it if multiple people could check out software, non-game software, like say an application or an operating system in a remote fashion, and multiple users could do that, for academic research. And the second ask is, could people remotely access video games for academic purposes? Because, games are art. They matter, and if we look at the past, we might just learn and have better games. So here's the wild thing. Currently, libraries can preserve and distribute video games, but it's crazy the limitations. They can only physically do it with the original software and hardware, and they can't lend them. They cannot lend them, right? So a library would effectively have to maintain piles of legacy hardware. That's just not going to happen. I'll be actually blunt here. This is worse than useless. The only people who can research video games are people who live near a magical gaming library with loads of things, or that build a private collection out of pocket. And even that's kind of bad, because preservation without access is a bit like arguing that Smaug the Defiler, or whatever he was called in Tolkien, was preserving the riches of Erebor for future generations by making sure nobody else could have them. It's not preservation, it's hoarding, and while individual collectors may be really good people and lend the games out, that's not a real solution. But now for the bit that should make all of our blood boil. This restriction is not applied to any other medium, right? No other art form. Film? Nope. Television? Nope. Books? Nope. It turns out that from a legal perspective, games are uniquely punished, they are uniquely under attack. And the Software Preservation Network wants to improve this. The people who don't want to improve it are the ESA. The ESA suck. They have been long-time industry villains, and we're going to talk a lot about them today. Time to introduce today's villain. The Entertainment Software Association, ESA, is a body that represents most major devs and publishers in America, and you may remember them from plenty of little dramas. They had an amazing one where they leaked the information, right, of all the press people from E3 signups. So that was pretty damn bad. And of course, E3 in general, they were actually running that, and they had a complete inability to make E3 a sustainable event that would work. Which is insane because it's not like loads of other groups have, actually managed to do that successfully for years. No, the ESA are just useless morons. But the point is, they're not here for us. They're actually not here for video games either. They are not interested in games as a medium. To the ESA, games are an industry only, and they will have no problem suppressing the overall impact and success of video games in the long run if that means they're seen to be protecting the short-term interest of their members, because their members are not you and me. Their members are not a regular developer working at some big company. No. Their members are corporate entities. So if you're an indie developer, a gamer, if you just want to do a startup, the ESA should be your friend, but they're not your friend. Now, this is why their arguments against the Software Preservation Network are so infuriating. The ESA is essentially arguing that games are not a medium worthy of academic study. Here's some words from the ruling. The ESA's lawyers contended that there would be significant risk that preserved video games would be used for recreational purposes. Oh no! They further argued that the expanded exemption would give preservation institutions too much discretion regarding how they provide remote access to preserved works, and that it did not contain appropriately tailored restrictions to ensure that uses would be limited to teaching, research, or scholarship uses. They believe that removing the premises limitation would adversely affect the existing games market for older games. That's what the ESA had to say. The Copyright Office, of course, agreed, because I suppose that's what they would do, and they explicitly cited the idea of the market for legacy video games potentially being harmed, and then they denied the petition, meaning that for the next 3-year period, that's it, petition failed. Now, this was always going to be the ESA's defense, and in fact, in May 2024, IGN spoke to an ESA lawyer about this case because basically they saw similar arguments in 2018 and 2021. Here is what they learned, and I'll read from their reporting. The spokesperson told me that the trade group absolutely sees games as art, but also as copyrighted works. Quote, that means that universal preservation must always be balanced against the rights of copyright owners to make business decisions about the legacy market. Now, you can see how they could make that argument, but as we'll very, very soon see, it actually falls completely to pieces under scrutiny. Now, they could point to having over 2,500 games that they donated to the Library of Congress. Which does mean, I suppose, that if you live in Washington, D.C., congrats. You're actually one of the few people in the country with a support network to become an ESA-approved games academic. Now, this happened in 2018, right? It failed. In 2021, it failed. But something is actually changing. In 2024, the Software Preservation Network actually came ready for combat. At the start of the video, I mentioned the 87% number, and that's from the video game availability study that was prepared in 2023, sponsored by the Software Preservation Network and the Video Game History Foundation. Now, they found that, yes, 87% of all video games produced before the year 2010 are not commercially available. That is real worrying. Now, you might think of GOG, right? You can buy loads of old games there, but again, we're talking about ones that are not commercially available, so anything on GOG doesn't actually count there. But in fairness to GOG, they're trying, and they just launched a preservation program, but they can't do it alone, not even close. A pillar of the ESA's argument, right, is that publishers of games need legal protections that other art forms don't, right? And they're specifically using the legacy market. But here's the thing, 87% of legacy games before 2010 are not commercially available. So how can they say we need to protect the legacy market when the legacy market is tiny, with the vast majority of games not even being commercially available? If these were all commercially available and there was some vibrant way in which we were all just playing random games from 1997 or 2006, sure, fine. But that's not the case, because they're not commercially available. So that part of the ESA's argument absolutely falls to pieces. But what's even more concerning is the Software Preservation Network modeled their arguments based on, funnily enough, exemptions that have been granted to other mediums. So if the exemption is okay for film, for television, for books, why is it not okay for video games? And in short, those are that it would be accredited academic bodies that do the distribution, right? The idea that professional bodies are the gatekeepers. This is overtly not some sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Don't we all love sharing our peer-to-peer files that we completely own and playing them in our Plex server? Perfectly above board. And don't we all manually rip ROMs from game carts that we own? Har, 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 free video games. No. The SPN are literally advocating for something that is locked down and responsible, because the underlying thing here that actually matters is preservation. They say this: our test is based on the Copyright Office's own proposed rules for what kinds of institutions should be recognized as a library. We don't pull this out of the air. This is the Copyright Office's proposal to define what kinds of institutions should have the special privileges that libraries and archives get in the law. So it's not fair to say that our rules are too broad, because they are not. The SPN are absolutely right. But sadly, all of this was expected following the last two attempts to get this to happen, and the way the ESA behaved during the original hearings earlier this year is telling. The ESA are not interested in studies, they are not interested in argument. Do you remember that amazing moment from the UK hearing where Electronic Arts' lawyer said the word surprise mechanics, and suddenly it turned into a great meme that we all sort of enjoyed? Well, Arguments made, be they in court, to regulators in a special committee, they're often so juicy because they reveal exactly how companies think. So here's what the ESA said, as captured by Ars Technica. Quote, "I don't think there is, at the moment, any combination of limitations that ESA members would support to provide remote access," ESA lawyer Steve England said. The preservation organizations want a great deal of discretion to handle very valuable intellectual property. They have yet to show a willingness on their part in a way that might be comforting to the owners of the IP. And I said that with the inflection that I did because that is infuriating, because these exemptions literally are there in other art forms and other mediums. And it's not like some American senator who liked to go and say, oh, games are causing the youth to be violent and all of that stuff from, you know, the early 2000s. It's not like some boomer who hates video games is trying to clamp down on them. No, this is our industry's own body attacking the very medium, the very art form. And that just says it all, doesn't it? It's completely ridiculous. All of this is stacked against the people who are trying to change the rules in copyright, the people who actually care about games as a medium, as an art form, of something worthy of study, such that the next generation of game designers can actually have a good education and we can learn from the mistakes and the wins of this industry. The US